This world is overrun with demons and monsters, carved up by great clans, dominated by immortal sections. The strong turn the heavens upside down at will. The weak can't even control whether they live or die. Without real power, no amount of brains will make a splash. So am I just supposed to sit here and wait to die? I hadn't forgotten how the original body kicked the bucket, never even left the house, and someone could still take his life easily, like grabbing something off a shelf at home. The whole situation put me on edge. Just as I was stewing over it, that black stone on the table suddenly flared with a scorching black light. It was the very thing that dragged me into this world. An instant later, a black wormhole opened up and sucked me right in. Oh, come on again. Ease up, would you? I get motion sickness. In the blink of an eye, I was gone. The tea in the cup on the table was still steaming. When I opened my eyes again, I was in some unfamiliar place. The heck? Is this the prison? A dim corridor, both sides lined with individual little cells stretching off into the darkness. Each one was separated by black iron bars covered in engraved runes. Clearly not a place built to hold ordinary creatures. A cold draft swept through, carrying the smell of rust and ancient dust. Son of a, now where the hell did it dump me? Does this ever end? Sitting peacefully at home only to get smacked through dimensions by a rock was bad enough. Now it's tossing me into a prison? Who am I even supposed to complain to? Nothing for it. I'm here now, and there's only one path ahead, so I just have to grit my teeth and press forward. I'm not going to last long out there anyway. What's there to be afraid of? My footsteps echoed down the corridor as I crept along. Terrified some ghostly face would suddenly pop out. I looked up and saw every cell had a number, counting down from high to low. The spot I was standing at lined up exactly with 9987. So there are 10,000 cells in this place. That many. I muttered to myself and kept walking. No idea what this place was, no idea what these cages were for, and even weirder, why were they all empty? But this creepy hellhole gave me a really bad feeling. Whatever got locked up here, none of them were the friendly type. The numbers kept dropping. Once they went below 1,000, the cells finally stopped holding just skeletons. Instead, one held a not yet fully rotted corpse. Looked like it hadn't been dead long. Even from far away, I could smell that nauseating stench of death. Bleg, Christ, that reeks. I hurled up every bit of grease in my stomach. It took me a good while to recover before I could barely stand it. Then I pinched my nose and leaned closer to the cell door for a look. Thank God it wasn't some demon or monster. I let out a breath. The corpse's clothes were rotted to shreds, but the style wasn't cheap street stall stuff. Around its neck was a rune-covered collar connected to a thick chain, and its shoulder blades were pierced through by chains too, 3 of them nailed into the wall, leaving it a pathetically small range of movement. Damn, what did this guy even do? Was all this really necessary? My heart jolted. The more brutal the restraints, the more dangerous the prisoner. Who chains up a petty thief like this? The cell walls were covered in patterns and writing. The light was too dim, and the color was dark and dull, like it had been painted in blood. I couldn't read it, but I could feel the raw madness and hatred radiating off it. Damn it, I knew this place was bad news. I hesitated a little. I'd already run into a corpse. Was I about to run into a living one next? But the hesitation only lasted a second. Did I even have a choice? I didn't even know how to get out. If I didn't move forward, where else was I going to go? The numbers kept dropping, and the corpses grew more numerous, all recently dead. One of them so intact I couldn't even tell if it was dead or alive. I didn't dare get close to check. What if it was playing dead? I only dared walk down the dead center of the corridor, figuring that no matter how unreasonable a prison might be, they wouldn't design it so the inmates could reach the people outside, right? How long's it been? 300 years? 500? Someone finally shows up in this godforsaken place. Who? The silent prison suddenly erupted with a bizarre shriek. That raspy voice was like metal scraping glass, and it scared a cold sweat right out of me. TSK, TSK, the scent of a living person, how I've missed it. I've been rotting in this dump for centuries. Do you have any idea how I've spent these hundreds of years? In the darkness, chains rattled inside cell 334, and that venomous voice sent a wave of dizziness through me. Suddenly, the runes on the cell door and the collar burst out with white light. AGH. Damn this demon prison. Damn these rules. Let me out. The man screamed over and over. I stumbled back 2 steps in fright. Even through the bars, I could feel that overwhelming murderous aura. Locked up for centuries, and still this full of fight? What kind of monster is this? From what I know, ordinary people live a few decades, and even a Grandmaster maxes out around 200 years. Someone this powerful. Who the hell managed to lock him up here? Kakik. Is that the new little jailer boy? Care to come to 320 for a chat? While 334 was still going berserk, a seductive, coquettish voice drifted over from the darkness. It was a woman, assuming that wasn't a disguised voice. Jailer? 320. My spirits perked up. If I wanted to learn more, I'd have to dig it out of these prisoners. At the very least, I needed to find one who could talk like a normal person. Under the rune's suppression, 334 fell silent again. The man either passed out or wore himself out. All that was left was his heavy breathing. I steeled every nerve I had and inched carefully toward 320, each step feeling like I was treading on landmines. What else could I do? I was just As an ordinary guy, I had to be extremely careful around these monsters. I couldn't say much for sure, but one thing I was 100% certain of, there wasn't a single good soul in this place. Hundreds of years, and finally a living person shows up. Thank God. A thrilled cheer burst out from cell 320, like I was some kind of savior. I said nothing, just stood at the door and watched. That bone-meltingly seductive, "Hey there, handsome," made every hair on my body stand on end. I'd like to think I've seen my share of the world, so there was no reason a voice alone should get that kind of reaction out of me. But this voice seemed to have some kind of magic to it, making me want to help her whether I meant to or not. "Handsome, all you have to do is put your hand on the door. Yes, just like that, and this girl will reward you nicely." The voice lured me in step by step, and my mind grew hazier and hazier, like someone was controlling me. Just as my hand was about to press against the cell door, the runes suddenly flared up again. Aya! A blood-curdling scream jolted me awake. Realizing I'd nearly fallen for it, I stumbled backward in terror, my face pale with dread. In the darkness, a pair of purple eyes gleamed with venom, like she wanted to swallow me whole. I had no doubt, the moment these people got out, I'd be the first one they killed. Honestly, I was getting a raw deal here. This was my first time in this place. Why am all that hatred at me? A jailer? Since when was I a jailer? I worked up the nerve to speak. Ahem. Look, lady, this is our first time meeting, right? Could you maybe dial down the hostility? I'm not the one who locked you up in here, so yelling at me isn't going to do you any good. Seeing that none of her tricks were a real threat to me, I got a little bolder. Might as well go all in. Things were already this bad. How much worse could it get? The voice from 320 cut off immediately, those eyes wide with shock. Hee, never thought I'd see the day the demoness gets served a taste of humble pie. A wicked laugh drifted over from the cell across the way. You old ghost. You're still not dead? Tough old bastard, aren't you? The demoness in 320 sounded a little surprised. You're not dead either, so why would I be? Looking at the state you're in, though, I'd say your time's about up, The voice came from cell 316, and it carried noticeably more strength. I got thrown in here decades after you did. No telling which of us outlasts the other. Standing there listening to these two big shots bicker, I fell into thought. From the sound of it, they'd both been locked up a good long while, and both were nearly at the end of their rope. Made sense. What normal person could hold on for centuries? Even the Monkey King only got pinned down for 500 years. This old man's demonic arts pierce heaven and earth. Another 100 years is no problem. You, on the other hand, have decades left at most before you burn out. Such a waste of that pretty little shell of yours. A shame, truly. 316 started sneering again. The purple eyes in 320 blazed with resentment. But would someone who'd lived this long ever just accept their fate? This death row hadn't seen a soul in centuries. I was their only lifeline, and there was no way they'd let me slip away. Jailer, handsome, just let me out and my cultivation arts, my greatest treasures, anything I have is yours for the taking. Even my own body, if you, the purple-eyed demoness grew frantic, afraid I'd walk off and never come back. Young man, you're still just a mortal, I can tell. Set this old man free, and I'll pass down the Bloodseed demonic art to you. With that technique, you'll become a powerhouse in no time and slaughter everyone who's ever wronged you. How about it? HSSSS. I sucked in a sharp breath. Was I tempted? Very. Did I dare act on it? Not a chance. I wasn't stupid. Let these bloodthirsty monsters out, and it'd be a disaster. Not just for me, but for the entire Great Yin dynasty, maybe the whole of the 9 provinces. And that Bloodseed demonic art clearly wasn't anything righteous. Who knew what kind of side effects came with practicing it? Don't worry, handsome. Let me out, and I swear on my very soul I'll never harm you. I'll thank you properly, too. What do you say? The purple-eyed demoness looked at me, pitiful and hopeful all at once. This old man can swear on his soul as well. Not only will I not harm you, I'll guard and protect you. Give me a bit of time to recover to my peak, and if you want to be emperor of the mortal world, I can make it happen. The two of them got more worked up the more they talked, their offers growing more and more tempting. I swallowed hard. The offers were tempting, sure, but my head was perfectly clear. Right now the cell doors were shut, and I held all the cards. The moment I opened one, it'd all be out of my hands. These doors absolutely could not be opened. Swear an oath? If oaths actually meant anything, what would be the point of building a prison at all? Both of them stared at me hungrily. They knew I was tempted. That look on my face gave me away. About opening the door, there's no rush. Mind if I ask a few questions first? I broke the silence. Ask away, handsome. Whatever we know, we'll tell you. The purple-eyed demoness couldn't wait, latching onto the hope. The fact that I hadn't refused meant there was still a chance. The old man in 316 stayed quiet, just fixing me with a dark, unblinking glare. Once a titan in their own right, now reduced to a prisoner, forced to haggle with a mere mortal. The fall from grace was more than they could stomach. Back in the day, a mortal like me would have been nothing more than a blood meal to him. I gathered my thoughts and asked the first question that mattered most. What is this place? Why were you locked up here? This is the Abyssal Demon Prison, built specifically to hold those guilty of the most heinous crimes. Honestly, I hadn't expected the purple-eyed lady to be so straightforward. Oh, wait. I should probably call her Grandma Purple Eyes now. She was a few centuries old. After all, calling her ancestor wouldn't be a stretch. Not that I needed her to tell me. One look at this bunch, and it was obvious. Not a decent one in the lot. I asked her, the Abyssal Demon Prison? Who locked you all up in here? How many prisoners are there? That's just what we all call it. As for how I got here, I don't even know. I went to sleep and woke up in this place. No idea how many prisoners there are. Used to be plenty, but as the years dragged on, none of them could hold out, and they died off. It's been centuries with no new arrivals, and there's hardly any of us left alive. A wistful look drifted across her eyes, probably reminiscing about her glory days. Freedom, huh? You never realize how precious it is until you lose it. What good is cultivation that pierces the heavens? Locked up in this rotten cage, it's worth nothing. I asked again. So why did you call me a jailer? There are only two kinds of people in this prison, the prisoners locked inside, and the wardens who can come and go freely. Take a look at the back of your hand. I lifted my hand, and my brow furrowed. Somewhere along the way, a tattoo had appeared on the back of it, shaped like a key, identical to the runes on the cell door, as if it were some kind of link. It clicked instantly. So this prison had chosen me to be one of its wardens? Bizarre as it was, that mark really did resonate with the runes on the cell door, as if a single thought from me could swing these demons' gates wide open. I gripped my hand tighter. My life was on the line here. This was no laughing matter. I still hadn't gotten over the fright from that vixen's little trick earlier. I'd nearly bit the dust the second I walked in. Thank God the prison's defensive mechanism crushed her mental attack the instant it hit. That's the only reason I'm still breathing. Come on, handsome, I've told you everything I know. Can't you let me out? I swear I'll never hurt you. The purple-eyed vixen was still staring at me, wide-eyed and pleading. That heart of hers, eaten away by time, seemed to flicker back to life. She could endure the darkness only because she'd never seen the light. Now that this sliver of dawn had appeared, there was no way she'd go back, not for anything. Too bad in this hellhole. Even suicide was a luxury. All you could do was watch yourself slowly rot away, waiting to die. This torture was crueler than any curse. You two are adorable. You want out? Keep dreaming. Another cool, clear woman's voice drifted out of the darkness. I jolted. There was another living soul in here. The purple-eyed vixen was stunned. You're still alive. Clearly, in her eyes, this one, who'd been locked up centuries before she had, should have long since crumbled into bones. Humph. Are you the new warden, my lord? I'll trade you a cultivation technique suitable for mortals in exchange for one thing. What do you say? Unlike the others who just begged to be freed the second they opened their mouths, this voice was negotiating with me. Seems the old-timers really did know how the game was played. Oh, a trade? Now that's interesting. I'm no fool. I knew my own worth, and I knew that even the scraps that slipped through these big shots' fingers would be more than enough to save my hide. What do you want? I'm not exactly in a position to get you anything nice right now. Staying cautious, I didn't move any closer, just raised my voice and called down the black corridor. It's not difficult. I want a bowl of human blood, virgin's blood, ideally. My eyelid twitched. Figures. Nobody locked up in a place like this was a saint. Still, trading a bowl of virgin blood for a high-tier cultivation technique, that was practically manna from heaven. By these big shots' logic, even the most ordinary technique, once it hit the outside world, could touch off a bloody storm. And I wasn't worried about them recovering their power, either. They couldn't escape even at their peak, so in their current sorry state, one bowl of blood wasn't going to do jack. Decent terms. But I was born with blocked meridians. Ordinary techniques are useless to me. I laid out my concern, trusting these big shots would have a workaround. The old man perked up immediately. Kakik, my blood sea demon art doesn't care about natural talent. As long as you drink your fill of essence blood, you'll ascend to the heavens in a single step. You sure you won't consider old me, little brother? The purple-eyed vixen crowded in too. Handsome, my demon divine scripture doesn't care about talent either. Once you open up your governing and conception vessels, Ascending to immortality will just be a matter of time. Let me out, and I'll be all yours. You say east, I'll never go west. You say lie down, I'll never sit up. As she spoke, she leaned in closer. But with that matted hair and filthy face, she looked exactly like some down-and-out beggar. Her once sexy robe was so worn you couldn't even tell what color it used to be, and her 2 legs were caked black with grime. I felt absolutely nothing. If anything, I wanted to gag. Me. Then that cool, clear voice spoke again. My Lord Warden, my Enyang creation art is a dual cultivation technique. It's ordinary, yes, but it'll make you a land-bound immortal with ease. Most importantly, it has no talent requirement. Even an ordinary person can pick it up. All it takes is enough female essence. And if you happen upon a body of the Cauldron Constitution, reaching the innate realm in a single day isn't out of the question. SSSS, land-bound immortal realm? I didn't know much, but I knew the strongest figure in this whole great Yin dynasty was just an innate grandmaster, second to none but the emperor himself. The martial path was brutally hard. Talent, comprehension, resources, you couldn't be missing a single one. Most people spent their whole lives stuck at the body refinement realm. Those with a bit of luck might make first or second rate. A single postnatal expert could already walk with a swagger, and above that came innate, then grandmaster, then grandmaster, and only beyond all that came the land-bound immortal. Anyone who reached that height ruled over an entire region. The very first sovereign of Great Yin had conquered the whole realm at that level, and his descendants had reaped the rewards for dozens of generations. Thinking about it, how could I not be thrilled? Just step onto the cultivation path, and the future was limitless. A dual cultivation technique with no constitution requirement. All I needed was enough women, and I could reach the summit. And it cost me nothing but 1 bowl of blood. Where else would you ever find a deal this sweet? My Lord Warden, take it and test whether it's real for yourself. Runes flared to life far down the corridor, lighting up the darkness. This woman was clear-headed and methodical, as if she'd seen right through my hesitation. She offered up an entire technique in exchange for nothing but a scrap of mercy, calling me my lord at every turn. She knew the rules far better than that old man or that vixen. Yeah, you trust me just like that? Aren't you afraid I'll stiff you? I walked slowly up to the door of cell 280 and looked at the jade slip lying by the entrance, in no hurry to pick it up. In a hellhole like this, caution keeps you alive for 10,000 years. Stiff me? I've been in here nearly 500 years. I gave up hope long ago. So what if you don't honor the deal? It's just an ordinary technique, hardly a loss. Trading it for a shot at survival? That's a bargain. I couldn't make out her features in the dark, but that voice was like a mountain spring, impossible to feel any distaste toward. This woman had a clear head. She knew that pinning her hopes on empty promises was pointless. Far better to build a good rapport with the new warden. Only once there was enough trust would there be a sliver of a chance. Yeah, you're quite clever. May I ask the senior's name? With someone this courteous and rule-abiding, I was happy to make a connection. We'd inevitably be dealing with each other down the line. My name? It's been so long, I've nearly forgotten it. People used to call me the Demon Moon Empress. All right, that name really is Villantier. One listen and you can tell it's some big-time demon lord. Not that I minded in the least. Demonic cultivators were the best. Only demonic cultivators didn't care about natural talent. Orthodox cultivation was way too much of a hassle. As long as you were strong enough, even a 10,000 souls banner could double as an emperor banner. Anyone with a problem was welcome to step inside the banner and talk it over. And she was an empress, no less. She must have been a peerless beauty back in her day. Looking at that ragged silhouette, I felt an endless surge of emotion. Even a big shot this powerful had ended up thrown in here. Just what kind of place was this demon prison? I couldn't wrap my head around it. Take the technique first, my lord. Once you're satisfied, then fetch my item. And if you have reservations, consider it a gift for our first meeting. See? That's what I call emotional intelligence. That's what I call vision. A few words, and she had me wrapped around her finger. I'm the type who responds to kindness, not force. Dealing with her was easy. A new warden's here? This hellhole finally has a living person in it again. Kakik, little kid, what's the point of practicing that crude little technique? Bring me a couple of beauties, and I'll trade you a supreme art. Forget land-bound immortal. I'll make it easy for you to shed your mortal shell and ascend as a Mahayana immortal. What do you say? Ha ha, my lord warden, I've got the heaven-cleaving sword draw art here. All I ask is a few spirit stones. TSK, so this many of them are still alive. You're all a bunch of old tortoises, each one outlasting the last. The moment I appeared, all those slumbering old monsters woke up. They'd been locked away too long. Without some special means, their meager life force couldn't withstand the drain. Here's the English translation. Some of them even went into a death-like dormancy to conserve as much as possible. But the moment I showed up, It shattered centuries of solitude. Who cares about conserving anymore? Only spending and never gaining means you'll eventually kick the bucket, and I'm their hope for a refill. The longer you live, the more you fear death, and as long as you don't die, there's always hope. Buzz. The runes on the cell doors lit up, and the entire corridor blazed with light. Of course, not everyone made it this far. Scattered here and there along the whole passage, there were probably only about 100 cells with living occupants left. Sounds like a lot, but there are 10,000 cells in this place. Listening to the noisy shouting, my emotions were complicated. I'm just an ordinary guy, and facing these utterly evil demons and monsters, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. But I could only put on a calm front and never show weakness. Otherwise, they'd walk all over me, and I'd never be able to keep them in line. Virgin's blood, right? Got it. I'll remember. The technique's fine. I'll bring it next time. I bent down and picked up the jade slip. Honestly, when I approached the cell door, I was genuinely scared, terrified they'd rush out and grab me. Luckily, these prisoners were restrained by heavy chains and could barely get within 2 meters of the door. Any farther, and the chains ran out. In other words, even if I walked in, they couldn't touch me. But without absolute certainty, I'd never set a single foot inside a cell. Otherwise, I really would be crying out to heaven with no one to answer. Yaiwa thanks you, Warden. The Empress was clearly thrilled. Who would have thought the new Warden would be so easy to deal with? My lord, come chat with this old one. I've got a whole arsenal of skills. Take whatever catches your eye. I only ask for a way to survive. Warden, I've roamed the 9 abysses for over 1,000 years, my cultivation long since perfected. Just say the word. Whatever I have, I'll never hold back. My lord, look over here. I don't ask for freedom, only to serve you. Whatever you don't understand about cultivation, just ask. Short of an immortal, there's nothing I don't know. You know it all. Don't listen to him, my lord. His cultivation isn't even as high as mine. Come to me, and you can't go wrong. My lord, I've got nothing else, but my poison arts are second to none. Saving lives or taking them, I can do both. Look over here, my lord. Yin-yang deduction, divining fortune and misfortune. I'm even a master at calculating marriage fates. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? The heavenly mysteries don't manifest in the demon prison, and the star veins are severed. Who the hell can you divine for? The moment my deal with Empress Yaiwe was struck, the entire demon prison went absolutely wild. Countless prisoners screamed at the top of their lungs to sell themselves. These peerless fiends who once committed monstrous crimes had all been reduced to the lowliest job applicants, each begging me for a way to live. This sudden burst of enthusiasm caught me off guard, and for a moment I didn't know what to say. Ahem, everyone calm down. Don't worry, this is my first time here, and everyone will get their chance later. But I'm just an ordinary person with limited abilities, so don't rush. The moment I spoke, the entire demon prison instantly fell silent. My voice wasn't loud, yet it reached every single ear. Don't panic, my lord. I've got a blood-devouring technique here. No talent or resources needed. Just devour essence blood and grow rapidly. As long as you're willing to do it, slaughter 1,000,000 people or so, and you'll ascend to the peak in a single step. Ah, what a shame my 10,000 ghost soul-devouring banner shattered long ago, or I'd definitely keep you completely safe. Exactly. In this godforsaken place where the heavens don't manifest and spiritual energy is cut off, all our treasures have turned to junk. Otherwise, my lord, I've got a broken puppet I forged in my early years. A few dozen top-grade spirit stones would power it up. It should be able to fight at nascent soul level, right? I never imagined that one offhand remark would drive all these big shots crazy, scrambling to shower me with resources. I wasn't panicking, but they were. If I couldn't grow stronger fast enough, where would they get their next lifeline? In this moment, my growth was their very lifeblood. Even if this were a scam, they'd willingly let themselves be fooled. Anything beats waiting to die in endless darkness. My lord, don't go running wild out there. Steady growth is the way to go. Right? You can't let anything happen to you. Who knows when the next warden will show up? My lord, if there are enemies out there, dodge their edge first. Once you've grown strong, it won't be too late to wipe out their whole family. As long as you can take control of this level of the demon prison, we can help you kill too. I was completely stunned. Other people transmigrate with one cheat code, Grandpa, but me? I got over 100. Isn't this like 100 Master Yaos all at once? Wait, this level of the demon prison? You mean the demon prison has more than one level? My heart jolted. These weren't all of them? My lord, we don't know much either. We heard from prisoners who came earlier that there was a warden here a few hundred years ago too. For some reason, he left and never came back until you showed up. Word is, the demon prison has several levels, and this is the first one. The demons all chimed in at once, spilling everything they knew. No newcomer had entered this place in centuries, so there wasn't much info to begin with, but I got the general picture. Even though I'm currently so weak I can only chat with prisoners, that's enough. An old sage at home is a treasure, and I've got over 100 cheat codes. I was living the dream. I understand. Once I figure out the situation with the demon prison, I won't shortchange any of you. I can't promise to set you free, but letting you live and enjoy a moment of freedom, that much I can do. Painting rosy pictures? That's my specialty. Thank you, Warden. If you run into trouble, come find this old one. Just a few words, and all these demons bowed down. Who doesn't want to live? Maybe their torment could finally end in my hands. How could they not be excited? Buzz. The instant the thought of leaving crossed my mind, the key tattoo on my hand burst with white light, and I vanished from the corridor. Farewell, my lord. Remember to stay safe and don't get into fights with anyone. When I came to, I was already sitting in my own room, the tea on the table still steaming, as if I'd never left at all. A key rune now marked the back of my hand, and I was clutching a warm jade slip. Everything that just happened was real. Demon prison. Now this is interesting. Only in this moment did I finally have the confidence to face this dangerous world head-on. Crack. The jade slip shattered, and an unfamiliar memory flooded into my mind. The Yin-Yang creation technique. My predecessor's memories held a few techniques too, but they were all ordinary stuff. The royal family's profound techniques had nothing to do with a lowly prince like him. But things were different now. This technique had a Qian volume for Yang and a Kuan volume for Yin. Both men and women could cultivate it, drawing Yin to nourish Yang or absorbing Yang to replenish Yin. Your cultivation speed depended entirely on your partner's level. The higher their cultivation, the faster yours. And if you encountered someone with an extreme Yin or Yang constitution, you could ascend to the peak of martial arts in a single night. It's possible. I sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder cultivators fought tooth and nail over cauldrons. Who wouldn't be tempted by a shortcut that let you ascend to heaven in a single step? Some people trained hard for 100 years and still couldn't match what I could get from one good night's sleep. If word of this ever got out, it'd trigger an absolute bloodbath. So I had the cultivation method. But where was I supposed to find a dual cultivation partner? There was a loyal maid in my residence, Xiao Qing, but she treated the original owner of this body like a son or a little brother. She single-handedly ran the entire household, and when he'd been gravely ill, she'd carried him over a dozen miles on her back to find a doctor. She'd rather starve herself than let him go hungry. Someone like that, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. The residence belonged to the royal family, so I could live in it but couldn't sell it. I turned it over and over in my mind, and only one option remained. I fished out my identity token, the character 9, carved large across its face, cast in pure gold. There was also a jade pendant left behind by the original owner, but that I couldn't pawn. So then, my only choice was to sell this gold token. I looked at the glittering thing, and a smile curled at the corner of my mouth. What? Your Highness, you want to sell your gold identity token? Without it you won't even be able to enter the palace. Xiao Qing's eyes went round as saucers. This was the very symbol of the 9th prince of the great Yin dynasty. Forget how much it was worth. Who out there would even dare to take it? Did they have a death wish? Relax. This token's pure gold, worth a fortune. We can't even afford food right now, so who cares about the rest? Anyone who wants to go into the palace can go. I don't. And I need the money for something big. You can't. This is treason against the emperor. If anyone found out. You don't tell, I don't tell, so who's going to know? If anyone asks, we just say I lost it. Nobody cares anyway. I shrugged. Being such a lowly, pathetic prince, I could do without it. Once I had real power, forget prince, I could sit on that dragon throne myself if I wanted. But what do you need all that money for? Oh, to buy a few women. Huh, yeah, exactly what you're thinking. I said it without a shred of shame. In this world, powerful noble clans were everywhere. Ordinary folks couldn't get enough to eat, and children they couldn't afford to raise were often sold off to wealthy families just to survive. The dual cultivation method had a cultivation requirement for women, but for those without any, the next best thing was virgins. It was the fastest option I could think of at the moment. Guilty conscience. Non-existent. For all I knew, they'd be kowtowing and thanking me 1,000 times over. Your Highness, actually, Qing'er could serve you too. Xiao Qing's face flushed red as fire. She was only 2 years older than Qin Lang, still an untouched maiden, and neither of them had ever thought about that sort of thing. But as a maid, she felt it was her duty to ease her master's burdens. From the day she'd sold herself into service, she belonged to Qin Lang. This. I hesitated. The original owner had held nothing but respect for this maid who'd never abandoned him. When everyone else avoided him, she was the only one willing to stay. Your Highness, do you find Qing'er unworthy? Her face went white in an instant, tears welling up in her eyes. No, don't get the wrong idea. I I'd meant to say I thought of her as a sister, but the moment I met that pitiful gaze, I shut my mouth. It was the original owner who thought of her as a sister. What did that have to do with me? There's no need to trouble yourself, Your Highness. This servant only wished to ease your burdens. The disappointment in her eyes was plain to see, a heartbreaking sight. Something stirred in me. Thinking back on all those cute girls from before I transmigrated, then looking at Qing'er in front of me, feudal society wasn't all bad, after all. In that case, Qing'er, come to my room tonight. Something delivered right to my door. What reason was there not to accept it? I wanted to lay down my martial foundation quickly too, so I'd have some means of self-defense. Otherwise, I couldn't even sleep soundly at night. Oh, okay, Your Highness. Qing'er was both startled and flustered. It was her first time serving anyone this way, and she was terrified of doing it wrong. No, I have to go ask Nanny Zhang for some pointers. She ran off, her face bright red. One girl alone wouldn't be enough. If I wanted to master this divine art fast, I needed to line up a few more. This gold token, I was selling it today, no matter what. I left the residence alone. A dignified prince fallen this low, going out without even a single guard, my worn-out robe with its 12 ornamental symbols barely hinting at my noble status. The ninth prince's residence sat at the edge of the imperial city. Walk straight out the door, make a turn, and you'd be in the inner city. The imperial city housed royal relatives and second-rank high officials. The inner city held the noble clans and their officials. Only the outer city was for common folk, a rigid hierarchy that ordinary people could hardly ever cross. The inner city was far livelier than the imperial one, lined with shops, teeming with crowds, and patrolled by sword-bearing guards, each one carrying no small amount of martial cultivation. I walked into a pawnshop and slapped the gold token onto the counter. Boss, here to pawn something. The shopkeeper had been in a daze, but the moment he saw what was on the table, he shot up like a startled cat, hair practically standing on end. 9 dragons embossed on the front of the token, a large 9 on the back, and beneath it the words bestowed by imperial decree. It couldn't have been any more genuine. I'd already seen through his reaction. The reason I chose this shop was because I knew it had someone powerful backing it. Others wouldn't dare take it, but this place absolutely would. Io, this humble one greets the ninth prince. What can I do for you? The shopkeeper bowed respectfully, not because he recognized me, but because anyone bold enough to sell this thing so openly was either the man himself or a lunatic. Give me a price on this gold token. Dead pawn, no redemption. The shopkeeper was completely stunned, wiping sweat from his brow. Ninth Highness, this seems rather improper. He still thought it was a joke. Privately selling an imperially bestowed gold token was a beheading offense. Who would dare take it? Heh, who in this royal capital doesn't know Tongbao Pawnshop's reputation for taking anything and everything? What's scared now? I narrowed my eyes at him. Your Highness jests. That's just outsiders being generous. You'd best keep this token safe. This humble one wouldn't dare. He pushed the token back at me like it was a hot potato. What a shame then. I stood as if to leave. A while back, this prince nearly got assassinated. I still don't know whether my second brother had a hand in it. I'd meant to consult my fifth brother about how to report it to father. But since fifth brother has no wish to stand up for me, then never mind. The struggle between princes had always been a fight to the death. I was only trading my identity for a bit of profit. Who exactly was I offending? It didn't matter. That first pot of gold was what counted. Ninth Highness, please wait. This isn't a deal this humble one can decide on his own. Step inside and wait a moment, if you would. Only then did the shopkeeper catch on. The man had come here to do business. Everyone at court, high and low, knew that the second prince, Qin Lai, and the fifth prince, Qin Su, had never gotten along, their open and covert power struggles never ceasing. I'd chosen Qin Su for no other reason than that he was rich. As for offending the second prince, don't make me laugh. Even if I didn't provoke them, did they not already want me dead? There were only 6 princes in all of Great Yin, who wouldn't be glad to have one less rival. It was just that no one dared go too far, for fear of getting caught red-handed. So, this whole assassination attempt on me. Perfect, I can sell it for a good price. Huh, little brother 9, gracing my doorstep today? What a rare guest. Forgive me if my hospitality falls short. A hearty laugh rang out as a young man in a bright yellow python robe strode in. He moved like a dragon surging from the sea, each step landing like a tiger charging down a mountain, radiating raw menace. Clearly a martial arts master. Fifth brother got here quick. Facing this serious contender for the throne, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. My old self would have been scared speechless by now. Good thing I've been around. I kept my cool. Little brother 9 seems a bit different today. Qin Su sized me up, his eyes full of meaning. In everyone's mind, the ninth prince was a timid coward. But today, facing his overwhelming presence, I didn't flinch at all. You're joking, fifth brother. I came today hoping you'd help me right a wrong. I gave him a smile that didn't reach my eyes, all proper and polished. Oh, what's troubling you, little brother? Just say the word. I'll do everything I can. The old fox caught my drift right away. Thank you, brother, so generous of you. Not long ago, I was the target of an assassination attempt at my residence. If the patrolling guards hadn't caught it in time, I'd be dead. Outrageous. Who would dare? Assassinating a prince right under the emperor's nose. That's a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations. Qin Su slammed the table and roared. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was truly protective of his little brother. I smiled and said nothing. We both knew exactly what the other was scheming, yet we both put on this show of righteous fury. Little brother 9, have you crossed anyone lately? Don't worry. I'll report this to father at court tomorrow morning and get you justice. Here comes the good part. My expression shifted on cue, worthy of an Oscar. Boo-hoo. Thank you, brother, for standing up for me. I've barely left my quarters these days, so I really don't know who I could have offended. If I had to name a conflict, well, there's only. Then I laid it on thick, tearfully recounting to Qin Su all the ways the Department of Palace Affairs had been giving me a hard time. I even claimed the assassin had made off with my gold identity token. I cried like my whole world had ended, like I'd just lost both my parents. I lied with a straight face, and it made the corner of Qin Su's mouth twitch. The gold token was sitting right there on the table. Stolen my foot. But his mind worked fast, and he caught on immediately. I was pulling him into a scheme with me. His eyes darted around, and he made his decision on the spot. That Qin Lai. What kind of second brother is that? Can't even manage the Department of Palace Affairs properly, and treating his own flesh and blood so harshly. What a petty man. He's just jealous, just eliminating his rivals. This assassination attempt, I'd bet he's behind it too. Isn't that right, little brother 9? I rolled my eyes internally but played along. Probably. Seeing how eager he was, I felt a rush of glee. This gold token was going to fetch a fine price today. Don't you worry, little brother. Your 5th brother's got this handled. Anything else you need? A big brother should look out for his little brother, after all. The plan was set. Now came the money talk. I coughed twice. I won't hide it from you, 5th brother. I've been a little short on cash lately. How about you lend me 50,000 taels, just to test the waters? Qin Su's eyes went wide as saucers. How much? 50,000 taels. And that was just to test the waters. You have to understand, an ordinary family of 3 lives on 3 or 4 taels of silver a year. A blowout feast at the fanciest restaurant in the imperial capital costs a dozen taels at most. A wild night at the priciest pleasure house in the capital runs maybe 100. 50,000 taels could keep you living it up at the most luxurious pleasure house for 2 whole years, never repeating a night. Come on, 5th brother, I got assassinated, body and mind both traumatized. It's not much to ask for a little help from my big brother, is it? I waved a hand, as calm as if I were haggling over 5 taels. 50,000's too much. 5,000. That's all you're getting from me. Qin Su gritted his teeth and slashed off a few zeros, practically trembling at the loss. 5,000 taels could feed his entire household of 100 for a year. I tucked the gold token back into my robe, stood up, and headed for the door, muttering, well, since money's tight for you, 5th brother, I'll just have to go talk to someone else. I wonder if 2nd brother has the cash to buy my token off me. Qin Su's eyelid twitched. That was a naked threat. If I didn't take his deal, he'd be the one getting smeared tomorrow. He jumped up to block me. Wait, let me think of something. 10,000 taels. 10,000. That works, right? I shook my head, firm as steel. 50,000. Not a coin less. You. Veins bulged on Qin Su's forehead, and a flash of murder crossed his eyes. He never expected his cowardly little brother to be this bold today. Had the fright shattered his nerves and made him reckless? He took a few deep breaths and swallowed his anger. Killing me was a small matter, but the fallout would be huge. If someone died on his turf, the other brothers would never pass up the chance to kick him while he was down. Branded a fratricide, he'd lose ground in both the court and the power struggle. Fine, fine, fine. I underestimated you, brother. 50,000, is it? You've got it. I couldn't help but snort out a laugh. I clapped him on the shoulder. Now that's the spirit, 5th brother. It's not like this money's going to an outsider. I'm your closest little brother, after all. I wore a smug grin, not a trace of my former timidity left. Honestly, I'd figured 7 or 8,000 taels would be the ceiling. I never expected it to go so smoothly. Qin Su was even richer than I'd thought. The money was mine now, but my situation had gotten more dangerous. Qin Su probably wanted to strangle me. Still, I was safe for the time being. He still needed me as his witness to bring down 2nd brother. But I'd already thought it through. Witness? What witness? I don't know anything. My strategy was simple. Deny everything and turn on in the moment it suited me. Only by muddying the waters could I carve out room to grow. After I left, a figure in the shadows made a slicing motion across his throat. Your Highness, you're just letting him walk away? A cold light gleamed in Qin Si's eyes. Oomph, underestimated that little punk. Never thought he had the guts or the wits. Put a tail on him first. Report to me the moment anything comes up. Once he's outlived his usefulness, send him on his way. Yes, sir. I didn't hear any of that. Of course, but I could guess. I didn't bother hiding it. I just pocketed the 50,000 taels in banknotes and headed for the outer city. The most important thing now was to build a solid foundation in the martial arts. Once I had the strength to protect myself, I could slowly plot everything else. Yin City, the imperial capital of the Great Yin Empire, covered an enormous area with a permanent population in the millions, a true metropolis. Yet 90% of the people were crammed into the outer city. The moment I stepped into the outer city, I felt the difference like night and day. It was as chaotic as if it belonged to a completely different world from the imperial and inner cities. Street vendors hawked their wares, porters struggled through with goods on their backs, and mule carts and ox carts choked the roads to a standstill. The shouting, the haggling, it all painted the most authentic picture of ancient street life. Those with work to do were the lucky ones. The most wretched were the refugees fleeing natural disasters and demon calamities. Here's the English translation. Those who'd made it this far could only beg along the streets, and the ones who couldn't afford the entry toll had to crouch outside the city walls. Lucky, they'd scrounge some leftover scraps. Unlucky, they'd survive on grass roots and tree bark. Every day, countless people died of starvation or sickness outside the walls, and no one lifted a finger. Separated by just 2 walls, those officials played dumb, still spouting their grandiose nonsense in court. Peace across the 4 seas, a golden age of prosperity. Watching this human tragedy, I felt the cruelty of this world for the first time. In this world where martial power reigned supreme and demonic beasts ran rampant, ordinary people lived worse than pigs and dogs. But right now I was a clay Buddha crossing a river. I couldn't even save myself, let alone change anything. All I could do was tuck away my compassion. Honored guest, looking to buy something? Secondhand weapons, healing pills, basic martial techniques. We've got it all, even rare, demonic beast cubs. Special requests? Put down a deposit, and we'll track it down for you. A sleazy man with a mouth full of big yellow teeth sidled up to me, clearly a veteran of the trade. I want to buy some maidservants. Beautiful, young, virgins, I said, getting straight to the point. Human trafficking was nothing unusual these days. As long as it was above board and both parties were willing, it was perfectly legal business. This brokerage was essentially the ancient equivalent of an official certification center combined with a trade service center, handling brokering, logistics, storage, and guarantees, and it was also a key department for the government to collect commercial taxes. Understood. This way, honored guest. The broker led the way with great enthusiasm. The Eastern Suburb Market was the largest trading hub in Yin City, sprawling across several hundred acres. Countless martial artists came and went with weapons on their backs. The place was noisy and reeked, filled with the roars of demonic beasts, the clash of weapons, and the din of the crowd, a picture of bustling prosperity. Along the way I saw plenty of curious things, especially those vicious demonic beasts. Even bound by fine steel chains inside iron cages, their bloodthirsty aura still made my hair stand on end. Young master, these just arrived this morning. A bit fierce, but they're all low grade. Won't cause any trouble. The broker reassured me quickly, seeing that I seemed a little uneasy. It's fine. Keep leading. I had no interest in these beasts. Once I had the strength, I'd catch some myself for fun. I'd heard that some people had seen the legendary flood dragon, stirring clouds and spewing mist, hundreds of zhong long, capable of raising world-drowning floods just by swimming. Incredible stuff, though who knew if it was true? I was drawn to all these novelties, but to see them, you needed real strength. Walking to the deepest part of the market, the light grew dim. On both sides stood neat rows of iron cages, each holding a person. Looking at the scene, my feelings were complicated. Selling people like goods was something I really couldn't accept. Young master, most of these are prisoners of war. They've got real power, which is why they're locked up so tight. What you're looking for is over there. Follow me. This broker had a keen eye. One glance from me, and he understood. Made sense. Anyone who could eat their fill in this world had some skill. The people in the cages opened their eyes to look at me. Some had hollow eyes like walking corpses, while others burned with intense killing intent, as if they wanted to tear me apart. Honored guest here. Have the manager bring out all the tender goods for the customer to inspect, the broker shouted, banging on an iron cage. Every section of the market had a manager. The broker was essentially a salesman. Closing a deal earned him a handsome commission, and the higher the amount, the more he made. So the managers all curried favor with the brokers, hoping they'd bring in more wealthy clients. Io, Brother Six, you're here? All right, Manager Zhang, cut the pleasantries. Bring out the goods. Don't keep the customer waiting. And remember, yellow goods. Don't pass off white goods as inferior substitutes. Brother Six waved his hand, having already sized me up as someone impatient and goal-driven. You got it. One moment, honored guest. I'd never imagined human trafficking could be this direct, exactly like buying livestock. Young master, sit over here, have some tea. It's Brother Six, right? I young master, you flatter me. Just call me Little Six. This Little Six had a sharp eye. Though my clothes weren't exactly proper, the 12-symbol cloud pattern on them was an emblem exclusive to the royal family. Having drifted through the imperial capital for decades, if he couldn't recognize it, he might as well go back to farming. In this world, nobility was nobility and commoners were commoners. No matter how far a great house had fallen, riffraff like them would never get to act out of line. What do you mean by yellow goods and white goods? I asked casually. Young master, it's jargon. Yellow goods are unmarried maidens, what you're after. White goods are married women. Flower goods are beautiful, but not virgins. Thin skins refers to children. There's also one incense stick, tender lotus, objects, plenty of terms to learn. So much nuance. Rest assured, young master, we're a proper licensed operation. Absolutely no forcing decent women into prostitution. Most of these women sold themselves willingly and have all received strict training. Obedient and well-behaved. Little Six thought I was worried about safety and patiently explained. As long as the goods are good, money's no object, I said, taking a sip of tea. Excellent. Take your time browsing. Little Six grinned wide, and that mouth of big yellow teeth really did give off quite a smell. Line up straight, stand tall, push back your hair, don't cover your faces. Let the honored guest see clearly. Before long, Manager Zhang brought over a group of women in tattered rags, with several burly men wielding whips barking at them viciously. Each woman was frail and disheveled, filthy as if they hadn't bathed in ages. By their faces they all seemed quite young, some I suspected weren't even 14. It made my teeth ache. I was here for maidens, not little girls. My tastes weren't that depraved. Facing those pitiful, hopeful eyes, I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me. This was far harder than picking someone at a KTV in my past life. Choosing this one felt like betraying that one, and my conscience wouldn't let it rest. Any that catch your eye, young master? Want to take a closer look? Little Six asked in a low voice. Any that are older, in better health? These are too young. I really couldn't bring myself to touch these 13 and 14-year-old girls. Besides, they were so weak I'd have to spend a while nursing them back to health after bringing them home. Too much trouble. Little Six looked a bit surprised. In his experience, the nobility and high officials loved this age most. But he quickly let it go. The world was vast. Tastes varied. Nothing unusual. Satisfying the customer was his job. Bring another batch. Find older ones, and make them pretty. You got it. One moment, customer. Soon enough, Manager Zhang led over another group. This bunch was clearly more mature, their figures and features fully developed, no longer with that childish look. Though still sallow and thin, their eyes were full of hope and terror. Women sold into slavery had no choice. Their only hope was to end up with a good master. Otherwise, the rest of their lives would be sheer misery. Getting beaten and cursed at was just part of daily life. Run into a twisted master, and you'd end up dead or crippled, and you didn't even dare kill yourself, or the slave traders would hunt down your family. I sighed inwardly. These were all girls in the prime of their youth. In my past life, they'd have been the treasured darlings of their households. But in this world, even basic freedom was a luxury they could only dream of. Young master, anyone catch your eye? Not satisfied? We can swap them out, Sixer murmured, gesturing at the dozen or so women. There was a shrewd glint in his sleazy eyes. They're all decent. You're sure they're all virgins? I asked, uneasy. It wasn't that I had some virgin obsession, my cultivation technique required it. A woman's virgin essence held a strand of innate energy carried from her mother's womb, precious beyond measure. Rest assured, young master, every one of them's been checked by a midwife. I might fool others, but I'd never dare fool you. Any problems, return them anytime. We'll take full responsibility. Sixer answered with complete confidence. Given who I was, he wouldn't dare try anything. Getting himself killed over a little money wasn't worth it. Don't you worry, young master. If there's a problem with the goods, old Zhang, will bring you my own head. Steward Zhang chimed in quickly. Normally, they only cheated common folk by passing off inferior goods, but with nobility, they wouldn't dare even if you lent them the courage. Fine, I'll take all of them. Name your price. Having looked them over a few times, their looks and figures were all fine, so I planned to take the whole lot. All of them? Steward Zhang froze. What, not selling? Or afraid I can't pay? I frowned. Young master, that's not what Steward Zhang meant. He's just amazed at your generosity. Hurry up and calculate the price. Sixer reacted fast, shooting Steward Zhang a look. Right. Right, right, my mistake. I'll tally it up right away. A big order. Both the steward and the broker had eyes full of delight. Pull this off, and they'd earn a hefty commission. By the way, you're sure you can get anything here? Whatever do you mean, young master? As long as it's not too rare, there's basically a way. What are you after? Shall I make some inquiries for you? Sixer leaned in. Blood. Virgin blood. Honestly, if I hadn't promised those demons, I really wouldn't want to procure this stuff. Human blood had to come from a human, and a single word from me might cost someone their life. Young master, that's not hard. I'll make some inquiries later and find out. Though startled that I wanted human blood, he was smart enough not to press. The more you knew, the faster you died. Besides, in this world, human blood wasn't exactly rare. Anyone practicing dark arts needed it, though most used the blood essence of demonic beasts. Try not to take any lives, just draw the blood. If it's not enough, find more people. Rest assured, young master. Alchemists always keep human blood on hand as a medicinal ingredient. No need for such drastic measures. Seeing I wasn't a ruthless man, Sixer quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He dreaded dealing with important people most, the kind who might send you to meet your maker over a moment's displeasure. Young master, 15 women total, all perfectly intact. How about 300 taels for the lot? Steward Zhang held the bill in his right hand and a stack of indenture contracts in his left, speaking respectfully. 20 taels per person. I stared at those indenture contracts, feeling a bit conflicted. One tael of silver was roughly 5,000 yuan back in my past life, so 20 taels was 100,000. 100,000 to buy a woman you could beat and curse at will, bought outright and forever. Honestly, it was absurdly cheap. Do you have any questions, young master? No, this is fine. 300 taels, right? Deliver them to the 9th prince's residence in the imperial city. I slapped a 1,000 tael banknote onto the table. I just extorted 50,000 taels, so 300 was pocket change. The 9th prince's residence? May I ask the young master's surname? Sixer's body gave a shudder, a trace of fear on his face. Surname Qin, given name Lang. This humble one greets your 9th highness. Long life to your highness. Both dropped to their knees with a thud, sweat instantly beading on their foreheads. No one doubted I was faking it. At the foot of the imperial city, who would dare impersonate a prince? Get up. I came out alone, so don't reveal my identity. As you command, as you command. Once I'd given my instructions, I left, picking up some supplies the household lacked along the way, plus some demonic beast flesh and blood. Right now my residence was so bare that even a rat would leave in tears. Suddenly adding this many mouths meant I had to arrange food and lodging first, or there wouldn't even be thin porridge to drink when I got back. That flesh and blood wasn't premium stuff, but at least it would give those demons in the dungeon a little taste of something sweet. Only that way could I squeeze more benefits out of them. With that thought, my steps quickened. Not far behind me, a pair of eyes had been watching me the whole time. But I wasn't trying to hide anyway. Buying a few women wasn't against the law. Your Highness, Your Highness. A whole load of things just arrived outside, and a whole bunch of women too. Qing came bursting into my bedroom in a panic. Calm down. I sent for all of it. Huh? Your Highness, where'd you get the money? You didn't. Her eyes went wide, disbelieving. Exactly what you're thinking. Heavens. Your Highness, you really gave away the gold medal. Suddenly realizing something, she quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, eyes full of terror. This was the crime of deceiving the emperor. If anyone found out, we'd be finished. Enough. Even if we're getting our heads chopped off, we might as well eat our fill first. Tomorrow's worries can wait for tomorrow. Here's 20,000 taels. Take it and buy supplies, and get the girls 2 sets of clothes each. This is a prince's residence, after all. Can't have it looking too shabby. I stuffed the banknotes into her arms. 20,000 taels? Your Highness, did you rob a bank? Is the gold medal worth that much? She cried out again, losing control of her voice. You silly girl, are you afraid people won't hear? Shout one more time, and we'll both lose our heads tomorrow. I flicked her forehead. Mf, hom. She quickly covered her mouth, nodding nervously, clutching the banknotes as if in a dream. Just yesterday, she'd been fretting over a few taels of silver, and today she had this much money. You've suffered all these years. From now on, be good to yourself. Go buy 2 of the finest outfits. Looking at her frail figure, my heart softened. It was this frail woman who had held up the entire residence. Up before dawn to light the fire and cook, wash clothes, sweep the courtyard. She even swept the area in front of the gate spotless. She said she couldn't let people mock the 9th prince's residence for being in decline. During festivals, she'd scrimp and save to buy lanterns, lighting up both the front and back gates. All these years, she wouldn't even spare the money for a single winter garment, and whenever she had a little money, she thought only of improving my meals. To save a few copper coins, she'd walk an hour through 2 city gates every day to buy vegetables in the outer city. Once, she missed the curfew and got locked outside the city gate all night, huddled against the wall shivering. All of this, I remembered. Boo-hoo. Your Highness, this is all just Qing'er's duty. Qing'er hasn't suffered. She always so strong. I couldn't hold back the tears after all. She was only 20 this year. In my past life, she'd be nothing more than a girl who'd just started college. Listen to me. From now on, as long as I'm alive, you'll have the final say in everything that happens in this residence. My gaze was firm. Such a good girl. In my past life, I never appreciated her. So let me make up for it now. Your Highness, this simply won't do. Qing'er is just a servant. If word gets out, people will mock you. She dropped to her knees in fright. In her eyes, being allowed to serve the 9th prince was already an enormous blessing. Enough, it's settled. Go arrange the goods and the people. I've got something to take care of. Call me when dinner's ready. Yes, Your Highness. She wiped her tears and stood, carefully folding the bank notes and tucking them into the pouch at her chest, then tightening the cord around her neck. This was money earned by trading on His Highness's name. She could lose her life, but not this money. Man, this damned feudal society. I shook my head and walked toward the back room. With a flicker of thought, I vanished, along with the several large bundles on the floor. Re-entering the demon prison, that foul stench still made me wrinkle my nose. The Lord is here. The warden's here. The dead silent prison instantly came alive, runes flaring up one after another, lighting the dark corridor. Little jailer brother, this maiden's missed you, so come here, and I'll take good care of you, HM. Sure enough, the most shameless of them all was still that purple-eyed demoness, hollering at the top of her lungs from way down the hall. I didn't dare provoke her. Last time's lesson was still fresh in my mind. Though these archdemons had their powers sealed, they were still a threat to a mortal like me. I ignored her and looked towards cell 280. In the darkness, a pair of cold eyes slowly opened. Our gazes met. The virgin blood you wanted? One jar right here. Take it. I pulled the sealed porcelain jar from my bundle and set it inside the cell door. Afraid she couldn't reach it, I tipped it over and gave it a hard shove, sending the jar rolling into the darkness. Whoosh! The whole prison erupted. Warden, my lord, I have a cultivation technique too. I can trade with you. You can inspect the goods first. My lord, me too. My true form is a sky-devouring centipede. I'll trade 1 drop of my life venom for blood food. My poison, anything below deity transformation, dies instantly on contact. Taken internally, even a Mahayana cultivator wouldn't last 3 breaths. You've got ill intent, you bastard, trying to poison the warden? My lord, look at me, look at me. I was once an alchemist, skilled in all sorts of demon pills and poison pills. Just give me spirit stones and materials, and I'll refine pills for you. Soaring to the heavens in 1 step won't be a dream. Me too, and me. Good grief. The whole prison had instantly turned into a job fair. No wonder, really. Locked up for centuries, finally seeing someone actually deliver goods. Who wouldn't go crazy? Watching this crowd of frenzied prisoners, I froze for a moment. Their demands were modest, and the things they offered were each more tempting than the last. Pity most of it was useless to me right now. A good technique still takes time to master. A good treasure still needs the power to wield it, and those dangerous items were out of the question entirely. I didn't know how strong deity transformation was, but it had to be 10,000 times stronger than a grandmaster. That level was lethal to the touch. A little chicken like me would ascend on the spot just from a whiff. Ahem, don't panic, everyone. My abilities are limited. I can't get my hands on much. This low-grade beast blood and flesh cost me every last coin I had. It's no match for your heaven and earth treasures, but at least it'll restore a little strength and ease the craving. I tore open the bundle, the pre-cut flesh piled inside. The moment the rich, bloody scent spread out, that pack of demons completely lost it. Boo-hoo, centuries. Finally, the smell of blood again. How I've missed it. My lord, you're a living demon ancestor. This old one is beyond grateful. So fragrant. Centuries, and finally some meat. Back in my day, I devoured every living thing in an entire realm, and now sigh. A few ordinary chunks of flesh, and it stirred up their most manic memories. Time and desolation, the cruelest punishment of all. All right, 1 piece each. No extras. I wasn't handing out meat out of kindness. I was afraid these old geezers would kick the bucket if they couldn't hold on. The wool comes off the sheep's back. If the sheep all die, where am I supposed to get more wool? Spending a little to keep them alive longer, that's a good deal. Like a hog farmer at feeding time, I dragged the bundle from cell to cell, doling out meat. When I reached the purple-eyed demoness cell, I walked right past it. You get none. What? What? She blew up. You haven't forgotten what happened last time, have you? Consider this a lesson. Do it again, and you won't get anything from me ever again. Humph, like this lady even wants it. She turned her head away, but her voice clearly lacked conviction. Fresh blood and flesh smelled far too good. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Warden. If you ever need anything, just say the word. So fragrant, so fragrant. My lord, if you ever run into trouble, just come find me. We can't offer much muscle, but us old-timers do have a bit of insight to share. That's right, my lord. Remember to protect yourself above all. If something happens to you, we won't be getting another warden anytime soon. The demons who got their meat wolfed it down, eating with tears in their eyes. Some couldn't bear to finish, licking it bit by bit as if savoring some peerless immortal elixir. The demon Moon Empress, who'd received the virgin blood, felt her eyes tremble faintly. Centuries of imprisonment had drained her origin dry. This jar of blood couldn't do much, but it was enough to stabilize her collapsing physical body. No need for thanks. This is a transaction. What I promise you, I'll deliver. If I ever break my word, it'll be because I'm dead. My tone was cold, but really, I was building a persona, a man of his word. The demon Moon Empress paused, a flicker of hope entering her eyes. The once noisy prison instantly went quiet. They seemed to grasp the meaning beneath my words. My lord, have you run into trouble? Do you need us to help you strategize? Right, we can't offer strength, but with the experience of this many people, we can help you avoid some detours. Right now, the ones who least wanted anything to happen to me were this pack of demons. They'd just had a meal of meat, and who'd want to miss the next one? My situation isn't great. I gave them a quick rundown. The strife within the Great Yin dynasty, my brother's scheming for power, the recent assassination attempt. I told them everything. I wasn't being alarmist, just stating facts. Without the power to protect myself soon, danger could strike at any moment. Maybe tomorrow Qin Su files a complaint, and I'm immediately in the crosshairs of the second prince, Qin Lai. Humph, a mere mortal dynasty. Back in the day, this old one could have wiped it out with a single breath. You were told to come up with a plan, not to show off. You think you're so great. Exactly. This venerable one had half a foot through the immortal gate already. Who are you to put on airs? Pity all the resources are spent. Had I known, I'd have kept some pills. There we go. No kidding. My pockets are cleaner than my face right now. If I had a few spirit stones, I could at least whip up some protective talismans. Won't help me kill anyone, but they'd keep me alive, no problem. The demons and monsters chattered back and forth, tossing out ideas, but after a while they all slumped in defeat. Plenty of solutions, but you can't cook without rice. Right now I didn't have a shred of spiritual energy, not even a wisp of martial true chi. Hand me a divine artifact, and I could only use it as a fire poker. Why not give my Blood Sea Demon Art a shot? Guaranteed results. You just focus on the killing, and let the technique handle getting you stronger. My mouth twitched, but honestly, I was a little tempted. Everybody knows demonic cultivators level up fast. But did this stuff really have no side effects? My netherworld spirit roaming art works on the same principle. If you don't find it beneath you, my lord, feel free to try it. Evil arts? I've got a whole pile of them myself. You think it's your turn to offer? Ahem, I think I'll try that dual cultivation technique first. I coughed a couple times and quickly turned down these deadly suggestions. Techniques that demanded I slaughter an entire realm of living beings at the drop of a hat. I couldn't handle that. Even a demonic cultivator has to be eased into it. Kill one first, then a pair, get used to it, then wipe out a whole family. One step at a time. What kind of decent person starts off by trying to slaughter the entire world? This Yin-Yang creation art was already the pinnacle of the martial path. Way stronger than the imperial family's dragon-suppressing art. More than enough for me to practice. There's no need to worry, my lord. The Yin-Yang creation art will surprise you. Just try it and you'll see. The Demon Moon Empress's voice came again, brimming with confidence. When it came to the martial path alone, she believed the number of techniques in this world that could surpass the Yin-Yang creation art could be counted on one hand. She'd once witnessed with her own eyes a person who, relying on this technique, proved the Tao through martial arts within a few months, rising from a mortal body to step across the threshold of immortal cultivation. That was exactly why she'd kept this technique tucked away. Who'd have thought that a spur-of-the-moment decision would end up doing her such a huge favor? Right, understood. Seeing how confident she was, I nodded. All right, the goods are delivered. Take care, everyone. Like I said, I can't promise I'll be able to get you out, but I'll do my best to give you freedom and keep you alive. But anyone who tries to trip me up, well, I can't make any promises about what happens after that. I cupped my fists and spoke up. I'd taken the benefits, so I had to make my stance clear. Otherwise, these convicts would climb all over me. You're too kind, Warden. We're all grasshoppers on the same string now. If anyone dares harm you, I'll be the first to twist his head off. That's right, don't worry, my lord. Us old-timers may be ruthless, but we know the difference between one good meal and being fed well every single day. Exactly. Hey you. Yeah, you stinking she-demon. Try scheming again and see if I don't put you in the ground. Humph, come at me then. I've conquered the seas and 8 wilds unmatched. You think I'm scared of you old bags of bones? You shameless little tramp. Think a lot of yourself, don't you? Once we're out, I'll rip out your soul and burn it as a lamp wick. Got the guts, come do it now. Don't just run your damn mouth all day. I could crush you dead with my thighs, you believe that? Me? The purple-eyed she-demon, who hadn't gotten any meat, was already stewing in resentment. Seeing this whole crowd gang up on her, she fired the insults right back without holding anything back. Watching these big shots, every one of them centuries old, cussing each other out like street peddlers, I was honestly speechless. That old, and still this childish. I opened my eyes wide, my mind churning like an ocean. This prison had actually given me the authority. Sure, it was only 10 minutes, basically a little breath of fresh air, but to me this was an ace up my sleeve. What kind of monsters were locked up in this demon prison? Release any one of them at full power, and they could steamroll the entire Great Yin dynasty. 10 minutes was more than enough. Even better, I could revoke the authority anytime. Anyone who dared make a move on me. At least I could save my own skin. Still, I wasn't fully at ease. These demons had brutal methods. If they really wanted me dead, I might not even have time to react. But there was still room to maneuver. So with a single thought, I entered the demon prison again. Warden, the Lord has arrived. Huh, my lord, you've cultivated martial true chi? How strange, my lord. Why is your true chi so completely spent? The Lord is heaven gifted, laying a martial foundation in a single night. Long live the Lord. The moment I stepped in, I was drowned in flattery, so much it made even me blush. To these true immortal cultivators, my meager martial power was a joke. Reaching golden core in one night wouldn't even faze them. After all, they were demonic cultivators, and their crooked tricks were endless. Just as I thought, this Yin-Yang creation art is even more heaven-defying than I imagined. The Demon Moon Empress's voice was cool and clear, full of approval for the technique. The technique really is useful. Thank you. No need to thank me, my lord. It was just a trade. If anything, I should be thanking you. She didn't take credit. Instead, she thanked me. Only she knew how much that life-saving blood had helped her. My lord, now that you've got real strength, if you ask me, round up all those little maidens and young noble ladies and bring them back as cauldrons. Who cares if they live or die? Drain them dry. That's how you get stronger fast. That's right, my lord. In cultivation, one step behind means always behind. Sparing no cost to advance is the only right answer. Forget dual cultivation, just single cultivate and drain them dry. If one doesn't work, move on to the next. For a mortal to serve you, my lord, is a blessing. Me. Listening to a pack of demons and monsters feeding me advice, I went numb. And yet, for a moment, I actually thought they had a point. Living like a revered ancestor didn't sound half bad. Just squeeze them dry and be done with it. Aside from cultivating fast, do demonic cultivators even have any downsides? Ahem, I'll take everyone's suggestions into consideration as appropriate. But today, I've brought some good news. I coughed a couple times and narrowed my eyes. The main event of the day had arrived. Now that I had this new authority, I'd have to deal with these convicts one way or another. I wanted to see their attitude once they heard the news. My situation wasn't good, but I wasn't at death's door yet. There was still time to play this out slowly. Good news? Could it be? All the convicts fell silent in an instant, ears pricked up. Some were trembling with excitement. Locked away for centuries, they dreamed of freedom. In a prison, what good news could there be other than freedom? I smiled at the corner of my mouth. Today, the demon prison granted me a new authority. I can let one prisoner out for 10 minutes of fresh air once a month. In other words, every month I can let one of you out. Freedom for 10 minutes. The words fell, and the entire demon prison went so quiet you could hear a pin drop, dead silent enough to hear a heartbeat. I said nothing more, just waited for their reaction with an eerie smile. I knew all too well how much weight those words carried. How desperately did prisoners locked away for centuries crave freedom, that kind of luxury they'd yearn for until they're dying. Dying with their eyes wide open. Every few years, every few decades, some prisoner who couldn't hold on any longer would use their last shred of strength to roar and howl. A rage so full of unfulfilled longing that even bystanders felt their hearts turn cold with despair. But now, they were hearing from my lips that there was still hope for freedom. Those pairs of crimson eyes locked onto me. Some strained desperately to poke their heads out of their cages, only to be yanked back by the rune collars around their necks and the wards sealing their cell doors. My lord, is what you say true? One prisoner asked, his trembling voice like a broken doll, terrified of hearing a denial. It's true, I said lightly, yet with absolute certainty. Sob, thank the heavens. There's still hope. There's really still hope. The heavens didn't seal off every road. There's still a way out. Many of the prisoners broke down weeping. It was hard to imagine that these demons who had once ravaged the mortal world could have such a fragile side. The demonic hearts they'd hardened over lifetimes shattered in this single moment. In the face of endless torment, they were as pitiful as children. I didn't stop them. They'd been holding it in too long. They needed to let it out, or all that pent-up malice would fester. The ability was unlocked, but figuring out how to balance things with them was another matter. I was more than willing to give them 10 minutes of freedom, provided my safety and everyone else's was guaranteed. Otherwise, I could get backlashed in an instant. The crying slowly subsided. Someone spoke up. "My lord, what conditions must we meet before you'll let us out?" That question voiced what everyone was thinking. The purple-eyed demoness, the empress, the demon god, all of them held their breath, waiting for my answer. "Now that's a tricky one," I said bluntly. "The access lasts only 10 minutes, and I can revoke it at any time. But every one of you is a heavyweight in your own right. You could unleash catastrophic disaster in the blink of an eye. Why should I trust you? And what guarantees do I get in return? I can't very well bet my life on your consciences, can I?" The room fell silent. When dealing with demons and villains, it's best to lay your cards on the table. It's the so-called righteous types you have to watch out for. And really, what did they have to make me trust them? The fact that they killed without blinking? Their aura of pure evil? Forget me. They didn't even trust themselves. The awkwardness was thick enough to build a house out of. "My lord, this old one has something to say." I looked up in surprise. The voice came from cell 34, in the very front row. All the prisoners turned to look, curious what excuse he'd used to try and convince me. This old one has been imprisoned for over 800 years. My vital essence has run dry, and my end draws near. I don't ask for freedom. I only wish that after death, I might leave this demon prison. But I have a word of advice for all of you. 10 minutes changes nothing. If you truly want freedom, the warden here is your only hope. Should any misfortune befall him, not a single one of you will last until the next millennium. The words, aged, frail, yet resolute, sent a shudder through every heart. That was right. I was their only hope. If I died, they'd all be left to rot in this godforsaken place. At that thought, everyone's hackles rose, and the looks they cast at each other were full of suspicion. Anyone who could end up in here was no saint. If they couldn't even trust themselves, how could they trust anyone else? "My lord, I'm worthy of your trust. Let me out, and I'll serve you well. And I possess the Ninine sacred body, a perfect cauldron. I could send you soaring to the heavens in a single step." Me. Just as everyone sat stunned, an ill-timed voice rang out. It was that purple-eyed demoness, so worked up her chains rattled. "My lord, you mustn't. This demoness hasn't been in prison long. She's headstrong, cunning, and treacherous by nature. Of all people, she's the one you can never release. Why, you stinking centipede? Want me to stomp you into paste? My lord, this demoness is vicious to the core. Every ounce of her power comes from devouring men's essence and blood. You must never trust her. You damn old devil, like you're any better? Think I've swallowed more essence than you? Soul draining, puppet forging, you've done it all. What right do you have to talk about me? My lord, this demoness cannot be released." "That's right. She's out of the question. You all." "Me." Honestly, this was the first time I'd seen these big shots bicker. Seems this purple-eyed demoness had quite the reputation. "Ahem, that's enough. All of you. Since I've told everyone, I never intended to keep secrets. My situation isn't looking great anyway. The worst that happens is I die. But if something happens to me, you all know the consequences. Same as before, I'll do what I can. If the day comes that I unlock full access, none of you are necessarily out of the running for true freedom. Whether you believe me or not, that's for each of you to decide." I stayed forthright as ever. My life was garbage anyway, come what may. Maybe if I died, I'd get sent back home, and I could just treat this as a 1-month vacation in another world. Rest assured, my lord, we know what matters most. That word from you is enough. We're just waiting to die here anyway. If we can trade that for hope, we'll do whatever you command. This old one declares it here and now. Anyone who dares harbor wicked schemes and threaten our chance, I'll make them pay even if it costs my life. Agreed. Seconded. Hearing my promise, these prisoners pounded their chests like they'd been shot full of adrenaline. I just smiled watching them. Would I actually take this seriously? Of course not. But when the critical life or death moment came, this trump card was getting played whether I liked it or not. If I was going down, I'd drag a whole crowd down with me. I walked slowly to cell 280 and looked up at the one inside. The Demon Moon Empress seemed a little surprised too, an inexplicable light flickering in her eyes. She hadn't said a single word this whole time, just listened in silence. Did she want out? Of course she did. But she'd figured she couldn't convince me, so she'd kept quiet. Get ready. I might call you out at any moment. At those soft words, the Demon Moon Empress's eyes went wide, as if she could hardly believe it. In her mind, all we'd done was strike a single bargain. We were nowhere near mutual trust. Why? There's no why. Whether or not you'll harm me, I have only one demand. Kill every last one of my enemies. My voice was cold and merciless. The day I unlocked full access was bound to be a life and death struggle. If I had to die, then no one else was getting out unscathed either. Not a problem. I accept, she said, no more, understanding my intent perfectly. To her, it was a trivial task. Even burned out and drained dry, she was far beyond anything those mortal martial artists could shake. One slap of her hand could crush whole crowds. Tomorrow I'll send you some clothes and blood food. I glanced at her tattered garments, nodded, and vanished. Heh, interesting. The Demon Moon Empress gazed at the spot where I'd disappeared, a meaningful smile spreading across her face, a trace of eerie red light flashing through her deep, fathomless eyes. As for these demons, I don't trust a single one of them. But with no resources and no connections, my only path to fortune is through risk. Either I strike it big, or I might as well reincarnate. Going all in is its own kind of wisdom. By imperial decree, the ninth prince is summoned to the palace at once. I'd barely stepped out of the demon prison when I heard the shrill cry from beyond the courtyard. My expression froze for a moment, then I strode out. No need to guess, they'd come to confront me. But I wasn't the least bit nervous. Life and death mean nothing to me. If you're not happy, come at me. I'm barefoot. What do I have to fear from someone wearing shoes? Your Highness. Xiao Qing had no time to rest, hastily throwing on her clothes and rushing out. The women I'd bought were all in a panic, only now realizing my identity, ninth prince of the great Yin dynasty. Everyone but me was on edge. It's fine. Carry on with what you're doing. I'll go take a look. I walked calmly from the back courtyard to the front, opening the heavy manor gates. Outside stood 2 eunuchs and a squad of gold-armored imperial guards. Your Highness, His Majesty has issued a decree. Please proceed to the palace immediately. I said nothing, just nodded and boarded the carriage. My composure caught Wei Wuxian, the chief eunuch of the seal, off guard. More importantly, this so-called useless prince walked with steady steps and had a long, even breath. Clearly he had a foundation in martial arts. Wei Wuxian said nothing more, keeping a respectful demeanor. Having served the emperor for years, he knew all too well how cold-blooded and cruel the royal family could be. Even the most out-of-favor prince wasn't someone he'd dare show a face to. Besides, the outcome was far from settled, and comeback stories were common enough in the imperial house. Still, he kept one thing in mind. It's the dog that doesn't bark that bites. With the guards clearing the way, the carriage soon reached the main palace gates, winding through until it stopped before the court of Heaven Hall. I got to experience firsthand the privilege of riding into the palace. According to the memories, this wasn't my first visit, but for an outsider like me, it certainly was. The court of Heaven Hall was awe-inspiring. The steps before it alone numbered 99, all paved in white jade, each stone carved with dragon relief patterns, the glazed tiles on the roof gleaming golden. Just standing at the gate made me feel small. Presenting ninth Prince Qin Lang to the hall, I steadied myself and stepped into the great hall. Countless gazes turned toward me, and a wave of imperial pressure came crashing down, the tension surging. My expression stayed calm as I looked around. Civil and military officials lined both sides, arranged by rank, with those so-called elder brothers standing at the very front. As the only prince with no power and no obligation to attend court, I drew complicated looks from the crowd, especially after they saw my worn-out attire. Their faces grew even stranger. Not that I did it on purpose. I'd worn this python robe for 7 or 8 years without changing it. It was too small now, patched up in places, its gold threads and patterns faded to a dull yellow. Seeing this, not only were the ministers alarmed, but even Qin Hao, seated high upon the dragon throne, furrowed his brow. Sure, I wasn't favored, but I was still royal blood. Every word and action of mine represented the face of the great Yin imperial family. The moment I stepped into the hall, the one whose expression soured the most was the second prince, Qin Lai. Your son greets his father, the king. I walked to the center of the hall and bowed respectfully, my tone neither humble nor arrogant, showing not a trace of fear. The ministers below were stunned. The ninth prince, who once couldn't even string words together properly, now carried himself with such poise. Qin Hao opened with an accusation. Ninth, you dare enter the hall dressed like this? Don't tell me you don't even understand basic etiquette? That commanding voice would have made the original body wet himself. But I stood straight, unhurried, and replied flatly, please don't blame me, father. Your son certainly knows the proper etiquette. I simply have difficulties I can't easily speak of. Oh, what difficulties? Qin Hao grew curious. He had almost no impression of this son. They'd met perhaps 4 or 5 times total, the last being at his 60th birthday celebration. He hadn't expected such a change after just a few years. I deliberately shot a troubled glance at Qin Lai, whose face looked like he'd just eaten dirt. Qin Su nearly burst out laughing and wanted to give me a thumbs up. What acting? Those tens of thousands of taels weren't wasted. Speak plainly. Qin Hao had a pretty good idea already. I poured it all out at once. Reporting to father, your son hasn't received a python robe from the Imperial Household Department in years. When I asked why, they said I hadn't filed the request, but I went every single month. The same goes for offerings and annual allotments. I've never received them. My monthly stipend has never once been the full amount. Last month, they gave me only 2 taels and 5 coins, and that steward even insulted my only maidservant and threw her out. Filing complaints is something I'm good at. If you're going to accuse to the death. No need to embellish anything. Just telling it straight is enough. Buzz, the hall instantly erupted. Does the steward of the Imperial Household Department have a death wish? Daring to humiliate a prince like this? Humph, he must be acting on someone's orders. He wouldn't have the guts otherwise. Not even with 10 times the courage. One gaze after another locked onto Qin Lai. Ninth, you're talking nonsense. Qin Lai leapt out with bloodshot eyes, pointing at me and roaring, looking ready to devour me whole. I think you're the one talking nonsense. Before I could even speak, Qin Su stepped forward. Second brother, don't think nobody knows about the filthy things you've done in the Imperial Household Department. Skimming stipends, taking kickbacks, not even sparing your own younger brother. Is there no law? No decency left in you? Qin Su went all out, practically spitting in the other man's face. You. Qin Lai was tongue-tied, left speechless. Reporting to your majesty, the Imperial Guards found this gold medallion at the second prince's residence. Buzz, the moment everyone saw the medallion, their eyes went wide. They'd actually found my gold medallion at Qin Lai's residence. Now it was mud in his pants. Whether or not it was crap, it sure looked like it. Unfilial son. What else do you have to say for yourself? Qin Hao slammed his palm down on the dragon table. No, impossible. Someone framed me. Father, Qin Lai panicked. Embezzlement was one thing, but the charge of murdering his own brother was something he couldn't possibly bear. Your Majesty, this old minister believes there must be a scheme afoot. The second prince would never do such a thing. May your Majesty investigate thoroughly. The ministers who supported Qin Lai came forward one after another to speak on his behalf. Father, this wasn't done by your son. Please investigate thoroughly. Qin Lai was frantic, and the looks he shot at me and Qin Su were full of murderous intent. I put on an innocent face. What the hell does this have to do with me? Why are you looking at me? Then again, there were only a handful of people who wanted me dead, and they all happened to be right here. I swept my gaze over the so-called brothers. The first prince, Qin Yan, wore a spectator's look full of mockery. The sixth prince, Qin Zhao, acted like it was none of his business. The eighth prince, Qin Feng, practically had "go for it" written across his face. At the end of the day, it was this deadbeat father of mine who was at fault, indulging his sons in their power struggles, without a shred of family affection in his heart. They say emperors are heartless, but this was too heartless. He was practically breeding his sons like poison in a jar. Ninth, do you have anything to say about the assassination attempt? Instead of interrogating Qin Lai, Qin Hao turned his gaze to me. Looking into those eyes that could see straight through a man's soul, I sneered inwardly, but my mouth said, your son doesn't know who did it either. At the time, I was only focused on running for my life and didn't get a good look at the assassin. If the city guards hadn't shown up when they did, I'd probably be dead by now. As for the assassin snatching my gold medallion in the chaos, that part's true. Not once did I mention Qin Lai, yet every word pointed straight at him. Father, you have to get justice for ninth brother. He lost his mother when he was little, he's gone hungry and cold for years, and now someone's trying to kill him. As his older brother, I just can't stand by and watch. Maybe it was because he'd shelled out 50,000 taels, but Qin Su's performance was Oscar-worthy. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought we were the closest of brothers. A few of the other princes couldn't keep their mouths from twitching, wanting to laugh, but not daring to. My own face was twitching too. Father, I really didn't do it. I've got no bad blood with ninth brother. And even if I did want to kill him, what good would his medallion do me? That's just asking for trouble. Qin Lai knelt on the ground, sobbing and wiping snot and tears. He's got a point. Doesn't add up. The crowd figured he was making sense. That medallion was a hot potato. Who'd be dumb enough to bring it home? No bad blood. Then why did you only skim off ninth brother's allowance and not big brother's, or sixth brother's, or eighth brother's? Isn't it because you were bullying him for having no power and no backing? Ninth brother had no choice but to come to me, his brother, to get him a fair shake. You figured no one would step up for him, so you didn't even bother covering your tracks, am I wrong? Qin Su had a point there too, and quite a few officials nodded quietly to themselves. Looking at the sorry state of me, everyone could tell the ninth prince really had it rough. He didn't even own a decent set of clothes. Qin Su, you goddamn snake. You and Qin Lang set me up together, I know it. Blinded by rage, Qin Lai was shouting without any regard for where he was. Ingrate, shut your mouth this instant. Qin Hao's eyes narrowed, his face full of disappointment. One little setback and the boy had lost all composure. How could that please him? The hall fell silent in an instant. This ingrate is to go back and reflect on himself, forbidden from leaving without my order. Everyone in the Imperial Household Department involved in the corruption is to be thrown into the Imperial Dungeon, and anyone who insults a prince will have their entire family executed. That's the end of this matter. With one sentence, Qin Hao sealed the verdict, so domineering that no one dared argue. I sneered inside, my weight as his son? Practically non-existent. His heart was so biased it had drifted off into outer space. I was the one who got assassinated, and Qin Lai only got house arrest. Sure, there was some injustice in it, but this cold-blooded emperor didn't give a damn about how I felt as his son. Then again, that suited me just fine. If he treated me too well, how could I turn on him later? Humph. Once I've built up my strength, if I don't shove your faces into the toilet and make you eat, I'll take your last name. I figured the original owner of this body was pretty dumb too, treating these people like family, believing right up to his death that the whole thing that night was an accident. The assassin climbed right up onto his bed. Accident, my ass. Some goddamn accident. The truth was, the original owner did die that night, and I, the transmigrator, took over. Why was I in such a rush to get stronger? Those killers knew I hadn't died, so they'd definitely make another move. And when that time came, if I still couldn't fight my way out of a paper bag, I'd be a dead man all over again. At the thought, a flash of killing intent lit up in my eyes. I was no coward like the previous owner. Anyone who dares mess with me, I'll kill them, and it won't matter if the King of Heaven himself shows up. Someone come. Your servant is here. Eunuch Wei hurried forward. Order the Imperial Household Department to pay back every last coin and every bit of goods they've withheld from Ninth Brother over the years, in full. You'll oversee it personally. If this ever happens again, 3 generations of the offender's family will be wiped out. Your servant obeys. Qin Hao was just humoring my feelings or putting on a show for outsiders. But compensation? Something was better than nothing. Your son thanks you, father. I gave a lazy, half-hearted bow. Court is dismissed. Qin Hao waved his hand and left first. And just like that, one sentence put the whole assassination uproar to bed. Qin Lai was locked up, heads rolled in the Imperial Household Department, and Qin Su and a few of the princes scrambled to stuff their own people into the vacancies. For every man who fell, another rose. Power's the kind of thing where the more you have, the better. I had zero interest in fighting over power and profit. I'd rather spend that time building up my strength. After the scene I'd caused, the whole imperial city settled down quite a bit. At least no one dared humiliate me out in the open anymore. The freshly reshuffled Imperial Household Department was downright deferential to me now. The Emperor had spoken, and wiping out 3 generations of a family was no joke. Your Highness, per the Imperial Household Department's audit, the silver and goods owed to you over the years total 5,500 taels. Please review it. The new steward handed over the list with a fawning smile. Stewardly, is it? I couldn't even be bothered to look at it and tossed the account onto the table. This official is here. What are your Highness's orders? The new steward was like a loyal hound. You've seen it yourself. This prince's residence is bare as a bone. I wonder if… Oh, Ninth Highness, say no more. I'll send over a fine set of furniture right away. Red sandalwood, freshly presented as tribute. Oh, and father said this python robe of mine is too old, that it disgraces the royal family. Not to worry, your Highness, a new one's already being rushed. Heaven silkworm silk, warm in winter and cool in summer. I guarantee you'll be pleased. Not bad. Make 3 sets to start, so I can rotate them. In one breath I clawed back everything they'd skimmed off me over the years, with interest, of course. Otherwise, all those years of suffering would have been for nothing, right? If a man doesn't strut a little when he's got the upper hand, then when's he gonna do it? That'll do for now. I'll let you know if I need anything else. Yes, this official will see to it. Stewardly bowed and took his leave, mopping the sweat off his brow. If he didn't leave, I'd have cleaned out the whole Imperial Household Department, but he didn't dare defy me. The last steward's head was still hanging out front, after all. Watching his retreating figure, I sneered. 5th brother works fast. He's already brought the Imperial Household Department under his wing. This time I'd walked away with 50,000 taels plus all sorts of compensation, and Qin Su had used the reshuffle to plant all his people. The other brothers had made their moves too, but Qin Su had prepared early, so most of the power fell into his hands. A win-win. The only one who got hurt was Qin Lai. Damn it, I'll kill them all. Qin Lai flipped over his desk, sending teacups and books crashing to the floor. His servants dropped to their knees in terror, not daring to look up. Everyone out. An old man to the side waved them away and shut the door. Uncle, that Qin Su and Qin Lang have gone too far. I can't swallow this unless they die. Qin Lai's eyes were bloodshot, like a rabid beast. Liar, watch your tongue. Careful, walls have ears. The old man frowned and scolded, an inscrutable glint in his eyes. Uncle, are we just supposed to take this lying down? It's only the Imperial Household Department. Don't affect the big picture. Right now all eyes are on us. You can't afford to act rashly, especially where Qin Lang is concerned. If he dies now, everyone will assume you did it. The old man was exasperated, wishing he could knock some sense into him. Stay in the manor and take your punishment. Think about why you came up short this time. And another thing, it's time to look into the people in this household. Your own home's been robbed, and you're still looking outward. With that, he swept his sleeves and left. Only then did Qin Lai snap to his senses, the murderous intent in his eyes now impossible to contain. Gather everyone in the manor and bring them to the front courtyard. I didn't need to guess to know Qin Lai was throwing a fit, but I had no time to deal with anyone else. I threw myself headlong into my grueling cultivation. Your Highness, Sister Qing'er isn't feeling well. Let me attend to you tonight. Night had just fallen when Lin Zhaowan came into my room carrying hot water, her face full of shy embarrassment in the dim, golden lamplight. Lin Zhaowan had originally been a young lady from a good family, striking in appearance, with the gentle refinement of someone well-read and well-mannered. I didn't refuse. Of all the women I'd bought, only she and Yi Lingling were in relatively good health. The rest were mostly malnourished and would need time to recover. Your Highness, allow me to help you change. Her hands trembled slightly, and she didn't dare look me in the eye. That delectable sight had me practically swallowing hard. In my past life, I'd been nothing more than an ordinary guy with a bit of money. A goddess like Lin Zhaowan would never have crossed paths with me. I suppose this counted as one of the few perks of transmigrating. The candle went out, and a sound somewhere between crying and laughing drifted through the room. Of course, I hadn't forgotten my real work. Sleeping was cultivating. Dual cultivation techniques really were better suited for modern people. If you actually made me train through the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer, I'd absolutely lose it. Martial arts training was brutally hard. Anyone without an iron will would spend their whole life unable to master body refinement, let alone condense internal energy. This yin-yang creation art is seriously broken. First thing the next morning, I felt the true qi surging through my body, several times thicker than the day before. In terms of strength, I'd already reached the peak of the 3rd rank. One more step, and I'd be a 2nd rank master. Paired with good martial techniques, a 2nd rank fighter counted as a minor powerhouse out in the world. But it still wasn't much here in the imperial capital. Even the gatekeepers of those great clans were probably 2nd rank. Still, I wasn't in a hurry. Just 2 nights of practice, and I was already here. I was more than satisfied. Give me a little more time, an innate rank, Grandmaster, even earthly immortal would all be within reach. When that day came, that's when I'd finally get to eat my beef. Your Highness, you're awake? Let me attend to you. Lin Zhaowan was utterly exhausted, yet she forced herself to get up anyway. Sigh, the women of this era really are pitiable. Xiao Qing was like this, and so was Lin Zhaowan. So considerate it broke your heart. Compared to those pampered little princesses from my past life, the women of this era were the ones truly worth a man giving everything for. That's enough. Just rest easy and lie down. I'll have someone bring breakfast. I pushed Lin Zhaowan back down onto the bed, then turned and walked out the door. I strolled through the demon prison like a boss inspecting his own turf. Gentlemen, how's the blood food taste today? My lord, there's no spiritual energy in it, but damn, it's delicious. Getting to taste anything at all is a blessing. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. The demons gnawed on the flesh and blood, showering me with praise. Getting to break their fast every few days was a treatment they'd never even have dared to dream of before. This little bit of blood essence couldn't restore their strength, but it was enough to keep them hanging on. I smiled and got to the point. Do any of you have a technique for concealing cultivation? My strength has been rising too fast lately, and I'm worried about drawing attention. Well said, my lord. Possessing treasure invites disaster. Human greed should never be underestimated. This old one has a breath-concealing formula. Anyone below nascent soul can't see through it. Only problem is it needs spirit stones to work. Are you full of it? Do you not know my lord's situation? If he had spirit stones, would he need you? Exactly. If there were really spirit stones, this old man could set up a restriction array for my lord. Instant kill for anything below golden core, and with enough juice, it could blow away even a tribulation crossing cultivator. They've been cooped up too long. Give these prisoners the slightest topic and they'd start bickering. They were all big shots. Who was going to defer to whom? All right, cut the nonsense. Whoever has a mortal martial arts technique, hand it over to me now. Turned out no one spoke up for the longest time. Hard to blame them. Really. Big shots who'd once dominated the cultivation world. Who among them would have had the free time to go collecting mortal techniques? If only I'd collected more back then. You had to say it? I could have emptied out the whole world. Low-grade junk like that? With my divine sense intact, I could deduce 100 of them in minutes. TCH, go ahead and deduce one right now if you've got the guts. Watching them about to start arguing again, I pressed a hand to my forehead. All right, enough fighting. If you don't have any, forget it. I was a little disappointed, but I didn't blame them. It was perfectly normal that they couldn't produce such low-level stuff. And my lord, how about a different approach? One that doesn't need a technique. A timid little voice drew my attention over. HM, what do you mean? I walked over. My lord, my true form is a mountain-shaking beast. My scales are naturally able to block all divine sense. My strength's taken a serious hit, but dealing with mortals is no problem. The hunched figure in the darkness spoke respectfully. Then what are you waiting for? Pull off a few and offer them to my lord. Quit dawdling. A little pain's nothing. Hurry up and pull those scales. The crowd of demons urged him on with more enthusiasm than they'd show their own fathers. My safety was what they cared about most. Mountain-shaking beast? What's that? I was a bit puzzled. Everyone in this demon prison was a lawless character. It was rare to see someone this timid. How had someone with such little nerve ended up in here? My lord, it's what mortals call a pangolin. The figure seemed a little embarrassed, its bright yellow eyes darting around evasively. I'm curious. What did you do to end up in here? Everyone in this place is soaked in blood debts. You don't seem like the type with the guts for that. My lord, I accidentally dug open the barrier between worlds, which let the extraterritorial heavenly demons invade. The whole world was wiped out. Me, the demons. Was this some real-life version of Calabash Brothers? Destroying an entire world through your own carelessness. Now that was a catastrophe like no other. Badass. 1,000 words boiled down to one. Ha ha ha. This guy's way more ruthless than this old man. Such efficiency is beyond the rest of us. What a world-ending mountain-shaking beast. This old man salutes your ruthlessness. Hearing the mockery, the pangolin shrank in on itself even more, completely out of place with the vibe of this demon prison. Enough. We're all souls stranded at the ends of the earth. Why the ridicule? One word from me, and the demons immediately shut up. Let me borrow your scales. I'll trade you 500 pounds of blood food, delivered tomorrow. How's that? And no need, my lord. Just take what you need. If it's not enough, come find me again. Ding. A black triangular scale was tossed out, ringing like metal on metal as it hit the ground. It was ridiculously heavy in my hand. If I didn't have a bit of strength, I probably wouldn't have been able to lift it. The cold sensation cleared my mind. My lord, these scales don't just block spiritual sense. They aid cultivation, guard against chi deviation, and can even be used in medicine. They're just too hard. No mortal method can process them. The pangolin waved his little arms around, showing off. Ha ha ha, my lord. This pangolin's whole body is treasure. Let's just stew the whole thing in one pot. I hear it's good for the brain. Pull out all the scales and sell M for cash. Ha ha. I stared at this adorable dimwit, speechless. Flaunting his riches in front of a pack of demons. Wasn't that basically showing off cash to a bunch of thieves? Anywhere else he'd have been skinned alive already. Ahem, understood. The flesh and blood I promised you will arrive tomorrow. I put the scale away carefully. With this thing, the secret of my cultivation would be safe. If it could block a cultivator's spiritual sense, then a mortal warrior's perception was even more of a joke. This demon prison really was a land of fortune. Dig long enough, and you'd always turn up something good. Meanwhile, my eldest imperial brother, Qin Su, was interrogating his subordinates. Any news lately from the ninth? Your Highness, the ninth prince hasn't left home since returning. The Ministry of Internal Affairs sent compensation, but oddly enough, a batch of beast flesh and blood gets delivered to his estate every single day. All ordinary stock. Beast flesh and blood. What does the ninth want with so much of it? Qin Su frowned. Eaten unprocessed and in large quantities, beast meat caused chi deviation. Ordinary people wouldn't dare touch it. He's not raising demons at home, is he? His first instinct was surprisingly on point, but he'd never guess in a million years that I wasn't raising just one. I was raising a whole pack. All that flesh and blood goes to the back courtyard. I've investigated. No demonic aura. No concealing formations. Strange. Where does all that flesh go? Is he eating it himself? Qin Su couldn't shake the feeling this little brother had changed. His temperament, his behavior, it all reeked of something off. Competition among the princes was fierce. He didn't want another rival. Keep digging. If necessary, start with the people around him. Those newly bought women should be easy to buy off. Yes, sir. Ever since I'd extorted 50,000 taels out of him, Qin Su had his eye on me. He could tell my mind ran deep now. Nothing like the dull, slow-witted fool I used to be. TSK, more and more interesting. After coming back from the palace, I holed up at home every day, training at night, basking in the sun by day, truly living out the decadence of feudal society. With the boost from my women, my strength changed by the day. In just a few days I hit the peak of second rate, one step away from first rate. Once I made first rate, I'd fully catch up with the top tier of my peers. The record in great yin was stepping into the innate realm at 20. This body was only 19. A first rate at 19 would be a genius among geniuses. The only problem was, I had strength but no martial techniques, so I was bound to lose out in a real fight. Your Highness, what kind of fist style is that? So slow. Could that ever actually hit anyone? Yi Lingling popped a peeled grape into my mouth. You wouldn't understand. This is called Tai Chi. With no martial techniques of my own, I just copied the fist styles from my past life. And honestly, I was onto something. Those flashy forms from my previous life, paired with internal force, packed terrifying power. Especially Baji Quan. Its explosive force was practically explosive. Too bad I could only practice on wooden dummies. Real combat would have to wait. Phew. No wonder they say 1 year of Baji can kill a man. But 10 years of Tai Chi and you still can't leave the house. My Tai Chi's still lacking that essence. Once you master the power generation technique of Baji and add internal force, you can deal tons of damage. But I'd fumbled with Tai Chi forever without finding the key. It always came out soft and mushy. Baji was way easier to get into than Tai Chi. Tai Chi? Your Highness, this fist style looks like something a woman would practice, Yi Lingling said. She knew nothing about martial arts, but she'd seen the guards throw fierce, powerful punches, totally different from this soft, floaty stuff. Humph, what does a little girl like you know? I poked her forehead. She quickly stuck out her tongue and didn't dare say another word. These past few days they'd learned I was easygoing, but they still didn't dare overstep too much. Your Highness must be hungry. Here, drink a bowl of ginseng soup. You've suffered all these years. Time to build yourself back up. Xiaoqing brought over a bowl of thick ginseng broth. Slurp. This ginseng's good. Go ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs for a few more tomorrow and share them with everyone. Your Highness, this is 100-year-old ginseng. The ministry probably won't want to part with it. Giving it to us to drink would be a waste. You should keep it for yourself. Who cares how many 100 years old? Isn't it all meant to be eaten? Just go ask. If they dare give you a hard time, come tell me. I'd caught myself a sheep, and I was going to shear it bare. Oh, Xiaoqing understands. Right, Xiaoqing, the estate isn't short on money now. Get whatever needs getting. Don't hold back on spending. Give those girls a monthly allowance too. A woman should always have a little money on her. I lay in the rocking chair, waited on by the two of them. Now that was comfort. If I could, I'd honestly rather be an idle prince. Good food, good drink, beautiful women, and money. What could be better? Fighting to the death over a throne. And then once you're emperor you have to review memorials all day and be suspicious of everyone. Up before the rooster and down after the dog. You'd go crazy sooner or later. Even a dog wouldn't want that throne. Your Highness, I hear the northern barbarians have sent an envoy for a marriage alliance, Xiaoqing said. Oh, that old geezer's got to be over 60 this year, right? Isn't he afraid he'll kill himself? Sure. Your Highness, keep it down. How can you talk about His Majesty like that? What? Over 60 and still that lustful? If he doesn't die, who will? No, Your Highness. I hear the one being married off this time is a prince. Oh, whatever. It's got nothing to do with me anyway. A foreign princess for a marriage alliance. No way something that good would come to me. It'd be those brothers of mine fighting tooth and nail over it. Winning the backing of a foreign princess would be an enormous advantage in the race for the throne. Imperial decree arriving. Me. The great Yin dynasty lay in the north of the 9 provinces, with the northern frontier grasslands above and the forest of beasts below. The northern desert court had rooted itself in the frontier, a neighbor of 1,000 years to great Yin. In that millennium the fighting never stopped, wins and losses on both sides. But overall great Yin held the upper hand. After all, the northern frontier was bitter and cold. They were always the attackers, while great Yin held its mighty passes and enjoyed every advantage of terrain. Now, with great Yin at its peak, war was the inferior option, so a marriage alliance was used to foster trade. Agula, princess of the northern desert court, greets the emperor of great Yin. May you flourish for all eternity. I bring my father Khan's regards and treasures of the grasslands as tokens of our goodwill. Agula knelt on one knee, presenting the weighty state letter with both hands. Haha, you've all had a long journey. Give my regards to your father as well. Qin Hao laughed heartily, and the civil and military officials bowed their heads. The eyes of several princes had already glazed over. Agula had bright eyes and pearly teeth, long hair and little braids, pale blue irises against wheat-toned skin, exotic charm with a touch of wildness. A gorgeous curved saber hung at her waist, and her figure had all the right curves. The princes were practically drooling. They'd seen plenty of beauties, but they'd never tasted this exotic flavor. And most importantly, the weight of the other party's status. I understand what your father means. A marriage alliance is a wonderful thing. I approve. All 5 of my sons are here. Which one catches the princess's eye? Take your time getting to know them, if you'd like. The 5 princes each puffed out their chests, striking what they thought were their most handsome poses, like roosters showing off for a mate. Your Majesty, as far as I know, Great Yin has 6 princes. Why are there only 5 here? Agila asked directly. This. The ministers exchanged glances, and Qin Hao frowned, unsure how to respond. Should he say that son wasn't favored, so there was no need to consider him? Ahem. Princess Agila, my 9th brother was born unable to cultivate and is dull-witted, so he did not attend the court session. The eldest legitimate son, Qin Yin, stepped forward to explain, his every word implying that boy wasn't good enough for her. 9th brother is hopeless in both the martial and literary arts, which is why he's been given no important duties. Several princes eagerly stomped on someone else to lift themselves up. Princess Agila, just choose from among us. The 9th prince isn't suitable. We wouldn't want your father, the Khan, to accuse Great Yin of insulting the royal family of the steppes. Exactly. This concerns peace between our 2 nations. We mustn't be careless. The officials rushed to explain, but Agila had a mind of her own since childhood. If this was a marriage alliance, of course she should choose the best. And what did it mean that one was missing? Who knew whether Great Yin was deliberately hiding something? Your Majesty, since this is a marriage alliance between 2 nations, it should be fair and just, so that the people of both nations are convinced. No matter how worthless the 9th prince may be, he still has the right to participate. This is also basic respect for my Northern Desert royal court. Agila's voice rang out, so firm that no one could refute it. Very well. Summon the 9th prince to the palace at once. Thank you, Your Majesty. Does the princess have any other requirements? Since childhood, I have trained my body and horsemanship under my father, the Khan. I have only one requirement: defeat me. Whoa! The great hall erupted in commotion. Anyone with a keen eye could tell that Agila's rich, powerful aura had likely already reached the first-rate realm. The martial arts of the Northern Desert emphasized tempering the body and blood, and their warriors were generally stronger than others of the same realm. On top of that, she was a royal princess with top-tier martial skill. Defeating her would be no easy task. Qin Hao frowned as he looked at his sons. Even the strongest, Qin Yin and Qin Lai, were only in the mid to late first-rate realm, on par with Agila, and they were several years older than her. It was truly embarrassing. The Northern Desert was founded on martial prowess. If you can't even defeat me, I will never marry. Agila patted her chest, brimming with pride. In that case, allow me to witness the princess's skills. As the eldest prince and the strongest, Qin Yin was determined to seize the spotlight, both for the royal family's honor and to claim first place. Besides, he was confident he could tame this wild steppe mare. Aside from Qin Yin and Qin Lai, the others were miserable. They still stood a chance in a literary contest, but martial combat was hardly their strong suit. Why should Big Brother trouble himself? Leave it to me. Qin Lai naturally refused to back down. As the eldest legitimate son, this concerns face. It's safer to leave it to Big Brother. Second brother, your cultivation has advanced greatly of late. You're in need of practice. Surely you wouldn't compete with your little brother? Practice? Big Brother's estate is full of first-rate retainers. The 2 brothers vied openly and schemed in secret, neither willing to yield. Both of you shut up. Haven't you embarrassed us enough? You want to gang up on one woman with a rotation of fighters? Qin Hao's face was black as the bottom of a pot. Your Majesty, women of the steppes can mount up and slay enemies just like men. Agila accepts all challengers. Her boldness and free spirit astonished everyone. The military officers looked at her with pure admiration. 9th Prince, hurry up. His Majesty is waiting. What's the rush? I'm just here to fill a spot anyway. Doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. My little lord, keep your voice down. They can all hear you. What? Is the palace's soundproofing that bad? Well, no surprise. With all the corrupt officials in Great Yin, how could the construction quality be any good? The hall had just fallen silent when this conversation came drifting in from outside. Qin Hao's already black face grew even uglier. I had transmigrated into the 9th Prince of Great Yin, the one with the least presence of all. The moment I reached the doorway of the Great Hall, I casually griped. With all the corrupt officials in Great Yin, and the whole room heard every word. Wei Wuxian, that old eunuch, hurriedly dragged me inside. My little lord, His Majesty has been waiting. The second I stepped in, countless pairs of eyes locked onto me, making my scalp tingle. Hey, what are you all staring at? Then I glanced at my so-called father, Qin Hao, and his black expression, my heart sank. Great, He'd heard what I just said. I quickly composed myself, stepped forward, and bowed. Your son greets father. Long live father. Long live great Yin. Every jaw in the room dropped. They'd all seen plenty of bootlickers, but a talent for flattery like this? A first. A few sycophantic ministers looked ready to whip out paper and brush to take notes. Qin Hao froze for a long while before snapping out of it, his face dark. Enough. Go stand off to the side. Yes, father. I got up and looked around. Well, would you look at that? There was no spot for me at all. The line of princes was packed shoulder to shoulder. Just as I was fretting, my eyes lit up, and I walked straight over to Wei Wuxian. Haha. Eunuch Wei, you've got plenty of room over here. Mind squeezing in a bit? Io, my little lord, how can you stand with me? It breaks all the rules. It's fine, it's fine. My brothers don't like me anyway. I'd honestly rather not stand where they can stab me in the back. The whole room. The guards on duty were red in the face, trying not to laugh. Princess Agula from the steps, her eyes lit up, as if she'd just discovered something amusing. Insolent son, shut your mouth. Qin Hao roared. Oh, fine. With power and a few aces up my sleeve, I'd grown a lot bolder. Qin Hao cleared his throat and steered the conversation back. Since Princess Agula has proposed it, we'll settle this with a martial contest. We'll draw lots for the order. All of you must participate. Father, your son declines. I spoke up immediately. Wei Wuxian nearly clapped a hand over my mouth. Your son's strength is negligible. Isn't this just blatant bullying? I refuse to compete, period. You insolent brat. And you still have the nerve to say that. Well, it's true. You know I have no cultivation and you're still making me fight? Might as well just beat me up right now. Why bother with an excuse? The ministers turned their backs and laughed like mad. The veins on Qin Hao's forehead throbbed, and his fists clenched rock hard. At that moment, Agula stepped forward, her beautiful eyes studying me with great interest. Then what are you good at? I'll compete with you in that. To be honest, this princess was genuinely gorgeous, but unfortunately, she reminded me of my hot-tempered ex-girlfriend from Sichuan in my past life, and I shuddered. I'm good at flying planes. What's flying planes? The whole court froze. Ahem, just kidding. My real talent lies in poetry and prose. People call me the one and only, the storm and thunder literary grandmaster of the age, Lord Qin Wushuang, at your service. The court hadn't been this dead silent in years, more awkward than every stalled session combined. Puffed, Agula laughed. You're skilled in the literary arts? Fine, this princess accepts. But I'm not good at that sort of thing, so you won't mind if I pick someone to compete in my place, will you? This time she'd brought along a wise man of the steppes, someone with a rank equivalent to a state preceptor. No way. My brothers all panicked. Our literary talent isn't lacking either. Why should the ninth prince get to win her over with poetry alone? We want in on the literary contest too. I sneered inwardly. A poetry contest? Standing behind me are 5,000 years of Chinese literary giants, immortals of poetry, sages of poetry, ghosts and demons of poetry, you name it. And in my past life, I studied language and literature. Fighting? No good. But reciting poems? Everyone here is a baby by comparison. Since we're competing in literary talent, let's be fair. Best of 3, 1 round each for poems, lyric verse, and rhapsody, one of the civil officials proposed. The crowd murmured in agreement. A martial contest for a marriage alliance had somehow morphed into a full-blown literary duel. The ministers all took sides and huddled up to strategize. Only I stood alone, with nobody but Eunuch Wei beside me. Your Highness, why are you looking at me? I've barely read a handful of books. I can't help you. TCH, like I need help. Who are you underestimating? Qin Hao set the topic. Since this is a marriage alliance, the theme shall be love. Whoever's poem moves Princess Agula the most wins. The princes racked their brains, but I stayed calm and cool, casually grabbing the tea prepared for the emperor and downing it in one gulp. I was parched. Not bad. This tea. No wonder the old No wonder it's what father drinks. Your Highness, mind your words. Oh, right. Fifth brother, Qin Su, was the first to step forward, brimming with confidence. One startled glance sets my heartstrings astir, slash her flowing gaze like a springtime rill, slash before a word. She bows in bashful shy, slash my first sight on earth was her lovely face. Marvelous poem. The fifth prince is surely the greatest talent of great Yin. Me? That's it. That counts as a poem? I wrote better stuff in elementary school. Pure drivel, not a shred of atmosphere. Next came eighth brother, Qin Feng. Why swear by seas and mountains when we clasp hands? Slash plain tea and simple meals bring peace enough. Slash 10 years through wind and rain in the same boat. Slash we lean on the rail and watch the setting sun. Nice. Agula didn't react at all, and the wise man, and Dongzhen, only gave the faintest nod. As each of them finished, and the others cheered. I nearly rolled my eyes clear out of my skull and almost gagged. Ninth Prince, it's your turn. Wei Wuxian tugged at my sleeve. Are they all done? I nearly dozed off listening. Hey, Endongzhen, why don't you go first? I'm afraid that once I make my move, you'll lose your nerve. The whole hall went quiet. Ninth brother, are you saying my poem isn't worth mentioning? Qin Su fumed. Big brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying your poem is garbage. I'm saying everyone here is garbage. Oh, the whole court exploded. Furious glares came shooting at me from every direction, and Wei Wuxian quietly edged away, afraid he'd get splattered with blood. And Dongzhen frowned. The ninth prince is so confident. Then you go. If I can't produce something better, I concede. You disgraceful son, quit showing off and get on with it. Even Qin Hao was losing patience. Ahem. Were I, Qin Wushuang, not born, the path of poetry would remain an eternal night. Let me show you all what it means for the immortal of poetry to descend upon the mortal world. Melody of peace and serenity. I slowly took 7 steps forward, coming to a stop right in front of Agula. The clouds recall her robes, the flowers her face. Spring breeze sweeps the rail. The dew hangs rich and dense. Were she not seen atop the mountain of jade. I'd meet her beneath the moon on the Jasper Terrace. Princess, your name, it means mountains and rivers, doesn't it? I dedicate this poem to you. In an instant, the entire hall fell dead silent. Agula's gaze softened, and a blush rose to her cheeks. How could there be verses this beautiful in all the world? Impossible. There's definitely something off with the ninth brother. Qin Su and Qin Lai and the others narrowed their eyes. The contempt was gone from Endongzhen's gaze now. What a line. The clouds recall her robes, the flowers her face. Your Highness hides your true depths. This poem alone will make your name echo through the ages. You, how did you know the meaning of my name? Agula asked, uncharacteristically shy. Yeah, I understand a bit of the northern tongue. In truth, I'd secretly asked one of the step envoys just moments ago, but appearances still had to be kept up. Your Highness's literary talent is astonishing, and Dongzhen is convinced. But I have one more challenge. If you can produce another verse like that, this round goes to you. How is that difficult? Set the topic. Do you think the title Immortal of Poetry is undeserved? It's only that no one before was worthy of my effort. It's lonely at the top. I was hamming it up for all I was worth, just to buy some time and make my name ring out, so that those brothers of mine plotting against me would think twice. Once my fame shook the world, they'd have to weigh the eternal infamy before making any move. The northern people don't favor verses of love. Your Highness, why not compose a poem on the scenery of the northern frontier and the border between our two nations? The topic was cunning enough that everyone was stumped. Even Qin Hao sank into thought. That's all. Listen up. I had it figured out in a single breath, and the whole hall was stunned. A love poem could be dismissed as prepared in advance, but surely you couldn't have a frontier poem ready ahead of time? The bright moon rises over heaven's range, amid the vast and boundless sea of clouds, the long wind blows for tens of thousands of miles, sweeping across the cloud and sea pass, the Han marched down the White Ridge Road, the Who peered over the Kokonur Bay, since ancient times this land of war and strife, has never seen a soul return alive. HSSS. What a line. The long wind blows for tens of thousands of miles, sweeping across the cloud and sea pass. The border between the North and Great Yin is precisely the cloud and sea pass. Seated on the dragon throne, Qin Hao's heart surged. He never imagined that the ever-clumsy ninth prince harbored such dazzling literary gifts. Hiding his brilliance? Interesting. This is definitely not the ninth brother. The same thought ran through several of my brother's minds. Your enemies always know you best. And Dongzhen was utterly convinced. Your Highness's literary talent outshines all the ages, past and present. This round you win. Had he tried to nitpick, the scholars of the realm would likely have cursed his name day and night. Forget doing this round by round. Bring out whatever you've got. Poems, lyric verse, rhapsody. I'll take them all. Come at me all at once. Wei Wuxian. Oh my goodness, the ninth prince is really reaching for the heavens. Agula's gaze at me had practically melted into syrup. She had exceptional martial talent, yet since childhood she'd revered those of true ability. What she craved was the feeling of being conquered, of being surpassed. And in that moment, I gave it to her. Since your Highness puts it that way, this humble servant would like to seek your instruction in lyric verse and rhapsody as well. And Dongzhen's competitive spirit was roused. He refused to believe one person could be so versatile. Lyric verse? Rhapsody? Now those are my true strengths. Then might I ask your Highness to compose a rhapsody, with the princess as the subject? Oh, Perfect. This plays right into my hands. I laughed to myself. If I wanted to blow everyone away, what could top the greatest ode ever written? the ode to the goddess of the Luo River. They say all the talent in the world fills a single bushel, and my boy Chao Ji claims 8/10 of it. Chao, mind if I borrow your words? I'll burn you a sister-in-law in return. Ahem, listen up. The ode to the goddess of the Luo River. The spirit of these waters is named Gula, and so this ode is composed. Its words read thus: graceful as a startled swan, sinuous as a soaring dragon. Words held on her lips yet unspoken, her breath sweet as hidden orchids. Viewed from afar, radiant as the sun rising through the morning glow, observed up close, blazing like a lotus emerging from clear ripples. Beautiful line after beautiful line flowed from my mouth. For several full minutes, you could have heard a pin drop in the great hall. No one dared to breathe. Agula's almond eyes went wide. Though she wasn't schooled in literature, she knew quality when she heard it. And this ode left her face flushed crimson. Every minister in the court was frozen stiff as a wooden chicken. By the time I finished the ode, Qin Hao didn't even notice the memorial slipping from his hand to the floor. And Danzan looked like his soul had drifted off to another world entirely, his whole body trembling with excitement. I couldn't resist a little more theater. Ahem. So what does everyone think of this ode to the goddess of the Luo River? Passable, I hope. The entire court erupted. Passable. Ninth Prince, our great Yan's literary tradition. No, the literary tradition of all 9 provinces will be rewritten because of you. Your Highness is the star of literature descended to earth. Truly a blessing upon our great Yan. To have heard this ode today, this old man can die with no regrets. Say what you will about these ministers, call them greedy, call them corrupt, but they genuinely loved literature. The whole crowd praised me to the heavens. But my dear brothers looked like they'd swallowed a mouthful of dung. Especially watching father's admiring gaze, they were all groaning inside. How did this useless piece of trash suddenly grow a spine? I called out again. Where's the court historian? Your Highness, this humble servant is here. Did you record the poetry I just composed? Rest assured, every word. Good. And if I should ever meet an untimely end, you're to record that faithfully too. That certain people envied my talent, and make sure their names stink for 10,000 years. My brother's heart skipped a beat. Are you pointing at us? Rest assured, Your Highness, the historian's brush is iron. We record faithfully, even the words and deeds of His Majesty. I gave him a thumbs up. Everyone knew historians were the ones least afraid of death. Kill one, and 1,000 more would rise. Push them too far, and they'd secretly write unofficial histories to smear you. Far nastier than any official record. All right then, the ode's finished. Anyone else? One man against a hall full of officials, like an undefeated god of war. Sunlight streamed through the doorway onto me, making me look positively divine. Princess Agula watched me with eyes practically melting, her heart long since turned to mush. No one. Then, to make sure you all lose with total conviction, this prince will add one more piece. Poetry, verse, and ode, the complete set. If you're going to build a persona, build it solid. Solid enough that no one dares challenge it. When did the bright moon first appear? I raised my cup and asked the azure sky. Men know sorrow and joy, parting and reunion. The moon knows dark and bright, waxing and waning. May we all be blessed with long life, sharing this moonlight though 1,000 miles apart. The divine verse dropped, and the crowd's emotions were shoved to the edge of a cliff once more, honored and despairing all at once. The despair of scholars. All right, that's enough for today. In martial arts, I can't compare to any of you. But in literature, the whole of the 9 provinces combined isn't worthy of shining this prince's shoes. Remember this, my surname is Qin, my courtesy name is Wu Shuang, the peerless one. The man on the road is like jade. This young lord is without equal in all the world. Cringeworthy, sure. But damn, it felt good. They'd all thought I was full of hot air before. Now no one dared say a word. The eunuch Wei Wuxian secretly gave me a thumbs up. Your Highness, you're the real deal. This servant is thoroughly impressed. The more they'd scorned me earlier, the harder the slap in the face now. Isn't your 60th birthday feast coming up? How about I gift you a poem then? Io. This old servant thanks Your Highness for such generosity. To receive Your Highness's calligraphy is a blessing earned across 3 lifetimes. I'll come to your residence bearing 10,000 pieces of gold to beg for your writing, and mount it to admire day after day. Wei Wuxian was grinning so hard his eyes disappeared. And he wasn't faking. Once my name spread, even 1,000 gold pieces per character wouldn't buy my work. I was destined to go down in history. A single authentic piece would sell for a fortune. He'd already decided to head to my residence the moment his shift ended, lest the opportunity slip away. Good, good, good. I never imagined my 9th son hid such depths. My heart is greatly comforted. There's no suspense left in this contest, so let's. Father, your son objects. We agreed this would be a contest of martial arts. Qin Yin and Qin Lai immediately jumped in. Watching good fortune fall into the ninth prince's lap was worse to them than being killed. That won't be necessary. I accept the result. The moment Princess Agula spoke, all the princes were dumbfounded. Umph. We children of the northern desert nail down every word we spit. A bet's a bet. I lose, I accept it. So I'll marry the ninth prince then? I object. The words shot out of my mouth. The entire hall's brains short-circuited. Wei Wuxian nearly jumped out of his skin. Io, your highness, have you lost your mind? A princess delivered right to your door, and you're refusing her. Refusing a marriage alliance was a grave crime against the emperor, and it involved the safety of hundreds of thousands of citizens along the border. Everyone looked at me like I was insane. You rebellious son. What did you say? Say it again. Qin Hao had finally reached his limit. Ninth prince, why do you refuse? Do you find me beneath you? Agula's eyes reddened slightly. If I dared nod, she'd burst into tears right there. Your highness, I respect your literary talent, but insulting the princess like this insults the entire court of the northern desert. Can you bear that responsibility? Rebellious son, get on your knees now. Wei Wuxian frantically tugged at my sleeve. My little ancestor, back down quick. Just say it was a slip of the tongue. The tension spiked again. Several ministers with weak hearts cried out that they couldn't take it. I cleared my throat. Everyone, calm down. What I mean is, my brothers have a point. Deciding a princess's fate based on poetry alone is far too rash, and frankly an insult to the tidal pearl of the grasslands. Besides, how could a useless wretch like me ever deserve the princess? I don't have the strength to truss a chicken. I couldn't protect her at all. It doesn't matter. I'll protect you. Anyone who dares lay a hand on you. I'll have my father the Khan send 1,000,000 troops to trample them to death. Me? Everyone. I muttered to myself. Did this woman eat something bad? Getting all worked up like it's life or death. But still, is this what it feels like to be adored? It's actually kind of nice. What I didn't realize was that after the shock of those few poems, forget the princess. Which of these ministers below wouldn't want to marry their daughter to me? Noble houses valued reputation above all else. And with the greatest poet immortal and lord of verse in their family tree, no amount of money could buy that. Even 1,000 years later, when the dynasty was long gone, my name would still be passed down. Father, ninth brother speaks sense. He has neither power nor influence to protect the princess. If something happens to her, how would we answer to the northern desert? No, wrong. Both the great Yin and the northern desert were founded on martial strength. Poetry is nothing but a minor pursuit. The marriage must be decided by combat. 1,000,000-strong army. Several princes argued desperately. Whoever won that backing would practically have the crown prince's seat locked up. No need to fight. None of you are a match for this princess. Agula's words cut deep, but that confidence made everyone take notice, for a woman to carry such presence. Your highness, you and the princess are a perfect match. One of letters, one of arms. It'll be a tale for the ages. Wei Wuxian sidled up to me. If you like her so much, you marry her. You jest, your highness. If I still had the equipment for that, I'd have a house full of grandkids by now. I genuinely had zero interest in this rampaging dragon of a woman. That domineering streak, plus the occasional domestic beating. Who could put up with that? Besides, I carried the secret of the demon prison. Having someone that loud-mouthed by my side, and the whole world would know by the next morning. Princess, this prince won't accept that. How do you know the outcome before we've even fought? This concerns peace between two nations. We can't be careless. You said it yourself, princess. We have to beat you to count. Qin Hao watched his sons refuse to back down, momentarily at a loss for words. If you insist on fighting, then this princess will oblige. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Agula sneered, not sparing these princes a single glance. A martial contest is good. It's fair. Combat isn't this prince's strong suit, so I won't embarrass myself. How about I bow out first? My goal was accomplished. Sticking around might only invite trouble, so I made a decisive break for it. Halt. You worthless son, halt. No need to look back. One voice was Agula's, the other the old man's. Eunuch Wei, keep an eye on this worthless son. Don't let him escape. Yes, your majesty. Your highness, don't make things difficult for this old servant. You're not allowed to leave. You have to compete too. Agula jabbed a finger at me and shouted. Princess, I couldn't even truss a chicken. Wouldn't stepping into the ring just make a fool of me? I wore scales beneath my clothes. No one could detect the cultivation I kept hidden. How do you know you'll lose before you fought? How will you know unless you try? She kept winking at me. Everyone watched with dead expressions. Winking that openly. Did she think we were blind? Truthfully, every bystander understood. This contest didn't matter at all. The princess was practically throwing herself at me. Even a blind man could see the outcome. And what if someone won? You couldn't force a foreign princess into a marriage. Then the alliance would fail and turn into a blood feud instead. Qin Hao saw right through it. But his sons, every last one of them, were clueless. Since you insist on competing, let's move to the training grounds. Qin Hao waved a broad hand, and the crowd all headed for the arena. I was dead set on slipping away, but that head eunuch, Wei Wuxian, stuck to me like glue, refusing to give me a single opening. I felt a secret chill. This old eunuch was no weakling. He might well be at the innate realm or higher. On the platform, my eldest brother Qin Yin had argued for ages before finally snatching the first spot. He took the stage sword in hand, every inch the peerless swordsman. Across from him, Princess Agula gave an order. Bring out this princess's weapon. Then 5 imperial guards came dragging in a massive hammer, drenched in sweat as they inched it forward. Qin Yin was stunned. So was I? So was the entire crowd. I asked Eunuch Wei, what's the weakest an imperial guard can be? The bottom of the second tier. So you're saying 5 second-tier experts struggled just to carry that thing? That gold vase hammer weighs no less than 50,000 pounds. Me. Then Agula gripped the hammer's shaft with one slender arm, hoisted it effortlessly, spun a few flourishes, and slammed it into the ground. The stone beneath her feet exploded on impact. The Wardrum gold vase hammer, weighing over 60,000 pounds. Please, enlighten me. I rolled my eyes, skin crawling. Good grief, it's Li Yuanba come to life. You had to understand. A first-tier warrior at full burst could manage maybe 40,000 pounds, not even enough to lift this hammer. The whole crowd stared at that massive weapon, taller than a person, hearts pounding like drums. Beside me, Indongzhen leaned in and whispered, Ninth Prince, you've struck gold. The princess has few rivals, even on the steppe. She's the Khan's only daughter of marriageable age. He treasures her dearly. The corner of my mouth twitched. Marrying this woman wasn't about domestic abuse. Forget a wedding, we might as well plan a funeral instead. Princess, this. Qin Yin hadn't finished speaking when a giant shadow came crashing down. Enough talk. Eat my hammer. Boom. The hammer's head struck the ground. The bluestone shattered, shards flying everywhere. Qin Yin scrambled backward, barely dodging in time, as a crater half a meter wide was smashed into the ground. I swallowed hard, cold sweat pouring down. Even though I'd hidden my cultivation, even if I hadn't, I still couldn't beat this Yuanba of a princess. Agula swung the hammer, 2 sizes bigger than herself, radiating raw ferocity. The hand Qin Yin held his sword with was trembling. Take another hammer from your auntie. Hammer met sword, sparks scattering. Qin Yin's blade nearly flew from his grip. A first-tier master couldn't block a single blow. He was blasted back 3 steps, his sword hand gone numb. Oh boy, he's toast. I wasn't the least bit happy. The thought of my own turn coming up made my scalp tingle. Nice footwork. In that case, this princess won't hold back anymore. Agula leapt skyward, golden battle aura wrapping around her. A giant golden hammer's phantom hanging inverted in the heavens. Gold flow sky dancing hammer. Take this, from your auntie. My eyes went wide, and I couldn't help cursing. Oh, thank you very much. At the edge of life and death, Qin Yin dropped the act 2. Crimson flame. Return to 1,000 blades flowing. Break. The dragon-patterned hammer fell like a meteor, the light sword phantom surging up against it, and they collided violently. Boom. The blazing light was too bright to keep my eyes open. In that moment, I finally understood how terrifying this world's martial arts were. If first tier was like this, then an innate grandmaster had to be downright heaven-defying? Uffed. Qin Yin flew out of the smoke and dust spraying blood, and the whole arena fell dead silent. No surprise, Qin Yin had lost. 3 moves, and the first 2 were just warm-ups. Humph. Who's next? Agula stood holding her hammer, sharp and commanding. I hurriedly begged Eunuch Wei. Have a heart. Let me go. Ninth Prince, forgive me, but this old servant can't do that. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are heaven's will. Me. Agula raised her hammer and pointed at the several princes. Who's next? Or would you all like to come at once? The prince's legs went weak, and they waved their hands frantically. The princess's martial skill is superb. We admit we're no match. I just remembered there's an urgent matter back at my estate. Right? Mother's looking for me. I have to go. Every one of them turned as meek as quails. A beauty is nice, but your life is nicer. Marry this woman and you'd probably come home from a brothel visit with both legs broken. Suddenly, a million-strong army's backing didn't smell so sweet anymore. Oomph, at least you know your place. Next, come on, it's your turn. Agula finally fixed her gaze on me, and her eyes actually softened a little. Me? I pointed at myself. Of course, you've already outdone us in literary talent. Beat us in martial arts too, and I'll marry you. My smile came out uglier than a grimace. Princess, please don't joke around. One swing of that hammer, and I won't have a single bone chip left. There's really no need, right? How will you know unless you try? Maybe you'll get lucky and win. No thanks. Heaven's never been that kind to me. Can I just concede? No way. We have to fight. I won't make it hard for you. No weapons, no internal energy, no martial techniques. How about that? The moment she said this, the other princes' faces turned green, especially Qin Yan, whose ribs she'd cracked. Why was she being so generous with me? Then, we stop at first contact? Go easy, okay? There was no escaping it, so I steeled myself and stepped up, planning to just fumble around for a second or two and then hit the ground in surrender. I shuffled onto the stage, cowering, while everyone sneered. Even Qin Yan lost. Wasn't this useless ninth prince about to get beaten into a pulp? Agula tossed her hammer to the ground and beckoned with her finger. Bring it on. I settled into a Tai Chi opening stance, but my eyes were gleaming with excitement. This was my first real fight. The reason I didn't use the Baji Quan I was more familiar with was simple. I never planned to win. I just wanted to feel out Tai Chi's power generation techniques while I was at it. What kind of martial art is that? So weird. Huh. That's some sissy stuff. Probably learned it from a brothel girl. The crowd roared with laughter. I ignored them and kept my eyes locked on my opponent. These were the same hands that had just badly injured Qin Yan. I couldn't afford to be careless. Careful, here I come. Agula actually warned me before striking, and her force wasn't even a tenth of her usual. This wasn't holding back. This was practically letting me swim in the shallow end. I moved second but struck first. Tai Chi's cloud hands. Pluck, deflect. 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. My palm slid against her wrist. One pull and one tug, and instantly her punch dissolved. Agula's almond eyes went wide with disbelief. Before she could react, I closed in. Part the wild horse's mane. Sure, these were just moves I'd picked up from movies, but they completely shattered this world's concept of martial arts. Nobody had ever imagined that fist techniques could have so many tricks. Oh no. She wanted to dodge, but her footing wasn't set. Her old force had scattered and her new force hadn't formed yet. All she could do was watch as I slammed into her. Bam! Ow, what the hell? Is this woman made of iron? It felt like I'd crashed into a steel plate. My bones nearly came apart. But Agula lost her balance, staggering back 3 whole steps, staring at me in utter shock. You have to understand, the strongest wrestlers on the grasslands couldn't make her budge half a step. She narrowed her eyes and shifted her stance. She was about to get serious. Crap, she's going all out now. I knew it was time to throw in the towel. As much as I wanted to spar, I really didn't want to get beaten up. That woman was hard as iron all over. Hit her, and I'd be black and blue. Just as Agula raised her fist to smash down, a sharp cough from the sidelines interrupted her. She suddenly remembered the whole point of this match and forcibly redirected her fist, sending the punch grazing past my cheek into empty air. What's going on? Why did this brother Yuanba space out? Whatever. Forget her. I'll just fumble a bit, hit the ground, and play dead. I casually slapped her shoulder with an open palm, bracing myself for the next blow. Ah! Agula suddenly screamed, clutching her shoulder as she staggered back several steps, then tripped and tumbled clean off the stage. Me, WTF? The crowd. And Dongzhen. Well done, princess. Agula coughed. The 9th prince's martial skill is impressive. I concede. Since you've won both rounds, then I'll marry you. Me. I stared at my own 2 hands, completely dumbfounded. What the hell? This woman. Was she play acting for me? When I snapped out of it, my eyes went round and a chill shot straight up through the crown of my head. Princess, you're cheating. That doesn't count. It doesn't count. Let's do it over. You strike first this time. I was genuinely panicking now. 9th prince, a loss is a loss. Do you think I'm someone who can't take a loss? Besides, there's no shame in losing to your own husband. When she said the word husband, Agula went all bashful, squirming with a shy yet bold energy that was downright bizarre. And Dongzhen immediately stepped forward to seal the deal. We of the Northern Court value our word above all else. This round goes to the 9th prince. The ministers and several of my brothers fell silent. Qin Sum muttered, "Isn't this a little rash?" Qin Yan wore a face that said, "I'm the clown here." By this point, even the biggest idiot could see it. This princess had taken a liking to me. This old minister believes this match was fair and just, without a shred of doubt. That's right, the victory goes to the 9th prince. To think the 9th prince possesses such world-class literary talent and martial prowess just as dazzling. I'm impressed. I second the motion. Seconded. Inside, I was cursing up a storm. This world was overflowing with malice. In my past life, I was tormented to the brink of a mental breakdown by a female T-Rex. And this life throws a female Li Yuanba at me. The mountain-lifting kind, no less. If you sent Agula to fight Xiang Yu, I guarantee she'd beat the crap right out of him. I wanted to chop off my own hands. Why did I have to fight back just now? Since none of my ministers object, then let us. Father, wait. Your son still. Qinlai stepped forward, refusing to give up. Truth be told, he genuinely fancied this grassland princess. Her personality, her looks, her figure, all of it hit him right where it counted, not to mention what she meant politically. Oomph. Someone still isn't convinced. Agula was fully enraged now. She'd resisted this marriage alliance to begin with, but the grasslands had turned cold early this year, and years of war and disaster had thrown their food supply into crisis. They'd had no choice but to use the marriage as a bargaining chip, to buy a chance at survival for the grassland's millions. Second brother, save me. I nearly burst into tears. In the clutch moment, family really is what counts. Agula kicked her 30-ton golden hammer into the air and caught it effortlessly with one hand. A terrifying aura erupted from her, the gleaming hammerhead like a scorching sun, and Qinlai's heart went ice cold. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Why did I get to flirt and banter with Agula while he got her full fury? Second brother, don't wimp out. Get her. I raised a fist to cheer him on, my eyes full of hope. He was the only one who could save me now. Oomph. Get off the stage, you disgraceful embarrassment. Qin Hao's icy scolding rang out. Everyone could see it plain as day. This princess had chosen me. For Qinlai to jump out, an object now was simply asking to be reamed out. A marriage alliance was a matter of state between two nations. Qin Hao cared only about results, not the process. As long as he married this princess in, the border could stay peaceful for another 3 to 5 years, giving the Great Yin a chance to recover and rebuild its strength. As for which son married her, he honestly didn't care. If it was the ninth, all the better. After all, I had no power or influence, so even with the northern desert backing me, I posed no threat to him. Father, Qinlai still wouldn't give up. I said, stand down. A terrifying aura surged out of Qin Hao, and the very air grew heavy. Every hair on my body stood on end. How strong is this old man? Terrifying doesn't even cover it. Agula's gaze at Qin Hao turned serious too. An aura this frightening, she'd only ever felt it from her master. And her master was the strongest warrior on the steppe, hailed as the man closest to becoming a god. The pressure came fast and vanished just as quickly. Once it faded, everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. Both civil and martial contests are done. The ninth wins. The marriage alliance is settled here and now. No further discussion. Qin Hao made his decree. No matter how unwilling Qinlai was, he had no choice but to accept it. But all that resentment, he dumped squarely onto me. Good, good, good. What a fine ninth brother. I rolled my eyes internally. The hell are you glaring at me for, you idiot? Not my fault you're useless. I'm the one who wants to cry here. Draft the decree. I, having considered the way of heaven and earth, the propriety of family and nation, hereby unite the houses of Qin and Jin in marriage. Today the Northern Desert Court sincerely submits and wishes to forge an everlasting bond. Princess Agula, gentle and virtuous in nature, elegant and beautiful in appearance, well-versed in etiquette and learned in poetry and letters, possesses the virtue of harmony. My ninth son, Qin Lang, refined and graceful, of noble bearing. I hereby bestow upon them this marriage, making Agula the princess consort of the Golden Court. May the two nations be forever at peace, and may the border fires be forever extinguished. As Qin Hao read, I kept rolling my eyes. Elegant and beautiful? Sure, that part was true. But where the hell did they get gentle in nature? My face soured like I'd eaten dirt. I'd barely had a few good days and now I was getting a wife. Who could stand that? Just thinking about all those pleasure houses and entertainment quarters made my heart ache. Thank you, Your Imperial Majesty. Agula clasped her fist over her warhammer and bowed. Ninth, aren't you going to accept the decree? For the time being, you'll be responsible for receiving the Northern Desert delegation. Put state affairs first and don't act recklessly. Understood. Oh, your son accepts the decree. I felt like the life had been sucked right out of me, aging a good 10 years in an instant. That's enough. Everyone dismissed. Qin Hao swept his sleeve and left. Haha, congratulations, Ninth Highness, congratulations. Vindicated in one stroke, and marrying such a beauty too. By the way, Your Highness, about that calligraphy you mentioned earlier. Wei Wuxian sidled up to me with a grin. Calligraphy your ass. I'm busy. One look at this old eunuch and I got mad. A moment ago it was all take care, and now here he was, shamelessly begging for handouts. Oomph, well played, ninth brother. You hit it deep. Guess I misjudged you. Qin Sun narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, oozing malice. I lost today, I'll admit it. But I'll remember both of these little incidents. To think ninth brother has such literary talent. Big brother is ashamed to fall short. Impressive, truly impressive. The gaggle of princes surrounded me, every last one with ill intent in their eyes. They'd all figured it was a 5-man contest. Then out of nowhere, I came charging in like an uninvited guest and threw them all into chaos. Who could take that lying down? Turns out I'd been playing the fool the whole time. The one who hid deepest was me. What's this? What's going on? You picking on my husband? Aguila's petite figure barged into the crowd, her massive golden hammer shoving everyone aside like a battering ram against a city gate. Watching her stand up for me, the princes looked like they'd swallowed flies. Don't be scared, husband. From now on, I'll protect you. Anyone who lays a hand on you, I'll crush his balls, crush him back and forth. Everyone felt a chill down below and clamped their legs shut in unison. Listening to this foul-mouthed girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Fei, I suddenly felt hopeless about life. Still, the way she had my back was kind of heartwarming. If only her behavior were a little gentler. What are you all staring at? If anything happens to this princess from now on, it's obviously one of you scheming behind it. And when that day comes, 1,000,000 northern desert cavalry will ride south and stomp your brains into pulp. The princes' faces went white with rage, but they didn't dare lash out. That bronze golden hammer of hers was no decoration. Open confrontation wouldn't work, so they'd have to resort to underhanded means. Fine. Big brother will remember today. We've got plenty of time ahead of us, ninth. Oh ho, you're still threatening me? Take a hammer to the face. Qinsu turned tail and bolted. The moment I got back to my residence, Xiaoqing saw my grim expression and hurriedly asked, Your Highness, what happened? It's nothing. Xiaoqing, if anyone comes to visit tomorrow, tell them I'm not in. Remember that. With that, I fled into my room. Xiaoqing looked utterly puzzled. The threshold of this ninth prince's residence had been gathering dust for years. Who would ever come to visit? She just assumed I'd been given a hard time at the palace, so she grabbed her vegetable basket and set off to buy something nice to comfort me. In the back courtyard, demon beast flesh and blood was delivered right on schedule every day. With this to feed on, the demons in the demon prison were gradually stabilizing. Although their essence source was still dried up, at least they could move and communicate normally now. Sigh, I've got to find a way to improve my combat technique. I put away the flesh and blood and sighed. I now possessed strength approaching that of a first-rate expert, yet I couldn't put it to use. Earlier, that enormous golden hammer shadow of Aguila's lingered in my mind and wouldn't fade. The moment I entered the demon prison, the prisoners immediately rose to their feet. Warden, greetings, my lord. Nothing but reverence. Ahem, same as usual today, one portion each. Like a livestock handler tossing feed, I chucked a chunk of flesh into each cell as I passed. The prisoners thanked me profusely, one rainbow flattery after another, until even I felt awkward hearing it. Ahem, there's one more thing I need to ask of all of you today. Just say the word, my lord. Do you need a cultivation technique or a treasure? Whatever I have, I won't hold back. Have you run into some difficulty? It's nothing major. I'm trying to get my hands on a Mortal Kombat technique. Something even slightly powerful will do. The whole crowd of prisoners fell instantly silent. My lord, I truly never collected such Mortal Kombat techniques. Such crude and inferior arts, we never bothered to collect them. If only I'd known back then, I'd have stocked up on more Mortal Realm items. Were my divine soul not damaged, I could deduce one for you. What a pity. Our bodies are rotting, our souls extinguished. There's truly nothing we can do. I felt a bit let down. They had the high-tier stuff, but nothing low-tier. Where was the logic in that? Sitting on a mountain of gold with nowhere to spend it. Absolutely miserable. Just then, the Demon Moon Empress spoke up. My lord, do you know one or two rudimentary combat techniques? If you do, with our discerning eyes, we might be able to help you improve them. That's right. We can't create one, but we can improve one. This old man's brain must have been locked up till it went dull. How did I not think of something so simple? A single remark snapped me out of my confusion. With their level of expertise, how hard could it be to see through some mortal martial art? Once improved, both the power and fluidity could jump up several levels. I do know a couple, but I just picked them up on my own, fumbling around. They hardly count as real martial arts. I was talking about Baji Quan and Tai Chi to me. These mismatched versions I learned off the internet were just for fun. Tai Chi especially was something old folks did for exercise. I really had no confidence in them. No matter. Go ahead and show us, my lord. However crude, we can still tell you a thing or two. The demons all poked their heads out from their cells, and somehow the iron chains on the cell doors didn't trigger the restrictive seals. Well then, allow me to embarrass myself. First set, it's called Baji. I set my stance, my expression turning serious. Fierce tiger climbs the mountain. Force open the gates left and right. Yama's three-point strike. Standing heaven-piercing cannon. Heart-crushing elbow. Iron mountain lean. My Baji Quan came out extremely rigid and hard, my fists carrying tremendous force, the air roaring and thundering with each blow. Every move was pure hard power, and each strike went straight for a vital point. Few done, finishing form. Once I'd finished the 8 killing moves, all the demons drew in sharp breaths in unison. Hiss. This. What is it? Something wrong with my fists? I asked, puzzled. May I ask where my lord learned this martial art? It's astonishing. My lord, this is no mortal martial art. Even cultivators could use this. Refine a few moves and combine it with spiritual energy circulation, and its power would be extraordinary. Huh? Now it was my turn to be shocked. A self-taught Baji Quan, actually winning the approval of a group of cultivators? Tweak it, and even cultivators could use it? Wouldn't that make it an immortal combat technique? My lord, this fist technique is powerful and fierce. Add in internal energy circulation methods, and it'd absolutely be a deadly weapon. There's real substance to these fists. Master it well, and forget mortal combat. You could even fight cultivators with it. Then take a look at this one too. I set my stance again and slowly began a completely opposite set of movements. Tai Chi cloud hands, brush knee and twist step. Wild horse parts its mane. Vajra reverse all. 6 ceiling for closing. Hiss. Good heavens. This fist technique of my lord's. I seem to see comprehension of yin and yang in it. Are my old eyes deceiving me? Tai Chi. The energy of yin and yang. This is a mortal martial art. Impossible, surely. The demons all gasped in unison. They saw the profound truth of the great Tao contained within this fist technique. This kind of comprehension usually required a cultivator at the Mahayana stage to grasp even a fraction of, yet now they were seeing it in a mortal martial artist. Phew, I finished. Though it wasn't complete, I'd managed to convey a bit of its essence. Everyone, how's this Tai Chi? Is there room for improvement? When it came to martial arts cultivation, I was a total layman, so I had to listen to these old monsters' advice. My lord, where did you learn this fist technique? Could it be that my lord is a great being reincarnated? Reincarnated and cultivating anew? Could my lord's previous self have been a 5 tribulation loose immortal? To reincarnate, one needs to be at least a 5 tribulation loose immortal or above. What reincarnation? What's all this about 4 tribulations, 5 tribulations? How does one set of fists drag out all this stuff? Having finished this set of Tai Chi, I honestly didn't feel it was anything special, about the same as what old men practice while strolling in the park, just with a bit more force, my strikes carrying a touch of internal power. But that crowd of demons in the demon prison went absolutely wild. My lord, this fist technique is no ordinary thing. Hidden within it is the ultimate truth of yin and yang. It's just missing the matching internal energy formula. Otherwise, its power would be far beyond this. These fists are even more profound than the Baji Quan, using softness to overcome hardness, advancing both yin and yang. Incredible. I've lived so long, and this is the strongest fist technique I've ever seen, bar none. I felt a private thrill. Was Zhang Sanfeng really a cultivator? I'd always taken it as a joke before, but now it seemed it was true. This set of fists, I'd struck gold. Everyone, how do I complete this internal energy breathing method? I asked. There was no way I could figure this out on my own. I knew exactly what I was worth, and I was nowhere near a genius. Rest assured, my lord, we'll work it out together for you. A group of demons surrounded the image of me practicing, scribbling and drawing on the ground, frowning one moment and muttering the next. Those who could cultivate to the Mahayana stage were all geniuses in a million. Deriving a mortal martial art was child's play for them. This route runs through the heart meridian, gentle and safe. Get out of here. What we want is decisive killing power. Go straight for the Bai Wei acupoint. 40 or 50% more power. You old devil, are you trying to get my lord killed? That's a death point. Handle it wrong, and you'll go into a chi deviation. What do you know? Without going demonic, how do you get stronger? Listening to them made my head buzz. This inner cultivation method these guys were coming up with, could I even practice it? I was starting to have second thoughts. While I was studying martial arts in my room, the outside world had long since erupted because of me. What? All these poems were written by the 9th prince. Just came out of the imperial court. Can't be faked. The 9th prince? Doesn't Great Yin only have 8 princes? Clouds recall her robes, flowers her face. The spring breeze brushes the rail, dew rich and dense. What a magnificent poem. This poem was sent to the princess of the northern desert. Simply stunning. She'll keep it down. I hear that princess defeated all the princes single-handedly. Her strength is peerless. What a line. The long wind spans tens of thousands of miles, blowing across the cloud sea pass. This 9th highness is truly remarkable. This ode to the goddess of the Luo River is absolutely divine. People have sorrows and joys, partings and reunions. The moon waxes and wanes, is clear or clouded. How could such beautiful lines even exist? Go. Send an invitation to the 9th prince's residence. I must meet him. Huh? That good-for-nothing prince. In tea houses, bookshops, brothels, and pleasure boats, the entire imperial capital was spreading my poetry. Overnight, everyone was praising my literary talent. This wave swept swiftly across all of Great Yin, and even several neighboring kingdoms heard of my title, the Poet Immortal. One day famous throughout the land. And who wouldn't know your name? I had become famous, with countless eyes now fixed on me, the ninth prince. But I kept my residence sealed tight and threw myself into training. In a world where you had no strength to protect yourself, you couldn't even sleep soundly. With the help of that crowd of demons in the demon prison, my fist techniques advanced by leaps and bounds. Add in the women of my household offering themselves, and my martial cultivation grew explosively. I was just a hair away from becoming a first-rate martial artist. In the imperial palace, my emperor father, Qin Hao, sat on his dragon throne and asked, "How has the ninth been lately?" The man in black knelt on the ground. "In reply to your majesty, the ninth prince hasn't left his residence these past days. By day he practices his fists. By night he engages in intimate exchanges with his maidservants. It's just that large quantities of demon beast flesh and blood are delivered to his residence every day, and they vanish into thin air the moment they enter the inner courtyard. Your servant has investigated. There's nothing unusual to be found. Beast flesh and blood." Qin Hao frowned. "Is number 9 raising demons?" Beast flesh carried a blood miasma that humans couldn't consume directly, but demons had no such limitation. What else would you do with that much flesh and blood besides feeding demons? In the Great Yin, privately raising demons was a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's clan. Keep investigating. Find out what this rebellious son is really up to. Qin Hao's eyes narrowed. "You'd better not disappoint me, or else." Inside the first prince's manor, Qin Yin lay listlessly on his bed, the wound on his chest burning hot. He hadn't won the girl. He'd gotten himself hurt and humiliated, a total loss on every front. "Yin, are you all right?" Empress Chun Fengru rushed in. "Mother." Qin Yan's eyes reddened, his face full of grievance. "That foreign trash dared to hurt my son. Do they really think the Chun family is a pushover?" Rage blazed in the Empress's eyes. "Mother, and that bastard Qin Lang. I want him dead." "Don't worry, Yinner. Mother will handle it. I'll drag that northern barbarian princess here too, so you can take out your anger on her. Be careful, Mother. That princess is formidable. Even ordinary first-rate experts are no match for her. Humph. First-rate martial artists are like ants in my eyes. But don't take her life, or the northern barbarians. I know. That princess is off-limits for now. But that bastard. Let's teach him a lesson first." A strange look flashed through Chun Fengru's eyes. As the ruler of the imperial harem, whatever she did was guaranteed to be flawless. I'd become famous, which meant more people were watching me. So I locked myself in my room and trained like my life depended on it, talking with the women at night, practicing my fists during the day, and dropping by the demon prison whenever I had time to ask questions. With the mental techniques completed, my Bajiquan and Taijiquan were on a whole new level, every move packed with tremendous power. The Bajiquan especially. One strike of my fist could shatter a boulder 10 meters away. With these 2 fist arts, even at the peak of second rate, I could go toe-to-toe with first-rate martial artists. Except for freaks like Agula, of course. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Lang. I know you're in there. Open up. This princess has brought her dowry. Me. The moment that thunderous crash sounded in the outer courtyard, a double shiver ran down my spine. Damn it, that female Tyrannosaurus was at my door. The emperor might have decreed our marriage, but I'd been making excuses to stay home these past few days, and we hadn't discussed a single detail of the wedding. You can hide for a while, but not forever. And sure enough, she tracked me down. Quick, tell them outside that His Highness has gone out and won't be back for a while. I called to Xiaoqing and the others, then bolted. There was no way I could go through with this marriage. Otherwise, my wedding night would be the night I ended up a corpse. Just thinking about that female Tyrannosaurus's brute strength made me tremble. Before I could even use dual cultivation, she'd probably tear me apart like a toy. Your Highness, what's going on? Xiaoqing looked utterly baffled. She had no idea what was happening. She only knew that an absurd number of people had been showing up these past few days. Before, the manor's threshold had gathered dust. You couldn't even find 2 mice around here. Boom. The solid wooden doors, bolt and all, exploded into splinters. A golden round-headed hammer flew across the outer courtyard, hurtling straight down at me. Holy crap, my hair stood on end. Boom. The rockery in the inner courtyard shattered into rubble, and even the flagstones beneath my feet cracked. Husband, where are you rushing off to? A sweet voice came from behind me, and I froze instantly. I was done for. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and forced out a smile. Ahaha, so it's Her Highness the Princess who's arrived. My apologies for not welcoming you properly. Oh, this is the 4th time I've come. If I hadn't broken down the door today, you'd have slipped away again, wouldn't you? Agula yanked the golden hammer out of the ground and hoisted it onto her shoulder, looking exactly like a battle-hardened female general fresh from the battlefield. Ahem, what are you talking about, princess? Am I, Qin Lang, that kind of person? I brazenly played dumb. Fine then. The marriage is settled. So from today on, you belong to this princess. Bring it all in. The moment she finished speaking, a group of burly northern barbarian men poured into the manor, hauling huge chests on their shoulders. This is my dowry. From today on, I'm living here. Aguila had already started looking around, picking out a courtyard. Isn't this improper? It goes against all propriety. I was dumbfounded. We weren't even married and she wanted to move in together? In a feudal dynasty, that was scandalous. And most importantly, I didn't want to marry this female powerhouse at all. My father the Khan nodded. The Emperor of the Great Yin issued a decree, and I agreed too. What's improper about it? Me. After all that talk, she never had any intention of listening to my opinion. But you, I stammered for ages without getting a word out. Enough, quit dawdling. Hang up the red lanterns. We're getting married tonight. Good grief. Prepare in the morning and marry that same night? Even forcing a duck onto a perch wasn't this rushed. Your Highness, what's going on? The women stared at the whirlwind that was Aguila, utterly stunned. This woman had smashed her way in wielding a weapon and demanded marriage the moment she opened her mouth. She was more of a bandit than an actual bandit. Get things arranged, quick. Find someone to rebuild the front doors. Just throw something together, it'll do. The Great Yan's customs are such a hassle. Out on the step, if we like someone we just carry them home. Why bother with all this pomp and ceremony? Aguila had already taken over as the lady of the house. Hold on. Princess, do you really think this is your own home? We're not even married yet. I hurriedly called a stop, my tone displeased. What marriage? Did I ever agree to it? Oh ho, is His Ninth Highness trying to back out of the marriage? Do you know the consequences? Aguila smiled strangely, her eyes full of threat. I looked at her stern face, then at the golden hammer that was several sizes bigger than a clay pot. And in the end, I didn't dare nod. Since you lost to this princess, you have to marry me. If you dare renege, I'll march into the palace right now and tell the Emperor that your Great Yin has been toying with the Northern Wilds royal court. I'll also tell my father the Khan that you bullied me. And then 1,000,000 iron cavalry from the Northern Wilds will ride south. You don't want the borderlands drenched in blood, do you? Me. Damn, that was pure, undisguised blackmail. My eyes went wide as saucers, and I couldn't muster a single word of rebuttal. If I really dared throw her out, my father would show up half an hour later, dragon whip in hand. I never said I wanted to back out. It's just, isn't this too rushed? I'm a prince, after all, a wedding this slapdash. All I could do was stall. Buy myself a day if I could, and once I had the strength, I'd resist this marriage alliance. Slapdash? In the Northern Wilds, two people crawl into the same tent under one blanket, and it's done. Enough. Hurry up and get ready. Tonight you're mine. Aguila was so domineering, she didn't leave me a single opening, her urgency making it seem like she was terrified I'd run. Damn it, I was finished. Sweat poured down my face, and my heart pounded wildly. For a moment, I even wanted to unleash Demon Moon Empress and wipe every last one of them out. Forget it. The news that the 9th prince was getting married, deliberately spread around by Aguila, hit the imperial capital like a thunderclap. This poet god who'd come out of nowhere was actually getting hitched? Damn, 9 moves fast, huh? Never would have guessed it. Old 9's got some serious game. Trying to lean on the Northern Desert Court to get a foothold? Smart play. When my brothers heard I was getting married that very night, every one of them looked like they'd swallowed a mouthful of crap. They'd figured there was still room to maneuver. No one expected the wedding announcement to drop in just a few days. Royal weddings are supposed to follow all the clan protocols, the 3 letters and 6 rites, picking an auspicious date, back and forth that drags on for months at minimum. My move, hitting fast, pulling the rug out from under everyone, had them all completely stunned. It's not that they gave a damn about the woman. They just didn't want another rival in the ring. The second I tapped into that Northern Desert connection, a fringe prince like me would suddenly have the leverage to muscle his way into the center of power. When my father, Emperor Qin Hao, heard that Princess Aguila had shown up in person to force the marriage, a strange smile crossed his face. Truth is, marrying into the Northern Desert was inevitable, the trend of the times. Both nations understood that without saying it out loud. Sure, it looks like an alliance by marriage, but we've been mortal enemies for generations. Right now, everyone just needs a moment to catch their breath. The day we turn on each other, this marriage becomes nothing but a sacrifice. My father had actually wanted to marry the princess off to the first prince, Qin Yin, because that guy's the most cold-blooded. He'd never let a woman sway him. And even if he'd been unwilling, the Qin family backing him would have refused anyway. But who could have predicted it? The marriage decree that should have been Qin Yan's got snatched up by me. My father was more than happy to let it happen. He doesn't have an ounce of attachment to this son, after all. I learned about the royal family's heartlessness a long time ago. I knew going to my father wouldn't get me anywhere, so I just had to hold my nose and accept it. First bow to heaven and earth, second bow to the elders, now bow to each other. The ceremony is complete. Escort them to the bridal chamber. Anton Zahn bellowed it all out in one breath, and just like that, my wedding was hastily done. The courtyard held only a few women and the envoys from the grasslands. Not a single prince or minister showed up, cold and deserted. But I didn't care. The thing giving me a headache was the wedding night. Ahem. My dear, why don't you rest a bit? My stomach's acting up. I'm going to hit the outhouse. Don't wait for me. Anton Zahn, send 2 men to accompany the young lord. As you command. Your Highness, young lord, this way, please. Me. Aguila wasn't giving me a chance to bolt. Someone was watching me like a hawk the entire time. Humph. Thinking of running out on the wedding? As if I'd let you get away with that. Seeing my sour expression, she had a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. She hadn't wanted this marriage alliance either. For the sake of the grasslands, she had no choice. She just never expected to run into someone who'd actually make her heart race. Call it an unexpected bonus. Of course, she didn't pick me for my talent alone. It was more because I, the 9th prince, had so little sense of belonging to the great Yin. She knew perfectly well how these cross-border marriages tend to end, so she needed to keep an escape route for herself. Someone easy to control, who also made her heart flutter? That was basically a fat piece of meat dropping out of the sky, and there was no way she'd let it go. Honestly, my thinking wasn't nearly that complicated. I just plain didn't like this type. Hot-tempered, throwing punches at the drop of a hat, threatening to send 1,000,000 iron cavalry south whenever she pleased. Who could put up with that? Getting married to her was like marrying into her family. Forget brothels and pleasure boats. I'd probably catch a beating just for glancing at a girl on the street. I'm a grown man, standing tall. Was I supposed to swallow that? Maybe in a past life, fine. But this is a feudal society. Am I really going to let a woman push me around? Damn it, just wait till I rise up. I'll show this little wench who's boss. I gritted my teeth and pushed the door open, marching in like a soldier heading off to battle. To be honest, aside from being a little violent and savage, Aguila was a genuine stunner. That exotic face of hers stood in stark contrast to her behavior. Husband, let's go to bed. She was actually nervous too. It was her first wedding, after all. No matter how carefree she was normally, when it came to this, she was a total rookie. Let's get one thing straight first. You don't hit people in your sleep, right? No sleepwalking habits. I was genuinely afraid I might lie down and never get up the next morning. This woman's strength was terrifying. One unconscious slap could send my head flying. Uffed. Don't overthink it, husband. I'm very well behaved when I sleep. She covered her mouth and laughed, and all her charm came pouring out. I was momentarily dazed. Compared to Xiao Qing, Lin Zhaowan, and Yi Lingling, Aguila's looks were a cut above them all. Back in my past life, she'd easily pass for the young lady of some prestigious clan. Ahem, all right then. Scoot over, we'll take it slow. I tested the waters, reaching toward the edge of the bed, eyes locked on her, terrified she might suddenly explode into action. Then again, this marriage wasn't all bad. My Yin-Yang creation art benefits more the higher the other party's cultivation. Aguila was already at the first-rate realm, so the energy feedback was bound to be staggering. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. Let's do this. I blew out the candle and dove headfirst under the covers. Now well behaved. That night, I got a real taste of the grassland's strange scenery, sometimes a light drizzle, sometimes a raging storm. The rain came down so hard I couldn't even keep my eyes open. The Yin-Yang creation art ran at full power, and my cultivation surged like crazy. The feedback from Aguila, this daughter of heaven's favor, filled me up like a balloon stretched to bursting. First-rate realm, achieved. Mid-tier, high-tier, peak. Post-heaven realm, achieved. Oh damn, my back. I bolted upright in excitement, and a jolt like an electric shock ran through my lower back, nearly knocking me flat. Damn it. Is this little wench really a virgin? She's way too much. I sucked in a sharp breath. Last night's marathon had completely drained me. If not for the cultivation art holding me up, I probably would have leapt out of bed and fled halfway through. Husband, what's wrong? Are you okay? She opened her eyes and asked with concern. That posture, that tone, where was the ferocious dragon from before? She was every bit the tender, delicate wife now. But I knew this was just the surface of someone who'd tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. It wouldn't be long before her true colors showed again. Women, they're all the same. I'm fine, just rest. I'm going to the bathroom. I waved my hands frantically. Another round, and I probably wouldn't recover for months. All right, husband, give me a kiss. Me. Honestly, Aguila in tender mode was pretty cute. I gave her a half-hearted peck, then rushed off to the back courtyard without even properly straightening my clothes. That's where the fresh demon beast flesh and blood delivered that morning was piled up. Ugh, Looks like I need to find some kind of business. Feeding all these people costs a fortune. The daily demon beast meat alone ran at least 200 some taels of silver. Without a steady income, the burden was pretty heavy. I put away the flesh and blood, then used my mental link to unlock a new ability, Yard Time. Unlike a pardon, Yard Time could project everything in my surroundings into the demon prison, letting those prisoners experience the free air of the outside world without ever leaving their cells. Space trembled, a will descended, and the demon. The image of the prison surfaced clearly in my mind. Why do I smell dirt? Yeah, I smell it too. Flowers and grass, the scent of life. Wind. Where's the wind coming from? Look, where is this? Did we get out? The scent of freedom. Ah. The moment the projection appeared, all the imprisoned demons went wild, greedily sniffing the air, yanking excitedly at their chains, desperate to touch the flowers and grass. But a projection was still just a projection. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Everyone calm down. This is a new ability I've unlocked. It lets you experience the outside world. My voice echoed through the demon prison. The prisoners stopped struggling, staring intently at the scenery outside. This was a view they'd yearned for over countless years, appearing in their dreams time and time again, only to shatter like a bubble at the slightest touch. Now, after centuries, feeling that fresh air again, they all choked up. Thank you, my lord. To glimpse the outside before I die. I can rest in peace now. The demons prostrated themselves on the ground, sobbing. These merciless killers finally understood, in this moment, how precious freedom truly was. A life without freedom was like a bird with clipped wings. Their long lifespans had become a curse instead. All right, every day during daylight, I'll open the permissions. You can communicate with me and experience the outside world anytime. But at night, I laid out the schedule. With these old masters offering me guidance firsthand, there wouldn't be many things left in life that could trip me up. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Even if we can't get out, this beats staring at these cells every day. Enough. I'm satisfied, old bones and all. What exactly are you all looking at? Why can't I see anything? The purple-eyed she-demon locked in cell 320 shrieked, bristling like an enraged hedgehog. Everyone else could see it. Only she couldn't. Of course you can't see it. That's what you get for daring to disrespect our lord. This is your punishment. Gaga, so this is your day now. Learned your lesson yet? Long live our lord. That's exactly how you deal with a defiant she-demon like her. Let her rot slowly in the dark. The demons piled on gleefully, kicking her while she was down, until the purple-eyed she-demon was grinding her teeth in fury. This also made things crystal clear to them. I held a grudge. Cross me once, and your benefits got cut off, just like that. I couldn't be bothered with her. She made the perfect chicken to slaughter as a warning to the rest of these monkeys. So I can't see it. Big deal. The she-demon fumed, but her pride ran too deep. She refused to bow her head. The other demons shook their heads helplessly. In a place like this, dignity was worth nothing. Good treatment depended entirely on my mood, and sucking up to me was the only way out. My lord, is this your estate? Truly a place fit for nobility, magnificent. TSK, this garden, this layout, the heavenly constellation rising, the earthly malefic laid out in strategy. The feng shui bears the aura of an emperor. I concur. This land could birth a dragon. Me. I was utterly speechless. An ordinary courtyard, praised to the heavens like this. It was giving me second-hand embarrassment. These people had seen genuine immortal paradises. How could they possibly find anything to admire in this shabby estate of mine? All right, stop with the forced compliments. It's too fake. Hey, what are you saying, my lord? I'm famously honest. Indeed. I read the stars and divine fates across heaven and earth. How could I be wrong? Even an immortal's paradise couldn't be much better than this, could it? Sure enough, power blinds people the easiest. Surrounded by flattery day in and day out, anyone would start floating on air. I ignored them and practiced my fists alone in the courtyard. Reaching the postnatal realm overnight had left me with a surge of power I could barely control. A first-rate warrior marked the dividing line between strong and weak, while the postnatal realm was the first step toward transcending mortality. Upon entering it, one's inner strength gradually transformed into true chi, boosting power from 60,000 caddies all the way to 100,000. And don't underestimate this shift. Once all inner strength converted into true chi, you'd step into the prenatal realm. Prenatal gong chi was at least 100 times stronger than inner strength, powerful enough to kill with a plucked flower or a flying leaf. In just half a month, I'd gone from an ordinary person to a postnatal realm expert, a terrifyingly fast pace. If the scales on my body hadn't concealed my cultivation, I'd have alarmed the entire Great Yin by now. Phew, I'll have to keep an even lower profile from here on. Feeling the power surging through my body, my heart burned with excitement. I finally had the means to protect myself in this world. The postnatal realm wasn't anything special in this royal capital, but step outside these walls, and I'd be a bona fide master. Among the countless warriors in the land, only 4 or 5% ever reached the postnatal realm. The prenatal realm was 1 in 1,000. Grandmasters were pitifully rare, and great grandmasters could be counted on one hand across the entire world. The path of martial arts was full of hardships. Your fist technique is improving at astonishing speed, my lord. Before long, this Baji fist will reach perfection. Your comprehension is like that of a heavenly being, my lord. A peerless talent. Bah, you old fool. Nonsense. Heavenly being? By my reckoning, our lord has the bearing of a divine being. Honestly, I was starting to regret opening these permissions. The flattery was endless. I knew exactly what I was made of. If I really had talent, I'd have gone off to cultivate immortality already. The Baji fist had reached minor mastery now, but the Tai Chi fist just wouldn't click. It felt stiff and clumsy when I practiced it. Still, having the Baji fist to rely on for now was enough. I didn't know its exact rank, but it was definitely no worse than that sword art Qin Yin used, rumored to be the Chun family's heirloom, an earth-rank peak sword technique. He'd lost to Aguila's oversized club purely because he was garbage himself. It had nothing to do with the martial technique. Husband, where did you learn this fist technique? A figure walked into the backyard. I immediately stopped and frowned, turning toward Aguila. She'd changed out of her northern barbarian attire into a great yin scholar's robe, and her whole aura seemed transformed, all her sharpness gone, replaced by a touch of gentleness. Sigh, having an outsider in the house really is inconvenient. I was displeased, but I didn't let it show. I had too many secrets, and it wasn't time to expose them yet. It's nothing, just messing around. I brushed her off casually, wiped my sweat with a towel, and walked away. Aguila watched my retreating figure, an inexplicable look flashing through her eyes. It seems my husband has quite a few secrets, and he's rather guarded, too. The truth was, ever since the Tai Chi fist that day, she'd suspected I had real cultivation. Whether it was the Tai Chi or today's forceful fist technique, neither was ordinary martial arts. There was no way he was just messing around. My lord, is that your wife, Our Lady? What a stunning beauty. I've roamed the immortal cultivation world for over 1,000 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone so beautiful. Gaga. Gorgeous. I just wonder what her blood tastes. Ahem. I mean, Our Lady must have a heavenly fragrance constitution. The outside world is wonderful. The food just walks around freely. Slurp. The moment Aguila appeared, she drew a frenzy of commentary from the demons. After all, this was the first time in centuries they'd. The second living person I've seen besides myself. Your Highness, you're up? Xiaoqing was half-heartedly sweeping the courtyard with the other women. My sudden marriage had thrown them off, especially Xiaoqing. She didn't know where she stood anymore. After all, she was just a maid, while the other woman was a real princess. The thought left her feeling deflated. Back in the hard days, the two of us had leaned on each other to survive. Now that life had gotten better, she was terrified of losing the person closest to her. Ahem, don't overthink it, Qinger. That woman was a marriage forced on me by my father. I couldn't shake her off if I tried. From now on, you're still the head of this household, and the person I trust most. Compared to Aguila, I obviously trusted Xiaoqing more. She'd been through thick and thin with me. Your Highness, this servant, that's not what I meant. I'm not jealous, truly, it's just. Xiaoqing was moved beyond words. Power wasn't what she wanted. She was just afraid of losing me. Enough. Things stay exactly as they were before. Remember this. In this household, you're the one calling the shots. I pulled her into my arms and said firmly, I might not care about the others, but Xiaoqing had suffered too much alongside me. These things were rightfully hers. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll take good care of the princess and the other sisters. She never thought highly of herself, because she felt her status didn't deserve it. She was just an ordinary maid. Even if there were a line, she'd never make the cut. I knew that clearly, and she'd long since accepted her lot. All right, stop with the wild thoughts. There are more and more people in this household, and your load's getting heavy. If it's too much, call Warner and the others to lend a hand. Xiaoqing understands. With me backing her up, Xiaoqing got her confidence back. And thinking about that newly arrived princess, she didn't feel so panicked anymore. Speaking of Aguila gave me a headache. Northern barbarian women were too direct, too fierce. Who marries their way in this forcefully? She was basically a female bandit. That crowd of demons in my head started chattering again. Ha ha ha, the master is loyal and righteous. These mortal women hit the jackpot. To be valued by the master, their ancestors' graves must be smoking with good fortune. Ha ha ha, these women look rather delicious. Get lost. Those are all the warden's wives. You dare touch one, and you'll never see daylight again. Ahem, this old one was just saying. You're just drooling for a meal. A whole pack of demons, and every third word out of their mouths was about eating people. Just as I was getting annoyed, Yi Lingling came rushing in, clutching her skirt in a panic. Your Highness, it's bad. There are tons of soldiers outside. Before she'd even finished, bang! The inner courtyard gate was kicked open, and a swarm of armored soldiers poured in brandishing weapons. The clanking of their armor sent chills down the spine. I recognized that armor at a glance. The city defense guard. My eyes went cold. No need to think about it. Who else could it be but a few of my dear brothers? I just hadn't expected them to move this fast. How dare you? You barge into a prince's residence. Are you planning to rebel? Xiaoqing quickly shielded me behind her and shouted sharply. She was scared too, but years of habit made her steel herself to protect me. The one in the lead held up a token and waved his hand to charge in, not giving a damn about me, the ninth prince. The Imperial City Bureau is here to search by order. Anyone who obstructs, killed without mercy. My true chi surged madly, ready to strike at any moment. That crowd of demons in my head went into a frenzy. Master, kill them all. Slapping your face is slapping ours. Send them to the demon prison, and this old one will show them a proper welcome. They all need to be slaughtered. At that very moment. How insolent. I'd like to see who dares move a muscle. Boom. A golden hammer came crashing down, and the shockwave sent all the soldiers stumbling back. Agula landed on both feet, the ground splitting beneath her. She looked like a war goddess descended to earth. The leading general gave a cold snort, his aura suddenly exploding, far surpassing Agula's. Princess of the Northern Desert? This is the Great Yin, not your royal court. Obstruct me again, and my spear won't recognize faces. Peak acquired realm. Agula's expression turned grave. Though she possessed the strength of a god, her cultivation was only at the first-rate realm. Against an opponent a full tier higher, with all these soldiers backing him, a head-on fight would surely put her at a disadvantage. Protect the princess. Anton Zahn arrived with a group of guards, wielding grassland scimitars. Though they wore no armor, their momentum didn't fall short in the slightest. These were all elite soldiers who'd come along in the entourage, every one of them built like a bear. The two sides faced off with blades drawn, the shockwaves shattering every plant and tree in the courtyard. Oomph, you search whenever you please? Do you have my father the Emperor's imperial decree? I was furious. I knew that old, undying bastard had tacitly approved this behind the scenes. Otherwise, the Imperial City Bureau could never mobilize troops on a single secret order. This general received a report that someone is secretly raising demons. In an emergency, one acts with discretion. His Majesty surely won't blame me. Oomph, so there's no imperial decree then? Mobilizing troops without authorization, laying siege to a prince, and rising against your superiors. That's a crime that gets 9 generations of your family executed. I let out a furious roar that stunned the entire scene, then sneered coldly. Secretly raising demons? Never mind that I know nothing about it. Even if it were true, that's for the Demon Suppression Bureau to investigate. What the hell is your Imperial City Bureau? Looks like that big brother of mine couldn't wait. Casually mobilizing troops to frame his own brother. He's not far from rebellion. The moment I said this, all the Imperial City Bureau's soldiers froze, and the leading general broke out in a cold sweat. Who could bear the weight of the word rebellion? He had his own guilty conscience too. He'd assumed this ninth prince was weak and easy to push around, never expecting me to be this tough. I simply waved my hand. Want to search? Fine. You're all here, so go on in and search. Clear my name while you're at it. If you find something, this prince will confess and accept punishment. But if you find nothing, every last one of you will have your families exterminated to the 3rd degree. Even if I have to appeal to my father the Emperor, appeal to the ancestral temple, this prince will see your entire households wiped out. Not a single one spared. Whoosh. The crowd retreated 3 steps in fright, the hands gripping their weapons trembling. No one wanted to become a casualty of an imperial power struggle and drag their whole families down with them. However out of favor I might be, I was still a genuine prince. Go ahead. I stepped aside. Agula hefted her golden hammer, her eyes menacing. Anton Zahn, keep a close watch on these men. Don't let anyone plant evidence. Guard the valuables too. Anyone who reaches out, chop off their hand. In that moment, she understood my helplessness. To be born into the royal family, without a maternal clan to back you up, was pure suffering. The look in her eyes was full of pity. She probably couldn't figure out how I'd managed to survive this long. Don't be afraid, husband. Anyone who dares touch you has to step over my body first. Worst case, I'll take you back to the northern desert. No loss leaving this rotten Great Yin behind. Agula said with absolute conviction. From the moment she married me, I was her man, and with that dominant temperament of hers, she'd naturally protect her own man herself. Anton Zahn also spoke furiously. Your servant will immediately send someone back to the grass. How dare Great Yin show their true colors. 1,000,000 iron cavalry will ride south this instant. To insult the princess is to slap the face of the royal court. We sons of the steppe will not swallow this humiliation. Xing will protect the princess to the death. The steppe warriors drew their blades in perfect unison, like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves waiting for a single command. Looking at these foreigners, my heart churned with mixed emotions. What a joke. The first ones to stand on my side turned out to be outsiders, and they were willing to spark a war between two nations for me. It'd be a lie to say I wasn't moved. I truly pitied the original owner of this body, blood relatives who weren't even worth as much as strangers. Great Yin? I felt no sense of belonging to it whatsoever. If they all dropped dead, it wouldn't concern me in the slightest. Go to the steppe or stay in Great Yin, it made no difference to me. I just wanted to keep my head down and grow stronger, and once I had the power, I'd crush every one of these people, one by one. Under pressure from three sides, the Imperial Guard's legs went weak. Searching the place now would leave them no way out, and might even trigger a war between two nations. How could a mere deputy commander shoulder consequences like that? What are you all standing around for? Do you need me to lead the way? My voice was cold, without a trace of warmth. Ever since I came to this world, I'd been prepared for the worst. If it really came to blows, I'd take on the demonic backlash and cut down half of Great Yan's upper echelon along with me. If I couldn't live well, then no one else would either. 9. Your Highness, no need. The report must be false. This lowly officer will arrest the informant upon returning and clear your name. Fall back. The leader had completely panicked. With things blown this far out of proportion, even the people behind him couldn't protect him. Punishment versus losing his head. Even a fool could tell which was the lesser evil. A carefully orchestrated search had ended with a whimper. Oomph. Looks like my dear brothers couldn't hold back any longer. Watching the soldiers retreat, my eyes were ice cold. The demons erupted again. My lord, throw them into the demon prison. Let this old one show them what fear really means. Trust me, I'll wipe out anyone in the way in 10 minutes flat. You old ghost? You're not even qualified. A man who killed his own parents. Bullshit. When did I ever kill my parents? A few centuries ago, you bragged about it yourself. One swing of the blade, two heads rolling at your feet. Then you dug out their eyeballs and steeped them in wine. Forgotten already. You've got some nerve. You sacrificed your entire clan, 12,000 souls, ground into paste to break your inner demon tribulation. Forgotten that, demon sovereign, your eminence. Listening to this pack of demons air each other's dirty laundry, my mouth twitched. Not a single one who could enter the demon prison was a decent sort. The only one who looked even remotely kind, the pangolin, turned out to be the very culprit who'd destroy the world. Getting them to loyally obey me in the short term would be tough. Who knew what disaster they'd unleash once let loose? Your Highness, go inside and rest. We'll clean up the courtyard. Xiaoqing looked at the wreckage and sighed. A dignified prince who hadn't slept soundly in over a decade. Her heart truly ached for me. Just wait. It won't be long now. I hardened my resolve in silence. Once I had power, the first thing I'd do was drag out everyone who'd ever bullied me, one by one, and torture them mercilessly. The soldiers had withdrawn, but the gloom on my face wouldn't lift. A single probe from the enemy had left me this cornered. If Agila hadn't stepped forward, today's charge of harboring demons would have stuck. I'd thought a little reputation would make them wary. Instead, it invited swifter, more vicious retaliation. Those noble houses were even bolder than I'd imagined, besieging a prince's estate in broad daylight. This wasn't just audacious, it was outright insane. The worst part was that the great Yin Emperor was like a dead man. No reaction at all, tacitly allowing all of it. My heart went cold. This world was far more complicated than I'd thought. Husband, why don't I take you back to the northern desert? No one there would dare bully you. Agila had seen the situation clearly too. If they'd do this in broad daylight, who knew how much crazier they'd get in the shadows? Great Yin was rotten to the core. Leave? If only it were that simple. Believe me, the moment we set one foot outside the imperial capital, we'd be hunted down endlessly. Here in the capital, they still hold back, but past these borders, no cry for help would ever be answered. Besides, would that old man let a prince be spirited away by foreigners? By then I'd be as good as dead, and you'd probably wish you were. My gaze at her was frigid. Some outcomes you could figure out with your toes. I don't believe it. I'll write to my master and my father the Khan to come to our aid. My master is the steppe's #1 powerhouse, a true grandmaster. Agila tilted her head up proudly. A grandmaster, the pinnacle of combat power in this world. One person capable of turning the tide of a battle. A grandmaster? Perhaps. I nodded. A grandmaster was indeed formidable, but Great Yan's hidden cards were no weaker. Agila might be fine, but I'd surely die. The one who could walk out of the imperial capital could be a vassal king, but never a prince eligible to contend for the throne. Princess, just to be safe, this humble servant will send word back to the steppe by fast horse at once. And Dongzhen understood full well the weight of a marriage alliance. Yet before departing, the Khan had told him, ally if you can. If you can't, bring the princess back at once. The safety of the northern desert shouldn't rest on the shoulders of a single woman. That one line alone showed just how favored Agula was. Tell my father the Khan about the situation in Great Yan, and tell him this. His daughter has already married and become a wife, and vows to live and die together with her husband. At those words, both Dongzhen and I froze, staring at her with disbelief. Dongzhen's heart lurched. A statement like that could well become the spark that ignited war between two nations. If the princess truly died in Great Yan, the entire steppe would go mad. I said nothing, only studied this woman, married for all of a single day, with a strange look, up and down. Having lived in the modern world, I'd always believed human hearts were selfish, that even husband and wife scatter each their own way when disaster strikes, and that hardly anyone had ever witnessed pure love. Feudal society has its upsides. At least feelings were far purer. I sighed inwardly, yet the pressure grew a little heavier. Before, I was a lone wolf. If I died, I died. Now I had someone to care for, and with it, a weak spot. The demons chimed in again. Hey, this woman's not bad. True feelings show in times of crisis. You could pass her the methods of cultivation to repay her later. My lord, this emperor has a technique perfectly suited to her. A grandmaster? Never heard of it. Isn't the lowest level chi refining? That should be the mortal martial artist realm, no? We start out on the grand path of immortal cultivation. No need to endure the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. I suspect you're all just showing off. I rolled my eyes, not bothering with this crowd of humble braggers. If I could cultivate immortality, who'd bother with martial arts? Isn't flying on a sword far sweeter? Don't fret, my lord. With a spirit stone or a blessed land, you can cultivate immortality all the same. Once you cross the threshold, the rest is easy. The likes of us. We old bones went all out just to get you on this path. Mortals only live 100 years. We're counting on you to unlock even more permissions. My lord, just get past the threshold, and my heaven-devouring art will shoot you straight to the top. A whole crowd of demons and monsters was already loudly making plans, each one bragging that their own technique was the best. The immortal gate was right there in front of me, close enough to see, but impossible to touch. It was driving me nuts. Phew, looks like I've got to start planning ahead. Hands behind my back, I walked toward the backyard, slipped into a storeroom, bolted the door, and with a single thought, vanished from the spot. Since things were already out of control, might as well prepare for the worst. Watching me walk away, Agula's eyes were complicated. Even though they'd already been intimate, she always felt like her husband was mysterious, hidden behind a layer of fog. Thinking about last night, her cheeks flushed red. Books are all liars. What more than 10 minutes? That guy's like a freaking bull. Their cultivation levels were worlds apart, yet she felt like I had an endless supply of energy. If she hadn't been born with a strong body, she probably wouldn't have been able to get out of bed today. Honestly, being a prince here really sucks. In that emperor's eyes, I'm worth less than a bastard child. Even with a bit of talent, he can't be bothered with me. Today, the 9th prince's manner caused such a huge commotion, yet the entire court just played deaf and dumb, and the palace didn't react at all. The ministers sighed among themselves. Who neglects their own son this badly? I wasn't the least bit surprised. I saw through it long ago. Couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, so I just lay alone under the moon, spacing out. This ancient era is so boring. No TV, no phone, and there's a curfew. Once it gets dark, all you can do is sleep. I wanted to go check out the brothel district, but suddenly there was a female T-Rex in my house, my newlywed wife, Agula. Go to a brothel on the second night. She'd break my legs. Ugh, how did I suddenly end up married? Before the wedding I couldn't beat her, got forced into the marriage, and now that I've got the strength to back myself up, it's already a done deal. Husband, it's time to rest. Let me serve you. Agula appeared behind me at some point, all sweet and tender, not a trace of the daytime tyrant left. My heart shivered. Last night was her first time, and I barely won by a hair with everything I had. Tonight I was probably in for a rough one. But then again, dual cultivating with her sends my cultivation skyrocketing. Fine, for the sake of cultivation, let's do this. Just as she was dragging me toward the room, suddenly, swish, swish, swish. We both stopped at the same time, expressions darkening. Husband, someone's broken in. Hide in the room, don't come out. Agula shoved me into the room, snatched up the golden urn hammer by the door with a backhand grab, and her aura instantly surged, a full-on barbarian goddess of war. I rubbed my nose. Being protected by a woman actually felt pretty good. Fighting broke out all over the outer courtyard. The guards Agula brought were already clashing with the assassins. provoking me in the daytime, assassinating me at night. The waters of the great Yin Empire were even murkier than I'd imagined. Tisk, coming after me twice in one day. They really don't take me, a prince, seriously at all. Anton Zahn burst into the inner courtyard covered in blood. Princess, take Master Qin and go, I'll hold them off. The black-clad assassins numbered over 10, each at the peak of second tier, with the 3 leaders at the peak of first tier. They'd clearly calculated Agula's strength and deliberately sent powerhouses to overwhelm her. Capture that woman alive, kill everyone else. The lead assassin swung his blade straight at Agula. You've got nerve. Agula raised her giant hammer to meet him head-on. The hammerhead, big as a millstone, swept across with a whistling wind, and one strike blasted a 5-meter crater into the ground. The assassin leader broke out in a cold sweat. Tough nut to crack. Everyone, together. 3 peak first-tier experts ganged up on Agula alone, but instead of retreating, she pressed forward. Her heavy hammer swung with terrifying force, grinding every tree and rockery in the courtyard to dust, and forced all 3 of them onto the defensive with sheer power. Inside the room, I kept nodding. This wife's combat power was truly absurd. Fighting 3 and still coming out on top. Meanwhile, the crowd of imprisoned demons in my head was also watching the show. This girl's got real strength. Cream of the crop among mortals. If she got her hands on a body tempering technique, she might just step over the cultivation threshold. HM, my lord, there are assassins heading your way too. Smells so good. In release mode, they could smell the outside world. Those 2 assassins sneaking up had no chance against these old monsters' noses. My eyes narrowed. I pulled out a pair of custom iron sand gloves from my robe and slowly put them on. When a tiger doesn't show its fangs, do they really think I'm a Hello Kitty cat? Haha, everyone, extra rations tonight. The demon prison instantly erupted. Those prisoners were practically drooling. Devouring humans was written into their genes. Bang! The rear window shattered as 2 figures rushed in. Seeing me calmly sipping tea, they exchanged a glance and immediately attacked. Both first-tier strength. Damn, sending 5 first tiers plus a pile of second tiers for 1 assassination? They were dead set on ending my life. Too bad. I'm not the same guy I was half a month ago. Out in the outer courtyard, Agula sensed I was in danger and her face went pale, but she was pinned down and couldn't break free. Furious, she brought down a golden flow sky-dancing hammer, ripping the entire courtyard to shreds. Haha, surrender. That trash is probably dead by now, the leader sneered. The moment Agula heard that, she panicked. Boom. A muffled thud came from the room, and the 2 assassins who ambushed me came flying back out, trailing streaks of blood. The assassins. Not good. There's another expert. Gloves on my fists, I strode out slowly, staring at them with icy eyes. Damn it. Our intel was wrong. This kid is at least peak first tier. The 2 on the ground had been gravely wounded by just one of my punches, and they trembled remembering the force behind it. Woman, step aside. Fighting is a man's business. Agula, a northern barbarian princess who'd been tough as nails her whole life, suddenly felt her legs go weak in that moment. What woman doesn't long to be conquered? Husband, shut it, get to the back. Yes, as you command, husband. I'll cover your flank. Come on then, let this prince see what the first-tier realm is all about. One hand behind my back, I beckoned with the other. 5 peak first-tier experts charged at once. Baji, fierce tiger, climbs the mountain. My fist transformed into a pouncing tiger, exploding the instant it collided with the blade light. Another dagger stabbed toward my heart. I blocked it easily with one arm and grabbed the man's arm with a backhand. Left and right forced the gate open, standing sky-piercing cannon. One punch, and that assassin's head burst apart. Red and white splattered everywhere, and the demons in the prison screamed madly. So good. I want a lick. Sword Light came at me from behind. I turned and swept it aside with an open palm, drove my elbow up into a chin, and snapped a leg with a grinding kick. Heart-piercing elbow. Iron Mountain lean. Another assassin's chest caved in and fell dead on the spot. What kind of martial art is this? The remaining men started thinking about retreat. You want to leave? Too late. I closed in on them. Deflect 1,000 pounds with 4 ounces. Yama's 3-point strike. A true martial master never masters just one art. Tai Chi paired with Baji, I cut down another man. The leader was terrified out of his wits. He turned and bolted, and the assassins in the outer courtyard, catching the signal, scattered in flight too. Trying to run? Stay right here. I dug my feet into the ground, my true energy exploding as my speed shot to its peak. Since I'd made my move, not a single one of them was going to escape. I'd keep my true strength hidden for as long as I could, the better to throw off my enemies. The postnatal realm. Impossible. The leader glanced back and nearly had his soul scared out of him. A 20-year-old postnatal level fighter was just too terrifying. Baji force, Mountain-splitting collapse. My fist slammed into his back. With a wet thud, he shot out spewing blood, flying dozens of meters and crashing through 2 walls before he stopped. First rate. Nothing special. It was only in my first real fight that I realized just how ferocious the minor attainment Baji fist was. 1 punch, 1 kill. And mind you, I hadn't even used a tenth of its power. How terrifying would it be at full mastery? What a ninth prince. We all underestimated you. The leader glared at me, coughing blood. Just kill me. I won't say a word. Haha, don't be so hasty. I'll send you somewhere fun. I guarantee you'll love it. These assassins were professionally trained. Ordinary methods wouldn't pry their mouths open. I didn't have the means, but I had a whole crew of professionals behind me. The demon prison could take in living things, provided they'd lost the ability to resist, so I knocked him out with 1 punch and tossed him straight into the demon prison. Husband, are you all right? Agula chased after me, only breathing easy once she saw I was unhurt. Tonight had shaken her badly. She'd suspected before that I was hiding my strength, but actually watching me single-handedly fight 5 first-rate fighters, she still couldn't believe it. Even she couldn't pull off a record like that. The way she looked at me now was utterly spellbound. What woman doesn't love a hero? Tonight, with all that domineering energy of mine, I nearly had her. What's with that look? Don't let your mind wander. Hurry up and haul the bodies to the back courtyard. There'll be no sleeping tonight. Looking at the wrecked mansion, I got a headache. Repairing the courtyard would be another big expense. Keeping a pack of demons already cost a fortune. This just piled more on for a broke prince like me. Yes, husband. What should we do with the bodies and the ones we captured alive? Agula followed obediently behind me, hefting her giant hammer. The contrast between her bashful demeanor and the weapon in her hands couldn't have been sharper. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it. You all clean up the estate first. Yes, husband. Agula hung on my every word now, so much that Anton Zahn's eyes nearly popped out. He still thought the princess had killed all the enemies. Agula and I were both smart enough not to correct him. Your Highness, are you all right? You scared me half to death. Xiaoqing came running with the other women, all in tears. All right, it's fine. The enemies are all dealt with. Watching me surrounded by a bunch of pretty girls, Agula muttered with a twisted mouth, wearing a look of contempt for the little coquettes. But seeing that I ate it up, she pinched her voice into a coy little husband too. You got something stuck in your throat? Agula. Once the cleanup was done, the back courtyard was piled with corpses, 24 in total. Adding the 2 taken alive and the leader, that made 5 first-rate and 20 peak second-rate fighters who'd come tonight. TSK, my dear brother. You really do think highly of me. I sneered, gathered the whole lot of them into the demon prison, turned, and vanished from the back courtyard. The moment I stepped into the demon prison, a barrage of flattery came flying at me. Kakik. Congratulations on your victory, my lord. What a beautiful battle. Your Baji fist is magnificent, my lord. The might of the fist ancestor himself. Long live the lord. I waved a hand. Enough. You can divide up these corpses among yourselves. 25 people. Each inmate would only get a 5th or 6th of one. Not enough to fill them up, but at least enough to satisfy the craving. After all, this pack of demons hadn't tasted human flesh in centuries. My lord, I want the head, the kind that bursts when you bite it. I want 3 hearts. I've been craving that forever. Boo. I want a leg. I want the buttocks. The ones with the good filling are best. You're disgusting as hell. Get out of here. What do you know, you little punk? This is what a true connoisseur eats. I couldn't be bothered to listen. Everybody quiet down. The goods are right here. Take your own share. Anyone who gets greedy gets nothing next time. Carving up corpses, that kind of revolting work I obviously wasn't going to do myself. Kakik, don't worry, my lord. We know the rules. I pointed at the 3 unconscious figures on the ground. There are 3 still alive. How do we get their mouths open? How hard could that be? Leave it to this old one. I guarantee they'll confess right down to their 18 generations of ancestors. You old ghost, you want all 3 to yourself? Aren't you afraid you'll burst? My venom causes hallucinations. Mortals? Done in minutes. My lord, let me. Living prisoners were far more precious than corpses. Their essence blood could be refined to repair a rotting body and buy a few more years of life. The demons fought over them till their heads bled. Before long, the 3 came slowly to. The instant their eyes opened, they sprang up on guard, only relaxing when they found their strength hadn't been sealed. A dim, damp cell. Glowing runes were carved into the massive cell door, and thick black chains ran from it into a bottomless abyss, a sight that made their hair stand on end. Kakik, finally awake. This old one can't wait any longer. The scent of the living is so sweet. Come here, let this old one have a lick. The 3 of them broke out in gooseflesh, eyes locked on the darkness. The assassin leader forced himself to his feet. The mission could fail, but he had to get word back that I was concealing my cultivation. The chains rattled and clanked, and out of the darkness emerged pairs of gloomy vertical pupils, golden pupils, doubled pupils. Not a single pair of normal human eyes among them. Little ones, come to this old one, quick. I promise you'll die without pain. Come to me, and I'll cherish you nice and proper. A sultry female voice rang out. Little brothers, it's the most fun over here with me. Care to give it a try? Flower demon? You wretched hag, you're still alive? No peep out of you for half a month. I thought you died. You old dead ghost. I'll be living just fine even after you're gone. Where's the warden? So much happened while I was slumbering. Don't blame this old one for not warning you. You wretched hag. You'd best not use those tricks of yours on the warden, or you'll be in for a world of hurt. The three trembled in terror. Hundreds of years old? What kind of being lives for centuries? Who the hell are you people? Where's this? Kakik here? Why, this is the... To the dungeon with you. The moment the words left my mouth, the runes on the neighboring cell flared to life. The three of them turned to look, and their blood froze instantly. A colossal centipede, several yards tall, was coiled inside the cell, its blood-red eyes churning like a sea of gore, its maw belching black mist. In another cell, the head of a flood dragon, bigger than a house, slowly drifted toward the bars, radiating a primal aura that struck straight at the soul. Come play with me instead, little brother? Don't worry, I'm very gentle compared to the two towering monsters. That slender, delicate jade-white arm was far more inviting. The three had long since collapsed to the ground, unable to make a sound. They'd seen man-eating demons before, but nothing this terrifying. One demon per cell, down a corridor with no end in sight. The three were utterly despairing. Tap, tap, tap. I strolled up at a leisurely pace. Welcome to my domain, gentlemen. I'm the warden here. The three finally got a good look at my face, and their eyes went wide. The ninth prince, Qin Lang. Ha ha ha, my lord. These three little ones have terrible nerves. Almost scared out of their wits already. Scared and pissless. Ga ga ga. The dainty little beauty in cell 46 waved at me. So you're the warden, my lord? This humble one is Demon Flower. Just call me Hua. Please look after me from now on, and I'll be sure to repay you handsomely. She tossed me a flirtatious glance, running her pink tongue over her lips. I was secretly startled. This demoness truly was stunning, cut from the same cloth as that purple-eyed one. My lord, this woman is no good. She's eaten more people than you've ever met. A bloodthirsty demon flower. She uses corpses as fertilizer. Be careful, my lord. She just loves tricking lecherous men and then devouring them. Exposed by the others, Hua finally lost her temper. You damned fools. Enough. I know exactly what kind of creatures end up in here. I waved a hand. These three are yours now. I want to know all their secrets. Whoever digs out those secrets gets to keep them. With that, I vanished from the demon prison. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Thank you for the gift, my lord. No, your ninth highness. We're willing to defect, willing to swear allegiance to you. No. The three men's screams echoed through the demon prison. This place was my greatest secret. Anyone who came in and thought they'd leave alive, dream on. Husband, is everything taken care of? Aguila, who'd been keeping watch at the door, came to greet me. She spoke gently now, like a woman from the southern rivers, and even her features had softened considerably, just barely meeting my standards. All taken care of. I'm exhausted. A whole night without sleep, and now the sun was up, with the mess outside still waiting to be cleaned. My head throbbed. Since coming to this world, I hadn't had a single comfortable day. It was more grueling than being a wage slave in my past life. Husband, let me undress you and prepare your bath. Oh, you offer that service too. Aguila flushed crimson. As a princess, she'd never served anyone in her life. But for me, she was willing to learn. She'd been thoroughly tamed. Impossible. 5 first-rate cultivators, 20 peaks second-rate. How could they fail? Qin Yin was raging in his study, hurling vases and books across the floor. Your Highness, all 25, including Commander Zhang, have gone silent. I'm afraid they're. Qin Yin staggered back 3 steps, his face full of disbelief. 5 first-rate cultivators, a loss this heavy stung even him. Impossible. That bastard doesn't have that kind of power. Did someone else interfere? He never even considered me, a good-for-nothing for over a decade. If I'd had any talent, I'd have shown it long ago. Your Highness, could Northern Desert be hiding a master? That's possible. Damned wretched woman. Why did she choose that mongrel? The thought that Aguila had ruined his plans turned Qin Yan's eyes red with jealousy. By all rights, he was supposed to marry Aguila. With Northern Desert's backing, he, the eldest legitimate son, would have been the crown prince beyond any doubt. Quick, tell mother. If first-rate won't do, then send innate cultivators or grandmasters. I want that mongrel dead. News of the assassin's failure reached the other princes and the emperor as well. The most surprised was Emperor Qin Hao. He'd had the marriage envoy inspected several times over, and there wasn't a single innate or even post-heaven master among them. The strongest fighter was Agula herself. Your Majesty, our hidden agents report that last night 5 first-rate and over a dozen second-rate cultivators were indeed involved. All of them failed, and the bodies have vanished. Are you telling me that right under my nose, you can't determine how 5 first-rate assassins died? That you can't find over 20 corpses? Qin Hao's expression darkened. He'd ruled the realm for decades. The entire Great Yin was his web of eyes and ears. And now, in the imperial capital, right beneath his gaze, something this untraceable had happened? Wasn't that a slap to his face? Your servant has failed in his duty. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Sweat beaded across the black-robed man's forehead. You deserve to die indeed. Keep investigating. I want to know where those bodies went and who did this last night. After the black-robed man withdrew, Qin Hao walked to the window and murmured, "The ninth. Heh. You've truly surprised me." The assassination had thrown the whole city into an uproar, yet no one dared bring it up. Those in the know kept their lips sealed. But everyone gained a new understanding of me, the ninth prince. Qin Lang was no longer a little lamb to be bullied, but a man-eating tiger. At dusk, I stretched and stepped out of my quarters, Agula obediently following behind. Perhaps because we were both exhausted, the day had passed without incident. But the moment I saw the estate wrecked from the fighting, my head started aching again. Repairs meant another big expense. A dignified prince, targeted by assassins, his estate destroyed, and he's expected to pay for the repairs out of his own pocket? And once it's fixed, who knows when it'll get smashed again? Where's the justice in that? No way. I'm making someone else foot this bill. Xiaoqing, go to the household ministry and have them send people to repair it. Huh? Your Highness, the household ministry charges even more. Hiring craftsmen yourself would be a lot cheaper. Money? Who said anything about us paying? I strode toward the gate. Your Highness, where are you going? The palace. If I couldn't get justice, I'd at least recover my losses. I knew that old man knew everything. He was just playing mute. My former self may have been a coward, but I wasn't anyone's punching bag. Whoever makes me miserable, I make them miserable right back. Husband, I'm coming with you. Agula hurried after me. With her, a northern desert princess. Present. Even the emperor would have to show some restraint. Let's go. That old man always wants to stay above the fray. Watch how I handle him today. The thought of Qin Hao made me want to pin him to his dragon throne and pummel him senseless. Hadn't learned to be a father, and already wanted to play the good emperor? Besides, he wasn't much of an emperor either, a master at political scheming, but with no mind for actually governing. Now the Great Yin was plagued by disaster after disaster. Demons ran rampant, the common folk couldn't get enough to eat, and the great clans. Power struggles, warring factions, total chaos. If the foundation weren't so deep, this whole thing would have collapsed ages ago. The way I see it, this dynasty is rotten to the core and won't last much longer. All it needs is one spark, and everything falls apart. When that happens, the vassal kings will carve up the land, foreign enemies will pour in, and the whole empire comes crashing down. Your Majesty, the ninth prince and princess Agula request an audience. Let him in. Qin Hao wasn't surprised. No doubt the boy had been pushed around and wanted his father to step in. Your son greets your Majesty. Agula greets the emperor. Qin Hao frowned. Fine. So Agula didn't call him father, but now his own son was calling him your Majesty? That didn't sit right with him. I used that title on purpose. As far as I'm concerned, he doesn't deserve the word father. Say what you came to say, Qin Hao said coldly, eyes fixed on the memorials, not sparing me a single glance. Agula seethed inside. Back in the northern desert court, her Khan father never treated her like this. Ignoring his own son's assassination attempt was one thing, but greeting him colder than a stranger, like the boy was some orphan he'd picked up off the street. Your son was attacked last night. I beg your Majesty to hunt down the culprit and see them punished. I come prepared. He never treated me like a son, and I never treated him like a father, which works out perfectly. No hesitation when it's time to strike. Oh, you know who did it. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow. Of course he knew who it was. There were just certain things that couldn't be brought out into the open. Last night your son captured 3 of them alive. Under interrogation, they confessed. I lifted my head and stared him dead in the eye, curious to see what this emperor would choose. If someone won't let me eat, then I'll flip the whole table. Nobody eats. I'd just been the target of an assassination the night before. Today I marched into the palace and confronted my dear old emperor of a father to his face. Qin Hao's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening. He hadn't expected me to have the nerve to question him. The tension in the great hall spiked instantly, and Wei Wuxian, the head eunuch, broke out in a cold sweat. You're questioning me? His voice was low, seething with rage. I stayed calm. Your son wouldn't dare? But assassinating a prince is a crime that warrants the execution of 9 generations. The late emperor's law forbids infighting among the royal family. Violators face the harshest punishment, and their descendants are demoted to commoners. The ancestral precepts carved in the imperial temple state clearly: no member of the royal family may harm their own kin, slay a brother, or murder a father, or face death by 1,000 cuts, with the maternal clan condemned alongside. Those few sentences shook the entire hall. Wei Wuxian dropped to his knees on the spot, burying his head against the floor, too afraid to move. But Qin Hao's eyes blazed with fury, the veins on his forehead throbbing, because I clearly didn't give a damn about his authority as emperor. I wasn't scared, not one bit, and kept my eyes locked on his. People had trampled all over me time and again. If I didn't push back now, they'd really think I was an easy target. Worst case, I'd fling open the gates of the demon prison and slaughter every last one of these eyesores. I'm a transmigrator. Was I really going to let this trash walk all over me? The demons in the prison had already begun to stir. Heh, the master's about to flip the table. Even a mere mortal emperor dares to act up. Master, screw him. Just give me 1 minute. I'll kill them all. The demon moon empress cracked open her eyes too, stretching joints that hadn't moved in centuries, the bones popping and cracking, itching for a fight. I'd already given her 4 words to live by: leave no one alive. The hall fell dead silent, so quiet you could hear all 4 of us breathing, just as everything was about to blow. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. The doors swung open, and a stunning, richly dressed woman wearing a phoenix crown glided in. Her phoenix eyes swept the room and landed on me, and the corner of her mouth curled into an eerie smile. Your humble servant pays her respects to your Majesty. Empress Chun Fengru, Qin Yan's mother, and the daughter of the Chun clan's patriarch. The moment I saw her, my killing intent surged beyond my control. In this entire imperial city, she was the one I hated most. My previous body's mother's death, every ounce of suffering I'd endured, all of it was her doing. Even last night's assassination had been her scheme. Wei Wuxian buried his head even lower, probably crying inside. If I'd known, I would have taken the day off. The second Qin Hao saw Chun Fengru, his expression softened instantly. You've come, my empress? Here, come sit with me. The doting act couldn't have been faker. Then again, Chun Fengru was breathtakingly beautiful with the Chun clan backing her. Who else would Qin Hao dote on? Why are you all wearing such long faces? Eunuch Wei, aren't you going to pour His Majesty some tea? You're not very good at your job. Are you head eunuch? Yes. This servant will go brew fresh tea right away. To Wei Wuxian, it was music from heaven. He grabbed his tray and bolted out of sight in a flash. In this palace, the less you know, the longer you live. The atmosphere froze again. I looked back and forth between the couple, completely unafraid. Beside me, Agula, my northern desert wife, was so furious her fists were clenched, teeth grinding audibly. Back home in the northern desert, she was a treasured pearl, cradled in everyone's hands, her master the strongest warrior on the steppe. Who would dare disrespect her? But here in the Great Yin, apparently every stray dog and cat felt free to push her husband around. How could she not be furious? Agula finally couldn't hold back and threw down all her cards. Emperor of the Great Yin, I'd barely arrived as a bride before someone tried to assassinate me. What is the meaning of this? Do you think I'm an easy mark? Do you think the Northern Desert Court is easy to trifle with? If I don't get an answer today, I'll write to the steppe immediately and let my father the Khan and my master settle this for me. Let me tell you, my master is Badr Naranhi, the strongest warrior on the steppe, at the peak of Grand Master, master of the Grey Wolf Snow Mountain. Watching her lay out every card she had just to protect me struck something in me. Last night, and now, she was truly standing with me, heart and soul. But both Qin Hao and Empress Chun went dark in the face, the killing intent in their eyes cold enough to drop the temperature of the whole hall. The strongest warrior on the steppe. You think I'd be afraid of that? I crushed your people into the dirt back in the day, and I can do it again. Qin Hao's aura bore down, and Agula could barely breathe. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. Her threat was nothing but oil on the flames. Chun Fengru's gaze was like a blade as she fixed it on Agula with a cold sneer. Doesn't someone think a little too highly of herself? You're just a princess sent off for a marriage alliance. If you truly had a choice, would your people ever have chosen this path? You. Agula was crushed, unable to lift her head. I stepped forward, shielding her behind me, and demanded furiously. So your majesty holds the ancestral precepts in contempt? You want to betray your teachers and defile your ancestors? Insolence. Unfilial wretch. Are you plotting rebellion? Qin Hao slammed his palm on the table, and the aura of a grand master swept through the entire hall in an instant. Caught off guard, I was forced down onto one knee, a mouthful of fresh blood spraying out. In that moment I fell silent, and the demon prison went quiet too, the demon's eyes bulging wide. Husband, are you all right? Agula rushed to steady me, her eyes full of pain. I lowered my head and gave a cold laugh. Heh. Well, well, well. This emperor's shameless, openly shielding his little brat. Chun Fengru twisted the knife from beside him. Ninth Prince, some things just aren't yours to fight for. Don't take after that clueless mother of yours. She died without ever knowing how she died. The words cut like a blade, straight into my heart. My fury instantly crystallized into the purest killing intent. Born into the royal family, conflict is inevitable. Only the strongest deserves that throne. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? Qin Hao nodded. The Empress speaks true. If you can't even handle something this trivial, how could you ever be crown prince? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Whoever's got the hardest fist calls the shots. Suddenly, I threw back my head and laughed, laughter overflowing with emotion, like a madman. The two of them just watched me lose it, like watching an ant. I stopped laughing and asked coldly, so the Empress means, may the best man win, and the loser accepts his death? Crude, but true. Chen Fengru gave a delicate laugh. I turned to Qin Hao. Is that Your Majesty's meaning too? Life and death are fate, and each relies on his own strength. The fight for the throne has always been this way. The loser is doomed for eternity. Qin Hao's answer was ironclad. Good, 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 very good. I laughed. Since you've both put it so plainly, then, may the best man win. I hope you won't come to regret it. Today your son has learned a great deal. Thank you, Your Majesty and Your Highness, for the lesson. Your son takes his leave. With that, I grabbed Agula and walked out without looking back. Neither of them stopped us. Slaughtering your own offspring in front of a crowd wouldn't play well. They wouldn't take on that stain for something so petty. Qin Hao gave a cold snort. The Ninth's got some cards up his sleeve, daring to bark at us like that. But he didn't care in the slightest, a motherless cast-off, with backing that couldn't be propped up by one man alone. He wouldn't be surprised to find me dead in the street tomorrow. Chun Fengru, afraid he'd go soft, quickly whispered in his ear, why waste your anger on him, Your Majesty? A born cripple can't hold that throne. His ending was written the day he was born. I'd gone to the palace seeking justice and instead got a lecture. When word spread, the princes sneered, the ministers shook their heads, all of them laughing at what a fool I was. But strangely, this whole affair only steeled my resolve for revenge. Since they'd made it crystal clear, life and death are fate. Each relies on his own strength. Then we'd just see about that. Back at the manor, I locked myself in the rear courtyard, skipping meals entirely. Agula urged me to flee with her to the northern desert. I shook my head and refused. Go to the northern desert? It wasn't that simple. The moment we left the imperial capital, we'd be hunted down. Agula might manage it, but as the ninth prince, I couldn't just walk away. Besides, there were over a dozen women in the manor. If I left, what would become of them? I needed a foolproof plan, an escape route arranged and secured first. This imperial capital, anyone who loved it could keep it. I was done staying here. Once I'd thought it through, I flashed into the demon prison. The demons all knew I was in a foul mood. None dared say a word. I walked all the way to a single cell and stopped. Master. From the darkness crawled a withered figure, golden eyes, hands covered in golden scale armor, though worn down by the ages, the scales somewhat loose. Your true form is a pangolin. I asked calmly. Why yes. What does the master command? This was that world-ending pangolin, its power reaching the heavens, yet even it trembled before me. I need you to dig me an underground tunnel. That's no problem, right? Do you dig a tunnel? Its amber eyes lit up instantly. How many years had it been since it smelled soil? With your current strength, how far could you dig in 10 minutes? Opening about 2 meters in diameter. Every demon in the prison listened in silence. This was the first time I'd talked business with them, something concerning everyone's survival. How could they not be nervous? But I didn't overthink it. Either way, we were all facing death, our fates already bound together. Interests tied together make for the most stable relationship. 10 minutes? This. What? Is it difficult? I frowned. No. Does the master mean to hollow out the entire imperial capital? 10 minutes. Forget one tunnel. I could dig clear through all of Great Yin. Me, as expected of a mountain-shaking apocalypse beast, opens its mouth and offers to bore through an entire nation. Master, though my essence blood is depleted, this body's strength remains. 10 minutes is plenty. However you want it dug, I'll dig it. It scratched at its scales excitedly. Fine. What's your name? Any requests? Just call me Little Jia. I've got no requests. Getting to dig some dirt and stretch these old muscles is enough. I've been craving it for years. It scratched its head sheepishly. This pangolin was pretty zen. In the old days it just dug, slept, and munched on rare mountain minerals, rarely even touched living flesh. And yet a creature like this became the mastermind of world destruction. Fate makes fools of beasts. Then get ready. We move tonight. Besides digging, can you break formations? A wild idea flashed through my mind. Formations? As long as it's not an ancient divine array or an immortal seal, no problem. These claws come with a natural realm-breaking effect. Otherwise, I couldn't have caused such disaster. Bringing up its sore spot dampened its mood. Good. I'll be moving with you tonight. You got it. Say, could you get me something to eat first? It's pure physical labor. Gotta refuel. A small matter. I'll send some over later. Rest up and get your spirits ready. Tonight, you follow my lead. Digging tunnels is my specialty. These fellas running around up top might not even be as fast as me digging below. With that arranged, I left the demon prison and summoned Xiaoqing and Agula. You too. Pack up the manor right away. Only rations and valuables, nothing else. You leave tonight. Huh? Your Highness, where are we going? Xiaoqing looked utterly bewildered. Leave tonight? By what route? So many people make too big a target. We'd never get out of the Imperial City, would we? Agula thought it impossible. This city was already crawling with watchful eyes. Even one person would struggle to slip past. I've arranged the route. I guarantee I'll get you all out without a soul noticing. Xiaoqing, you take the others and go to the northern desert with Agula. Then what about you, husband? You're not coming with me. Your Highness, Xiaoqing wants to stay with you. Both women grew frantic. Don't panic. I can't leave just yet. Someone has to buy time. Besides, I've still got a mind to stay and play with them for a while. No, it's too dangerous. Those people won't let you go. Agula clutched my sleeve, tears already welling up. She'd only just married. She had no wish to become a widow. Be good, there's no time. That old hag will make her move any day now, and I don't have the energy to protect this many people. You go first, I'll follow right after. As long as you're gone, there's nothing they can do to me. Trust me. Get packed. Li, remember, don't draw too much attention. Just act like everything's normal. With that, I turned and left. Once there was nothing left to worry about, I'd have all the time in the world to play with them. With the demon prison at my command, I was already in an unbeatable position. One dive inside, and what could anyone do to me? Humph. Just you wait, all of you. Life and death are fate. We each rely on our own strength, right? I sneered. Agula stamped her feet, furious. When I get back to the grasslands, I'll send assassins after them every single day. They make me so mad. Xiaoqing, go arrange things for those women first. Don't tell them the reason. Yes, Your Highness. I understand. The people of the manor began preparing in secret, stocking dry rations, packing gold, silver, and clothing. I went alone to the outer city. To avoid being followed, I circled the marketplace countless times, even used the demon prison, and only after I was certain no one was tailing me did I slip into a shop selling mounts. Shopkeeper. My lord, what can I get for you? Seeing my imposing bearing, the shopkeeper hurried over with a smile. Got any horses and carriages ready to go? Of course. What style would you like, sir? We have. Slap. I laid down a banknote. 5,000 taels here. Get me 10 top-grade horses and 3 of your biggest carriages. But I have one condition. Deliver them to this spot tonight, at midnight. I pointed to an unremarkable hilltop on the map. That hill was a barren peak 20 li north of the imperial capital. It sat right beside the official road. Once a tunnel was dug through, Agula and the others could drive their carriages straight north. I thought it through. Over the next few days, I needed to find a way to stall for 3 or 4 days. By the time the old emperor caught on, it'd be far too late. As for me, I had no intention of running with them at all. I wanted to stay in the capital and have some real fun, maybe try my hand at being a notorious flower thief. What Qin Hao and Empress Chun had said actually woke me up. To grow stronger, do whatever it takes. In that moment, I finally understood those criminals in the demon prison. If you don't want to be bullied, if you want to protect the people around you, you need power first. Back in the horse shop, I slammed the 5,000 taels of bank notes onto the table. The shopkeeper stared at the notes, swallowing hard. A good horse cost less than 200 taels. 10 horses plus 3 carriages would top out at 2,000. This single order would net him over 3,000 taels. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Deliver the goods to the designated spot tonight, and these 5,000 taels are yours. Deal or no deal? Deal. Of course deal. 3 large carriages, 10 top-grade horses, delivered right on time at midnight. Make sure they're well fed. And keep this quiet, otherwise. I flashed the golden token of the 9th prince's identity. The shopkeeper's face changed. He dropped to his knees with a thud. This lowly one greets his 9th highness. Rest assured, my lord, nothing will go wrong. I waved my sleeve and left, satisfied. These lowly merchants and peddlers were truly terrified of my golden token. I didn't need his silence for long anyway. Just enough to get through these 2 days. Leaving the horse shop, I went back into the market and bought a large batch of demon beast flesh and blood along with 2 live low-tier demon beasts. If you want someone to work, you've got to feed them, right? Back at the manor, I deliberately kept the renovation project going, even added more hands to work day and night. Yet the progress crawled along. I also hired a theater troupe from the outer city and publicly announced that Agula was in secluded cultivation. As night fell and the manor gates closed, everything was ready. Agula waited quietly in the rear courtyard storeroom with her guards, Xiaoqing, and the others. They didn't know my plan, but they trusted that I wouldn't lead them astray. And I, once again, entered the demon prison. The demons were all tense. This was my first time pardoning a prisoner, and no one knew how it would turn out. Hey, you pangolin, the master's letting you out, so you'd better appreciate it. Don't get any funny ideas. You know the laws of the demon prison. You can't escape. That's right. Don't cut off everyone's way out, or I'll curse you for the rest of your life. The atmosphere was deadly tense. I was the only one who looked relaxed. This step had to be taken sooner or later. I just needed to keep a level head. Rest assured, my lords, I truly won't harm the master. I may be dumb, but I still know the difference between one full meal and being fed every single day. The pangolin clutched at its chains, its eyes earnest. But this pack of demons was deeply suspicious. They wouldn't even trust their own parents, let alone anyone else. All they could do was toss out a few threats. There was nothing else to be done. The purple-eyed Demoness had just opened her mouth. My lord, let me out. I promise I won't harm. Demoness, get lost. Like hell we trust you. Everyone shot her down without hesitation. I chuckled and didn't bother with her. Full yet? Time to get to work. I looked at the pangolin. Rower. A flash of golden light, and a massive pangolin appeared, golden scales gleaming, claws that looked like they could tear through the void itself. Its body gradually shrank down to 3 meters before stopping. My lord, I'm ready. I closed my eyes, and the runes on my arm glowed with black light. Pardon. Black and purple radiance surged, and a pitch-black doorway appeared behind me. Clack. The cell door, sealed shut for centuries, swung open, and the light of its inscriptions went dark. The chains unfastened themselves and retracted. The divine chain piercing through its dantian and collarbone withdrew as well, leaving only a divine patterned collar around its neck, connected to a phantom divine chain trailing up to the ceiling of the cell. Rower. The pangolin was free again, its inner blood energy surging violently. Even with its strength worn down to nothing, out in the world, it would be an invincible existence. Every demon watched intently. On the surface I was calm, but I already had my suppression methods ready. They were demons, after all. Who knew if one might suddenly go berserk? Phew. My apologies, my lord. I got too excited. The pangolin calmed down, both eyes fixed on me. Good. This gamble with my life had paid off. Right. Let's get to work. You got it. Just watch. Space trembled, and we appeared in the rear courtyard. The pangolin gulped down fresh air desperately. It's the smell of soil, the smell of leaves, the smell of water. It was utterly enraptured. I tossed it the map I'd prepared. You've only got 10 minutes. Hurry. Dig north from here, all the way to that hilltop. If you've got time, hollow out the entire mountain. You got it. Digging tunnels is what I do best. It ground its claws together and plunged headfirst into the ground. Whoosh, like a hot knife through butter. No roar, no flying dirt. It slipped in like a fish into water, the earth parting on its own. Left behind on the ground was a neat, 2-meter-wide tunnel. I clicked my tongue in amazement. Digging was the pangolin's innate talent, something it was born with. Before long, its head popped back up, eyes brimming with excitement. My lord, done. Where to next? My eyes went wide. What did you say? You're done? In 1 minute? A 20-mile tunnel. Yep, all done. Heh, been years since I dug anything, so I'm a little rusty. Next time I'll be even faster. Hard rock zones won't be a problem either. It actually thought I was complaining about the speed. And the mountain, you hollowed it out too. Uh-huh. That mountain wasn't stable enough, so I spent some extra time reinforcing it. Otherwise, I'd have finished even sooner. I was stunned. It knocked out a decades-long engineering project in 1 minute. Is this what happens when a tunnel-boring machine gains sentience? An ancient great demon, terrifying beyond belief. All right then, dig me a few more tunnels. From here to here, then over here. I seized the chance to map out a few more routes. You got it. I'll make M dead accurate. It burrowed underground again, flicking out its tongue to snatch and swallow every little insect it passed, a taste it clearly knew well. My lord, all finished. I gave up. I'd only wanted a single escape route, and it had done everything in 2 or 3 minutes. You're sure they're all in position? No misalignments, no risk of collapse. My lord, now you're underestimating this beast. Even thousands of meters underground, I can pinpoint a location precisely. This is only a few meters deep. I could do it with my eyes closed. Collapse? My earth element power makes the soil more stable. Though if you'd rather it not be reinforced, I can leave it out. It thumped its chest, radiating pride. Not bad. You've earned some praise. You've got 5 minutes of free time left. When it's up, you'll be pulled back automatically. But one condition, no killing humans. Go somewhere remote. All the prey you catch is yours. Really? Thank you, my lord. I'll go have some fun. It bowed repeatedly, then turned and vanished. A half-immortal tier great demon is simply invincible in this mortal world. Back in the demon prison, the whole crowd of demons was seething with jealousy. My first collaboration with a demon went even smoother than I'd imagined. Picking the one that looked the most agreeable turned out to be a good start. Once these creatures got a taste of freedom, they'd naturally pin all their hopes on me. I opened the storeroom door. Come out. It's time to go. Everyone froze at the sight of the wide tunnel that had suddenly appeared in the backyard. Husband, when did you dig this tunnel in the backyard? It's been ready for a while. I just kept it covered. Follow it north for 20 miles, and you'll be outside the imperial capital. There are carriages waiting there. Take them and leave Great Yin territory as fast as you can. Don't stop if you can help it. Once you reach the northern desert, you'll be safe. Husband, let's go together. Your Highness, please leave with us. Xiaoqing and Agula were both teary-eyed, and even the women I'd bought looked reluctant to part. Everyone understood how dangerous it was to stay. Don't worry. I've got a backup plan. No need to fret. Once you're all safe, no one can use you against me. Understand. I gently patted the two women's cheeks. I, Qin Lang, am no saint, but I couldn't turn my back on the women who'd helped me. Husband, I'll wait for you in the northern desert for as long as it takes. And if you meet with disaster, I'll don armor and avenge you. Agula was as fierce as ever. Looking at her, I almost saw my ex from back home in Yu province. The same fiery spirit. Don't worry. A few months at most, a year at the longest. I'll come to the grasslands to bring you all home. As for what's next, I'm going to have some real fun with those people. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. I hadn't forgotten yesterday's humiliation. All right, time's running out. Go. Leave this place to me. I urged everyone into the tunnel. Anton Zahn had already taken the guards ahead to scout the way. Take care of yourself. And take care of them. I will. Don't worry. Agula threw herself into my arms, closed her eyes, and kissed me. A bold move by this world's standards. But then again, we were both the type to love fiercely and hate fiercely. Husband, take this golden blade. Show it. And every child of the grasslands will help you without a second thought. I looked at the short blade in my hand, paused for a moment, then tucked it away close to my body. From Ninth Prince to Golden Blade Consort of the Grasslands, life really is unpredictable. I watched everyone enter the tunnel, then hauled the prepared stone slab over the opening, covered it with soil, and laid grass and flowers on top until there was no trace left. The minutes passed quickly, and the pardon time was up. The gates of the demon prison swung open, and a phantom divine chain rapidly yanked the pangolin back. Its mouth was smeared with blood, and it was dragging along something enormous, an innate realm demon beast. The bear-like creature thrashed wildly, its eyes full of terror, but there was no escaping. You're pretty quick. I didn't say much more. Whatever it could catch was a matter of its own skill. Milo, before it could finish, the divine chain hauled it back into the demon prison. The gate slammed shut, the inscriptions lit up, and the suppressive force returned. That felt good. Back in the prison, the pangolin ignored the demons glaring at it, threw back its head, and let out a long howl, washing away a century of pent-up exhaustion. Damn it, why's this guy so lucky? He's driving me insane. Hey, Master Scales, mind sharing some of that prey? So the demon prison isn't a dead end after all. The heavens left us a sliver of hope. The prisoners were practically buzzing with excitement. How did it feel getting out? I asked. Thank you for the gift, my lord. It was joyful, relaxing, wonderful. Good. For now, there's only one pardon per month. But once my power grows, every one of you will get a chance to go out. Be patient. I dangled the promise before them. We'll leave it all to you, my lord. We've waited hundreds of years. A little longer won't hurt. Take your time, my lord. Ha ha. When the time comes, I'll go out and slaughter every enemy for you. The men, I'll rip out their souls and render them for oil. The women, first I'll. Rest assured, no one will dare oppose you. Anyone who blocks your path is blocking our way out. Kill them all. Leave none alive. The demons grew more and more worked up, all clamoring to clear the obstacles in my way. My lord, the pangolin suddenly spoke up. While I was out, I made a point of finding a spirit fruit for you. I'm certain it'll be a great help to your martial cultivation. It produced a red fruit. Me? The demons? That bastard. What deep scheming. Damn it, this pangolin's no fool. We are. What a move, impressive. I told you, anyone who ends up in here can't be a simple character. The demons instantly caught on. This guy was monopolizing the pardon slots. Who could refuse an underling this loyal and this perceptive? He'd spend his one and only 5 minutes tracking down a heaven and earth spirit fruit for me. That's what you call awareness. That's what you call emotional intelligence. That's what you call brains. That's what you call scheming. When the pangolin held that red fruit out to me, my expression turned a little subtle. But honestly, I'm totally into this kind of thing. What boss wouldn't love such a low-maintenance employee? My lord, I don't know what this fruit is called, but the energy inside is just right for you. So I grabbed it on the way. There was a little demon guarding it nearby, so I killed that one too. It pointed at the innate great demon lying in the darkness. This thing isn't poisonous, is it? Come on, my lord, you're underestimating beasts again. If I couldn't tell poison from safe, I wouldn't have made it this far. It's totally safe. All right then, thanks. I took the fruit and stuffed it in my pocket. My pleasure, my pleasure. A whole group of demons nearby instantly lost it. This bastard deserves to die. Wanna grind, huh? Just wait till I get out. I'll grind you all to death. The pangolin poured fuel on the fire. Just a few spirit items, that's all. I've got the means to sense heaven and earth treasures within 10,000 miles. Give me a day and I'll bring you a whole basketful, my lord. The demons were grinding their teeth in fury. The rotation only came once a month, over 100 of them waiting in line for over a decade. And this guy was actually using tricks like this to snatch a spot. I quickly smoothed things over. All right, I understand how everyone feels. I said everyone gets a chance, so everyone gets a chance. My lord is so reasonable. Not like some people. More schemes than a sieve has holes. The pangolin completely ignored them, happily chowing down on its prey. Nom nom nom. The demons ground their teeth in rage. I couldn't stand to watch anymore and just exited the demon prison. Now that everyone was gone, it was time for me to put on my act. Repairs where repairs were needed, performances where performances were needed, singing and reveling day and night, using indulgence to fool my enemies. To outsiders, this ninth prince was just clinging to pleasure before death. As long as I was still around, the watchers outside wouldn't dig too deep, and they wouldn't notice that several key figures had already vanished. Back at the residence, I checked against the ancient texts and froze on the spot. An innate crimson fruit, growing in a place where yang gathers and yin converges. It blooms once every 30 years and bears fruit once every 50. Consuming it extends lifespan and gathers chi. And it even contains a trace of innate energy that can massively boost one's power. Holy crap, this little fruit is that amazing? No wonder an innate great demon was guarding it. Without a second thought, I swallowed it whole. Good stuff is safest once it's in your stomach. Kind of like a tomato, sweet and sour. The moment it hit my stomach, a massive wave of heat exploded, and the innate energy began coursing through my meridians. I quickly sat cross-legged and circulated the yin-yang creation art to refine my true chi. The medicinal properties were intense. My whole body turned red, white smoke rising from the crown of my head. My true chi grew denser and denser, and my physical body was transforming too. Mid-postnatal, late postnatal, buzz, peak postnatal, achieved. One fruit let me jump 3 whole realms in a row. It was a bit of a shame I didn't blast straight through to innate in one shot, but with that trace of innate energy guiding me, breaking through to innate would no longer have any barrier. Once my cultivation reached the threshold, I'd cross it with ease. You have to understand, an innate martial artist can kill with a plucked flower or a fallen leaf, and a grandmaster who doesn't emerge is simply unrivaled in the world. At this age and this level of power, I surpassed 99% of all martial artists. Calling me the #1 of the younger generation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Even in the imperial capital, an innate would be at the level of an imperial guard commander or a general leading troops. Stepping into innate would put me among the top 800 in the Great Yin, and at peak innate, only those few dozen grandmasters would be stronger than me. Phew, peak postnatal. I clenched my fist, my eyes gleaming. Now I was just one step away from innate. For anyone else, it would take months of accumulation. For me, well, it was just a matter of getting laid. But the problem was, where do I find a virgin to pluck? By a maidservant? A brothel? None of them felt right. Do I really have to become a flower-picking thief? An evil thought flashed through my mind, but I immediately shook my head and rejected it. I might not be a good person, but a man's got to have a bottom line. By a maidservant, and I'd have to take responsibility. Ruining an innocent woman just isn't my style. In this world, once a woman's chastity is defiled, living becomes harder than dying. I'm not after anything else, just a clear conscience. But enemies are a different story. Just thinking of Empress Chen's arrogant face made my anger impossible to suppress. When the chance came, I'd pin that woman to the ground and grind away, crushing every ounce of her arrogance to dust. Creak. A faint sound reached my ears. Someone coming to die again. That was fast. Just made a scene the day before yesterday, and tonight they send another assassin. Looks like they've truly abandoned all shame. They won't rest until I'm dead. I sneered, blew out the candle, and quietly waited for the assassin to walk right in. In the darkness, an agile figure pushed open the door and flipped to the floor, landing without a single sound, not even a breath audible, like a ghost. The figure in black drew a poisoned dagger, closing in on the bed, eyes full of killing intent. Whoosh! The dagger flew from their hand, striking straight at the mound of bedding on the bed. Rip! The dagger, backed by inner force, tore through the covers and pinned itself into the bedboard. Where is he? The figure was shocked, lifting their head to look around. Yeah, the Empress really went all out, huh? Peak postnatal? Looks like she really wants me dead. My cold voice sounded from behind them. Die. The figure reacted incredibly fast, flicking 3 silver needles at my face. Oh, a woman too? Haha, just when I needed a pillow, someone hands me one. Hearing that delicate cry, I couldn't have been happier. I'd been worrying about not having a dual cultivation partner, and the Empress delivered one right to my door. I tilted my head to dodge the needles, quickly closed the distance, and slammed a cannon fist toward her chest. Peak postnatal? Impossible, she cried out in shock. With the scales hiding my true strength, no one could tell my real level unless I made a move. This surprise attack left her completely on the defensive. She was skilled with hidden weapons, not hand-to-hand combat, and once I got in close, she kept losing ground. Nimble footwork, but too bad. You had a path to heaven and refused to take it. Yama's 3-point strike. My attacks all aimed at her vitals. The room was small to begin with, restricting her movements. Within a few moves, I struck her chest with my palm, leaving her gravely wounded and collapsed on the ground. Quite the figure. I gave a teasing smile. You had such cultivation this whole time. You deceived everyone. Her eyes were full of disbelief. A 20-year-old at peak postnatal, one step from innate. Who would believe it? But with the fact right before her eyes, she had no choice but to believe. If I didn't hide a few tricks, how would I survive in this man-eating imperial city? I sealed her acupoints and scooped up her slender body. What are you doing? Let me go. She panicked, but with her acupoint sealed, all she could do was glare and shout. What am I doing? The Empress was worried this prince might be lonely, so she specially delivered you to my door. Wouldn't refusing be a slap in her face? TSK, you've got quite the body, woman. I gave an evil laugh, tossed her onto the bed, and began. She started stripping off her clothes. Damn you. Kill me if you've got the guts. Relax. I'll kill you once I'm satisfied. No point wasting a good thing. No. Then the storm broke. 10,000 words omitted here. That night was one long tempest of moans and screams. I pushed the Yin-Yang creation art to its absolute limit, taking without giving, draining her one-sidedly in a mad frenzy. Streams of pure inner energy surged into my dantian, and the innate chi coalesced, innate realm, broken through. In less than a month, I'd gone from an ordinary man to an innate level expert. In the Great Yin Empire, that kind of speed was nothing short of monstrous. Of course, it was mainly because the Demon Moon Empress's technique was absurdly overpowered. Otherwise, with my talent, cultivating to this level would have been a pipe dream. What kind of demonic art are you practicing? The haggard female assassin was already terrified beyond words. She'd trained hard for 28 solid years, consumed countless precious herbs and treasures, and barely clawed her way to the peak of the acquired realm. There's plenty in this world you couldn't even imagine. Not that you'll get the chance to see any of it. I never go easy on my enemies. After a night of frenzied harvesting, she was like a candle guttering in the wind, her cultivation dangerously unstable, ready to collapse at any moment. Just kill me. You want to die? It's not going to be that easy. A cauldron this good. Of course I wasn't going to let her go. I had to squeeze every last drop of value out of her. Besides, I'd been bored the past couple of days. Might as well take out my frustrations on this assassin. You demon. The Empress and the Qin family will never let you get away with this. Unable to die, her eyes brimming with hatred, she started threatening me again. I sneered. The Qin family? The Empress? Don't worry, they won't be jumping around much longer. At the rate I'm cultivating, you think I'm afraid of them? With Agula and Little Green gone, I finally had a free hand. 2 more days, and my revenge plan could begin. I remembered every last bit of the humiliation I'd suffered that day in the palace, and this time I'd collect it all back with interest, along with the blood debt owed for the murder of this body's mother. Hearing me say that, her eyes filled with despair. Of course, letting a monster like me grow up meant no one could predict how it would end. She wanted to get back and warn them, but no matter how she struggled, she couldn't move an inch. Haha, quite the loyal one, aren't you? Want to run back and report? I burst out laughing, arrogant and wild. Still, that Chun Fengru was truly ruthless. 2 assassination attempts back to back, leaving no room for mercy. Looks like I'd better find somewhere to lie low tonight. After 2 failed attempts, she'd definitely be desperate enough to do something reckless. Whoever came tonight might not be an acquired or innate level expert. It could be a grandmaster. I had a few tricks up my sleeve, sure, but a grandmaster? With my current strength, I really couldn't take one on. I'd need to hide first, by myself at least another day. In all of the Great Yin Empire, there were only two truly safe places: the Imperial Palace and the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The palace was out of the question, but the temple was solid. I'd like to see the Empress dare to kill me, the ninth prince, right in front of the ancestors of the Imperial line. On top of that, the temple was guarded by a whole crowd of royal retainers and elders, grandmasters by the dozen. Never mind Empress Chun. Even if Qin Hao himself wanted to make a move in the temple, he'd have to think twice. Where is this place? The assassin's vision blurred, and suddenly she was somewhere unfamiliar. It looked like a dungeon. But this dungeon was towering and vast, and the thick stench of blood made her scalp crawl. Ha ha ha. Fresh goods again. The master's so good to us. A little girl, too. She'll be nice and tender. I'd love just one lick. Look at her. I'm already drooling. Careful, the master isn't done with her yet. Wait till he's finished before you eat. What a shame. So close, and still can't have a taste. A swarm of demons chattered all at once, working to break her spirit. Anyone brought to this place never left alive. The creatures knew that well. Who are you? Come out. Quit playing tricks. Killing intent flickered in her eyes as she forced herself to stay calm. Ha ha ha. If we came out, we'd frighten you. Iron chains rattled, and a dense skittering sound crawled down the walls. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open, and a massive centipede's head slowly edged toward the cell door, green ooze dripping from its mandibles as it spewed a pungent white mist. Krah! The assassin's eyes went wide, then rolled back, and she fainted dead away. I sealed her back into the demon prison, then got up and headed for the Ancestral Temple. The Ancestral Temple was where the imperial family enshrined their forebears. All members of the royal clan could come to pay their respects, and the annual ancestral rites were held there as well. With my status as a legitimate prince, getting into the temple was easy. I picked a room near the shrine hall and settled in. I just needed to stall another day or two, until Agula and the others were beyond the Great Yin Empire's reach. At a carriage's pace, with no delays on the road, they could reach the border city in 3 days. By then, even if the old emperor realized something was wrong, it would be too late. Those spies out there would only be fixated on me. They wouldn't bother watching anyone else. There'd be no point. Haha, almost there. Just wait. I've got a big gift coming for all of you. Standing in the shrine hall, gazing at the memorial tablets of generations of royal ancestors lining the walls, I curled my lips into a cold, vicious smile. Reporting to Her Majesty the Empress, Qingzhou has vanished, and the ninth prince has entered the ancestral temple. Crack! The teacup on the table shattered into pieces in an instant. Impossible. Chun Fengru simply couldn't believe it. An acquired level master, an expert in assassination, had failed to take my life. Your servant saw it with my own eyes. The ninth prince is unharmed and has already moved into the ancestral temple. The messenger trembled, terrified of angering the empress. Damn it. This is impossible. That bastard can't possibly be that strong. After failing time and again, she could no longer maintain her feigned composure. Her face twisted into something terrifying. The ancestral temple? He thinks hiding in the temple will keep him safe? I don't believe he can hide forever. Send word back to Shuzhou at once. Summon the family elders. I will see that bastard dead. Her shrill, furious scream sent even the fish in the pond darting for cover. The maidservants kneeling in the courtyard pressed their foreheads to the ground, shaking violently. News that I'd taken refuge in the ancestral temple spread through the entire capital within a day. Those with a stake in the matter heard it, paused for a moment, then shook their heads helplessly. You can hide for a while, but not forever. Everyone knew that the empress was dead set on my death. Yet in the entire imperial court, not one person dared to speak up for me. Because even my own father, Emperor Qin Hao, played deaf and mute, which amounted to tacit approval. Cast aside by my own father, this world had truly gone mad. My dear elder brother, Qin Feng, stood at that moment with his hands behind his back before the window, sneering coldly. My big brother's really let his judgment be clouded by greed, actually daring to defy all under heaven and move against his own little brother. And that Empress Chun is a venomous woman indeed, not leaving him a single chance. Stay. His uncle, the middle-aged man from the Chui family, quickly cautioned. Watch your words, Your Highness. Walls have ears. Relax, uncle. Everyone in this manor is loyal to me. Still, better safe than sorry. In times like these, the human heart is more venomous than any demon. Qin Feng paused, then smiled. You're right, uncle. The Qin family has grown more powerful these past few years, and more brazen, too. Their daughter is the empress, Their grandson is the first prince. Their granddaughter is the direct disciple of the Azure Cloud Sword sect, and their sons hold the military command of Shuzhou. Their household is crawling with experts. Even father has to give them some leeway. That's why he turns a blind eye. But don't be hasty, Your Highness. The Qin family may be strong, but our Cui family is no pushover either. Let them tear each other apart first, and we'll just sit back and watch the tigers fight. Haha, well said, uncle. Heh, every one of them is scheming for themselves. But who could have guessed that the real mastermind beneath this imperial city is actually me, the so-called good-for-nothing ninth prince? Meanwhile, Agula was leading a group of women in a frantic overnight ride, covering hundreds of miles. Even the horses were panting hard. Princess, there's a relay station 5 miles ahead. Should we rest a bit? The horses can't take much more. Anton Zahn shouted from outside the carriage. Change horses. Rest for 15 minutes. Then keep moving. Agula's voice came out cold. She couldn't stop worrying about me. All she wanted was to get back to the grasslands quickly. First, so she wouldn't be a weakness I had to protect. Second, so she could find a way to save me. She'd already made up her mind. The moment she reached the royal court, she'd beg her master to come out of seclusion. Husband, you promised me you'd come find me. She gazed toward the imperial capital, her heart full of worry. I'd been in the imperial ancestral temple for 2 days now. On the surface, the capital was calm those 2 days, but undercurrents churned beneath. As for me, I finally had some rare peace and quiet. No assassins in the dead of night, no commotion at dawn. And when I got bored in the evenings, I'd pull out that female assassin and have some fun. 2 days in, I'd already drained her dry. Her dantian and sea of qi were riddled with holes, and her strength had plummeted from the peak of the acquired realm down to second rate. Meanwhile, all that wild cultivation had solidified my own realm firmly at the early innate stage. The gang qi coursing through me was as domineering as a fierce tiger. Time's up. I opened my eyes, the corner of my mouth curling coldly. All right, you've served your purpose. Since you gave me such a boost, I'll grant you a quick death. Live a better life in your next one. The female assassin on the bed had long since given up all hope. When she looked at me now, there was nothing left in her eyes but deep terror. She opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. Resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes. Poochie, one finger severed her life force. A few convulsions, and she was gone. I felt no fear, no disgust. Only that my killing intent had been fully awakened. After disposing of the body, I strode out of the ancestral temple. Countless hostile gazes were fixed on me, but I pretended not to notice, making my way back to the manor. Along the way, I even bought a huge pile of food and daily supplies, enough to fill the carriage. Back at the manor, I dismissed all the wall repairmen and the opera troupe I'd hired temporarily. I didn't need anyone as cover anymore. The vast manor was left with just me. Looking at the empty courtyard, I sighed. All I ever wanted was to be an idle prince, but too bad. Others just wouldn't give me the chance. Since I was leaving, this good-for-nothing prince naturally had to make use of things. The manor couldn't be sold, but I wasn't about to let anyone else profit off all the new stuff I'd bought. Your Highness, you mean you want to sell everything in the manor? The buyer who'd come to collect the goods asked. That's right. Give me a price. I lounged lazily in the rocking chair. A group of people started hauling things around, piling everything valuable in the courtyard. I was counting the time in my head. No matter how arrogant Empress Chun was, she wouldn't dare make a move in broad daylight. Everyone on the street would see it, and the fallout would be too great. In just a few days, the whole world would know that the ninth prince was being hunted by assassins with no one to protect him. Your Highness, I've tallied it up. 6,570 taels total. Let's round it to an even 6,600. How's that sound? Fine. I nodded without even opening my eyes. By the end of the morning, I'd packed up and sold everything in the manor, right down to the only carriage. Looking at the empty courtyard, my eyes turned hard. If I didn't want it, I'd destroy it before letting anyone else have it for cheap. I pulled out the lamp oil I'd prepared in advance from the demon prison. If the manor couldn't be sold, then I'd burn it down. I'd use this blaze to tell everyone. I, Qin Lang, am no pushover. Anyone who dares to touch me had better be ready to go down in flames with me. The pungent oil poured down. Expressionless, I pulled out a fire striker, tossed it casually, and turned around with flair. Boom! The moment the oil met the spark, flames shot into the sky, instantly engulfing the entire manor. Thick black smoke billowed up. The people on the street were all frozen in shock. Fire! The ninth prince's manor is on fire. At the sound of gongs and drums, crowds rushed in, and the city guards came running too. Even the high officials who lived nearby stepped out to gawk. The royal family is heartless. Sigh, truly lamentable. What a shame, such a promising talent in poetry. How outrageous. Killing to silence him in broad daylight. Can't even wait. Many officials smiled bitterly to themselves. mourning the loss of an unparalleled poetic genius while lamenting the cold-bloodedness of the royal family. Watching the flames fill the sky, I sneered and leaped into the tunnel below, collapsing the entrance with a single punch before making my swift escape. I didn't take the same route Aguila and the others had. Instead, I turned into a small passage, one I'd specifically had the pangolin dig. Where did it lead? Do you even have to ask? To the national treasury of Great Yin, of course. If I was going to get revenge, I'd do it thoroughly. I couldn't kill the emperor yet. The pardon only granted one slot per month, and if I didn't have to guarantee Aguila and the others' safety first, I'd have already sent the Demon Moon Empress out to cripple that whole gang. But there was no harm in pulling off a little something first, just to jolt the old emperor awake and whet his appetite, so he wouldn't forget in a couple days that a fellow named Qin Lang still existed. I raced through the underground at an absurd speed. The tunnel the pangolin had dug was perfectly straight, and the dirt beneath my feet was as solid as the surface. Now that's quality construction. I clicked my tongue in admiration. Glad you like it, my lord. Just say the word next time you need anything. The pangolin's voice echoed in my mind. Since I was inspecting the work, naturally it, as the contractor, had to direct things on site. My lord, I'm great at digging tunnels too. My lord, my water element skills are top-notch. Remember to call on me next time. My lord. The other demons weren't about to be outdone, each scrambling to show off. Why should one guy hog all the perks? I just smiled and said nothing. Competition breeds progress. After all, these prisoners fighting amongst themselves only benefited me, the boss, and I was more than happy to let it play out. Before long, I'd reached the first target. My lord, the storehouse is right above your head. I've scouted it out. No wards, no alarms. You go up and get to work. You sure you didn't screw up the location? I was a little uneasy. From this far down, getting the position right wasn't easy. Relax 100%. Long as the blueprints are right, we're golden. That day underground I could smell the treasure herbs. Sure, most were common grade, but the spot's dead on. The pangolin was brimming with confidence. With that confirmation, I slowly dug through the last layer of soil. First time doing this kind of thing, honestly kind of a rush, like when you really gotta hit the bathroom. I was carrying scales that masked my aura, so as long as I didn't make too much noise, the guards outside and whatever expert was stationed there absolutely wouldn't notice. They couldn't exactly sleep with the gold and silver every single night, right? And I'd picked the middle of the afternoon on purpose. What thief robs the national treasury in broad daylight? Click. My fingertip hit a hard floor tile. End of the line. I gave it a gentle push, lifting the tile to peek outside. The light was dim, but I could make it out. Rows upon rows of massive chests piled together, easily over 100 of them. And this was just the outermost storehouse. I flipped myself inside and threw open an unlocked chest. Whoosh. Golden light spilled everywhere, fist-sized gold ingots, all kinds of pearls and jade. This one chest alone was worth something like 100,000 taels of silver. Without hesitation, I swept every chest into the demon prison. Good thing that space was huge, with plenty of empty cells, more than enough to stash all this loot. In that moment, I finally got a taste of striking it rich. When people say someone's rich enough to rival a nation, it's just a figure of speech. For me, it was literal. I was actually rivaling the nation, emptying out the entire Great Yin treasury. How could I not be the richest man alive? Once the chests were cleared, I headed deeper in. I pushed open a moisture-proofed wooden door, and the storehouse beyond was even more spacious, cold and damp, a good 10+ degrees colder than outside. No chests in this room, just neat rows of shelves, all lined with brocade and jade cases. I casually opened one jade case. A treated medicinal herb lay inside, and a rich herbal fragrance hit me, giving me a jolt of energy. Good stuff. I didn't recognize these grand medicines and elixirs, but anything that made it into the national treasury had to be quality. My whole philosophy, waste nothing. I moved quickly between the shelves, scooping up every case. Ha ha ha, my lord's really rolling in it now. When that Great Yin Emperor finds out, he'll probably cough up blood. This is what you get for crossing my lord. I say we torch the place while we're at it. This is nothing. We're just collecting a little interest. Huh. Treasury cleaned out. Great Yan's in for some hard times. The demons hooped it up. An entire nation's finances collapsing overnight. Just imagining it made me feel the heat rising for that emperor. But I'm not the soft-hearted type. What's that old emperor to me? What's Great Yin to me? War hurts the common folk. Don't make me laugh. Were they living the good life before the fighting? Besides, without me, Great Yin wouldn't have stayed peaceful much longer anyway. I just sped things along. I flatly refused to be guilt-tripped. Precious herbs and elixirs vanished one after another, and I swept the inner vault clean too. There's really only one word for the feeling. Awesome. No wonder they say murder and arson pave the way to fortune. This is a real thrill. Having tasted the sweetness of getting something for nothing, I was getting a little hooked. Once I pulled this off, I'd never have to worry about money again in this life. Now, the only ones richer than me were those old aristocratic clans, the merchant magnates, and the powerful sections. I even started thinking, if I got the chance, I ought to empty out those clan vaults too, not leave a single coin behind. Just as I was about to bail, the pangolin called out to stop me. My lord, wait. There's more in this storehouse. That day I caught a whiff of some seriously potent blood fiend energy. None of what you've grabbed has that scent. There's got to be a hidden vault. Oh, so that's it. I grinned. No wonder I hadn't found any supreme weapon treasures. Everything I'd collected was just worldly goods. The herbs and elixirs were valuable, but they didn't count as true treasures. This was the grand treasury of Great Yen. I refused to believe this was all they had. I started feeling around the room, not skipping a single floor tile or wall crack. No one usually came here anyway, so I had all the time in the world. Halfway through the room, I finally felt a slight bump beneath an oil lamp. I pressed down hard. Click. A mechanism triggered, the stone wall shifted, and a dark doorway appeared. Knew there was a secret chamber. Hidden this deep, it definitely wasn't ordinary stuff. I advanced carefully, on guard for hidden traps the whole way. It'd be totally normal for a place this secret to be rigged with a few deadly mechanisms. I was fully ready to bolt back to the demon prison if I had to. Deeper in, a massive stone door appeared before me, carved with exquisite dragon patterns, with a huge keyhole set into it. Need a key? I frowned and shoved hard, putting nearly 100,000 caddies of force into it. The stone door didn't budge an inch. Guess I'm just not fated for the treasure. I felt a pang of disappointment. I'd come all this way, and the best treasure was right here, but out of reach. Really wasn't willing to accept it. Ha ha ha. No need to panic, my lord. Why would a mere Vajra gate require a key? Oh, you guys have a way. Relax. If we couldn't even open a door, would we have any right to keep breathing? Exactly. My lord, my claws are known to be unbreakable. I can carve straight through the barriers of the world itself. I'll pull one off right now. Squelch. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp crack rang out and blood sprayed everywhere. The pangolin had literally ripped one of his own claws right off. The demons. Me. Oh, shit. Damn it. You little punk. You're trying to steal the job on purpose, aren't you? Say the word, and I'll skin you alive. Are you off your rocker? I've got a fong I shed earlier. We don't need your showing off. Damn stinking four-legged lizard. Love hogging the spotlight, don't you? My lord, this fong of mine can break any technique too. I'll yank it out for you right now. The pangolin's stunt totally set off the other prisoners, each one hollering about ripping parts off their own bodies while still alive. Stop. Are you all out of your minds? If you get hurt, who am I supposed to turn to later? I hurriedly put an end to this vicious competition. But honestly, these guys' antics genuinely warmed my heart. I returned to the demon prison and took the claw the pangolin handed me, still slick with blood. With a complicated look in my eyes, I said, "Thanks, man. No worries, my lord. I swap out my claws and fangs every so often. They'll grow right back. Though I don't know if the centipede's teeth grow back after they fall out. Me, the heaven-devouring centipede. Low damage, but maximum insult." The demons were all speechless. Good thing nobody else had mutilated themselves. Otherwise, they'd have lost all face. Gripping the ice-cold claw, I headed back to, in front of the stone gate. The claw's tip radiated a menacing sharpness. Before my hand even touched it, my palm was sliced open by some invisible force. Careful, my lord. Just grip the lower half. My claws can pierce through anything. Even meteoric iron is like tofu to them. Oomph, what's so impressive about that? Talks like he's some immortal descended from the heavens. Right? A four-legged snake really thinks he's something. Every time the pangolin spoke, it drew a wave of sour resentment. Capable people always attract jealousy. I gripped the lower section of the claw and gave the stone gate a light swipe. Ryup. With a crisp sound, the meter-thick dragon's everstone was split open in a single stroke. Through the gap, I could see what lay on the other side. Impressive indeed. My eyes lit up. This thing was practically a divine weapon, a serious trump card in battle. Never mind grandmasters or great-grandmasters. Even a terrestrial immortal could be clawed to death with a single swipe. Haha. If you like it, my lord, I'll save my next molted claw for you. We could forge a set of throwing knives, an absolute divine artifact. Enough already. I've put up with you long enough, old man. Motherfucker, four-legged snake, come out and fight me one-on-one. Keep running your mouth, and I'll rip your tongue out. My lord, if you want to buy a weapon, just say the word. I'll tear off my dragon scales right now to make you a robe, guaranteed immune to fire, water, and all magic. That worthless claw would be useless. My word on it. Too bad the pangolin didn't pay them any mind. Boast all you want. I'm just here to serve Qin Lang. All right, everyone settle down. There'll be plenty of chances to prove yourselves later. Just don't disappoint me. A bunch of centuries-old geezers, and they still loved picking fights. I was getting a headache. I quickly muted the demon prison. If they kept nagging, I'd lose my mind. A few more swipes and the stone gate broke completely open, revealing a large pit. I dove right in. The moment I landed, I saw there wasn't much inside. A few weapons stood on a rack to my right, coated in dust so thick I couldn't tell their grade. But anything locked away in a hidden vault definitely wasn't ordinary. Take it. Besides the weapons, only 3 items remained in the vault, laid out on an altar. I opened the first brocade box. A demon beast's inner core. The instant the box opened, a thick aura of blood and killing intent rushed out, and the entire vault was instantly shrouded in a bloody red mist. The grade far exceeded my estimate, at least great grandmaster level. Good stuff. I quickly stashed it away. This single core was worth over 1,000,000 taels, the kind of thing money couldn't even buy. Demon beasts were naturally stronger than martial artists. Hunting a great grandmaster level demon beast would require at least 2 or 3 great grandmasters working together. And this inner core looked like it belonged to something well beyond that level. If I could purge the killing intent and refine it with other great medicines into a pill, I might actually be able to break through to the legendary terrestrial immortal realm. The thought set my heart ablaze. My lord, I think I smell the scent of my own kind on this inner core. Your own kind? A flood dragon. I stared blankly at the core. Ah, you overthink it, my lord. Not a flood dragon, a snake. Old man, didn't you brag about being of the dragon race? How'd you become kin with a snake all of a sudden? Forgetting his own roots. A snake that turned into a flood dragon, calling snakes a lowly species. FCK your mother. So what if I've got dragon blood? Once I survive my heavenly tribulation, I'll transform into a true dragon. TCH, transform into a dragon? With your sorry state, you're more likely to turn into pus. These demons had all gotten more short-tempered lately, probably because my arrival had reawakened their vitality, or maybe because they no longer faced the pressure of death. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them, so I opened the second brocade box. The Azure Sky Chi Refining Manual. Holy SHD, this is an immortal cultivation technique? I sucked in a sharp breath. I knew this world had cultivators. The ones locked in the demon prison were all of that kind. But I never imagined the Great Yin Dynasty would actually possess a cultivation technique. Kikik, why so surprised, my lord? It's just a basic chi refining technique. Garbage, really. A mortal dynasty treating a basic technique like some treasure. Laughable. Pity there's no talent, no spiritual energy. No one in Great Yin is destined to ever cross that threshold. If you like it, my lord, I've got hundreds of them. Study them to your heart's content. There's no need to worry, my lord. The usually silent demon Moon Empress spoke up too, her composed tone putting me at ease. The Yin-Yang creation art is far more practical than ordinary cultivation techniques. At the very least, it isn't limited by talent. Once you enter the Tao through martial arts, it won't be too late to switch techniques.